Chapter 201, Hidden Purpose 2. Leaders then hesitated. They too had saw Jegal Sohai and Moyang Yu acting strangely, so they already thought this was someone else's trap. I know, but the fight had already started, so they couldn't ease down, as they were worried that someone in other side might attack if they let down their guard. Pung Chungwon then asked, "Crown Prince, what do you propose that we do?" "We will follow your order, Crown Prince." Sama Yi then spoke as he watched leaders of Yulin clan suspiciously. Yowan then pointed at the hall where people were fighting and spoke. "I want elders and guests from Yulin clan to stop those who are not under an illusion to refrain from fighting, and those who are under illusion. I will take care of them." And Yowan immediately jumped out at the hall to the people. Pung Chungwon hesitated for a moment, but jumped down, and other leaders from Yulin clan then followed. Elders from demonic cult then moved down also when Lord Chun Yujong waved to allow their action. The Lord's eye narrowed. Who dare attack my cult's palace? His frustration was serious. Stop the fight now. This is enemy's trap. Our alliance will fall if we fight here." Leaders from both sides jumped down and shouted, and those who were not hypnotized began to stop slowly. Yowan was moving quickly between them. "Nano, I can't find all of them. Let me know who's being hypnotized." "Yes, Master." Activating augmented reality on the site, Yowan then saw white lines drawing over his eye and heard Nano's voice, targeting hypnotized entities. Yowan saw small red circles being drawn over multiple people. "Nano, shock the target immediately when I lay my hands over them." "Yes, Master." Nano then bolted out against targets. With the step of wind god skill, he moved like lightning through crowds and snatched through target's head. What? Wake up. Yowan's hand that grabbed the head sparked in electricity. "Arg," warrior from Flower Mountain clan screamed and dropped. Yowan then moved over to the next target. He then grabbed two who were fighting and shocked them. They fell down to the ground and Yowan moved. Next, Yowan quickly ran through each target and put them to sleep. It's amazing. Jegal Sohai was still dizzy from just being awake, so she was watching over at the stage and was astounded. She was also experienced warrior, but she couldn't follow Yowan's movement with her naked eyes. So, he's the crown prince of the cult. Yowan was taking care of those who were hypnotized by alone. Those who Yowan placed his hands passed out for slight moment and woke up, dumbfoundedly. Damn it. What is that? The guard, who were creating more chaos through crowds, became shocked. The plan was failing very quickly already. Hypnosis was hard to put in effect, but once it did, then it was hard for it to come off unless the caster stopped it by himself. This is impossible. He's breaking hypnosis in every touch. With leaders from both groups taking care of the situation, it seemed the situation was going to solve very quickly. Ugh, there's no way. He realized his plan had failed and the hypnotizer had only one choice to make. There is no way to run from here. He decided to kill himself. There were best warriors from demonic cult in this hall, and it was middle of the cult's castle, where thousands of cultists lived. There was no way to run away from middle of the castle itself. And he was going to kill himself once his plan succeeds, and had planted poison ball on his molar teeth. HMMMMPH. He let out a long breath and was about to bit on the poison ball when someone grabbed his neck. Ugh, it was Chun Yowan. Yowan already had taken care of every hypnotized warriors and found the hypnotizer right away. How did he find me? Hypnotizer's eye grew large. He figured he would become suspicious as other guard was already captured, but this was too fast. Ugh, this fool, I will teach him a lesson. He was angry that Yowan had made all of his 3 plans to fail. He then threw his fist against Yowan's chest. Huh! But his fist couldn't even come close to Yowan's chest as it was grabbed by Yowan. He tried to pull it away, but it didn't even budge as the energy difference was too great. How can he have so much power at that age? Yowan then looked up coldly at the man who was hanging by his hand and twisted the fist that he grabbed. You think you can mess around in the middle of the cult and be fine? But this wasn't over. Wait, what are you? Yowan then pulled the twisted hand of the hypnotizer, and with the sound of muscle and flesh being ripped, his entire arm was pulled off from his body. The pain was beyond the level one can bear. Ugh! He pulled the arm. Warriors from forces of justice became pale at the cruel sight. They thought such sight was surely fitting the name of demonic cult. Yoan then asked coldly to the hypnotizer, who was in pain as he grabbed on the shoulder with his remaining left hand. "What are you? Wah, you think you can?" There was no way to get away anyway. The hypnotizer then tried to bit on the poison ball, but before he can chew it down, his mouth was forced open from powerful energy. Your type always try to kill yourself if something doesn't turn out right." Yoan flicked his finger, and the molar teeth that had poison ball wrapped around was pulled out. Erg! Hypnotizer's eye turned into fear as he saw the teeth with poison ball floating in the air in front of his eyes. He didn't even dream that such monster existed within the cult. And Yoan's last word had made him shocked. "I have to take care of master of yours, so I'll see you later." Chapter 202, Hidden Purpose 3. The library of the Demonic Academy was a place where warriors guarded the place on every corner, even late at night. But the place around the building was very quiet, with bodies scattered all over the place. All warriors who stood guard were killed, and most of the bodies were piled up at the entrance and had one stab in their neck that killed them. Those who had traces of a fight were those who guarded the inside of the library, but they were killed by the Force Kai that their bodies were in bad shape. Are they still in there? They will come out soon. There were two middle-aged men standing at the underground floor. They were Supermaster-level warriors who guarded the 5th floor of the library. They had come out of the library when they heard commotion downstairs and found bodies of guards. They then came down to the underground treasure vault and found warriors who stood guard here were also killed. They busted through the metal door. Who dares to even try such a thing? The middle-aged man with mustache shook his head. The metal door that sealed underground treasure vault was destroyed, and busting in activated the trap and sealed the entrance with huge blue pearl stone wall. The intruder was now being locked inside the vault. This thick blue pearl stone would keep even the strongest warrior inside. I don't like this at all. I hope Chief arrives soon. Another warrior who guarded the 5th floor with them had gone to the main building of demonic cult to bring Chief Li Haiming. It was about time for him to arrive. That's when they heard the sound of a shock from beyond the blue pearl stone. It's starting. They are coming out. Two of them became tense. The blue pearl stone that sealed off the vault was almost 3 times thicker than the pedestal that was placed on each floor. It was hard for even the strongest Force Kai to break through, but it still didn't feel relieved. That's when they heard a loud sound and trembling that came through. It seems the one behind the wall was now striking hard as he can. But the blue pearl stone will withstand. The man couldn't finish talking as another loud sound came through. And much heavier tremors shook the floor, and 2 warriors became shocked. There were cracks on the blue pearl stone. And no way. The wall won't stand. And at that moment, the wall exploded and blue pearl stone was scattered out and unleashed upon them. And for Li Haiming, he was now almost near the library with 20 other instructors. What's this sound? Li Haiming heard the explosive sound and jumped out faster toward the library. What is going on? He frowned as he saw piles bodies at the entrance. Dust clouds were being kicked out from within the entrance, and Li Haiming saw someone coming out through the dust cloud. It was a middle-aged man with hairs slicked back with snake-like eyes, and a man looking to be in his early 30s. Why you? Li Haiming became shocked. He realized these 2 men were guards that stood guard around the golden carriage on today's parade. Guard from the Yulin clan. No, he is. Li Haiming focused on the middle-aged man. The energy being aroused from the man wasn't that of mere guard warrior. The man then scoffed at Li Haiming and spoke to the man stood next to him. I was disappointed by weaklings, but we finally meet someone worthy. But master, he's not the end. I know. 20 other instructors arrived behind Haiming and became shocked to find the scene. What is this? An intruder? It was the first time that Demonic Academy had faced such terrible incident. It was the first time to have an intruder, and also had guards who guarded the library to be killed. Supermaster warriors who guarded the 5th floor and went to fetch instructors shouted angrily. "You came out from the vault. What did you do to them?" The other 2 guards said that they will guard the wall at the underground vault. If these 2 were out here, I don't know. Look at that pile. Maybe they're there? You dare. The middle-aged man smirked and the warrior pulled out his sword and tried to charge, but Lee Haiming stopped him. "Chief!" "Stop for a second." Lee Haiming then shouted. "I don't know who you are. Did you attack here for the underground vault?" The younger man had a satchel behind his back that had something in it. If they were out from the underground vault, then it was sure that they took the remains of Sword Demon. The older man answered. "As you can see, yes." Lee Haiming then pulled out his flame sword and ordered instructors. "Stop them. Do not let them get away. Kill them if you can." "Yes, Chief." They didn't need to keep these intruders alive. Lee Haiming couldn't bear to have remains of Sword Demon to be taken outside. With the order, all warriors from Demonic Academy pulled out their sword and charged. The older man scoffed and spoke to the younger man. "I'll take care of them and catch up to you, so go ahead. You know the way, right?" "Yes, master." The man then jumped out and gestured if he whistled, and strange, piercing sound pierced through all warriors that charged at him. It was as if it was a dolphin's supersonic sound. Instructors plugged their ears in pain, but the energy-wielded sound made their ears to bleed. Ag, and an NGH, my ears. Instructors pulled up their internal energy to fight back, but this sound even made them dizzy. Ugh. Chapter 203, Hidden Purpose, 4. I can't. The instructors' eardrums were damaged and they fell down to the ground, but not all of them were affected by it. One instructor at the master level and a warrior from the 5th floor of the library withstood the attack. Fool. You dare play tricks on us? HMPH, so you aren't like those weaklings. The middle-aged man, however, jumped out and snapped the instructor's neck with ease. Ugh, but you will die either way. Damn it. With the instructor dying, a warrior who guarded the 5th floor quickly pulled up Force Kai of sword and thrust at the enemy's neck. Huh? How did you? But the man grabbed Force Kai of sword by using Force Kai over his 2 fingers and grabbed it. This proved that the enemy was a very powerful warrior. Ugh. Then, the warrior then let go of his sword and tried to bring up Sword Kai over his finger to attack, but the enemy struck on his chest, penetrating him and killing him instantly. The man then splattered blood over the ground and spoke. "They're not any different from those that were underground. There will be no one to stop you now. Go." "Yes, master." The young man then took steps to move out, but Lee Haiming did not stay still. "Who said you can go?" Lee Haiming tried to overpower the man who was trying to escape, but the older man stopped him. "I did." Lee Haiming was pushed by 5 steps after being collided against the old man. The old man had a metal glove created from cold steel. What kind of power is this? Lee Haiming became shocked. He thought the enemy wasn't just any enemy, but the energy wielded within his fist was beyond the level of his own. The sword formation he just used at the old man had 100% of his energy. This meant that this enemy was more powerful than Haiming himself. He is dangerous. He had to catch the escaped man, but he couldn't dare to put his eyes off from the enemy. "You aren't so weak then. I'm lucky. I was curious about how powerful ones from cults are." "Who are you?" "Don't care about that. Show me what you've got." The man then charged in and used powerful fist skill at Lee Haiming. Lee Haiming then backed away, unleashing defensive sword formation. Red sword created barriers of sword attacks and the man's fist struck onto it. Oh! Lee Haiming's sword skill brought up flames from it, but the man did not stop. Ugh! The power of the fist attack was so strong that Lee Haiming was pushed back. The enemy was stronger than him in every possible aspect. He's too strong. Lee Haiming's flame sword then shined with clear red and powerful sword formation unleashed very quickly. Good. This is more fun. The enemy then laughed as if he really liked this, and pulled up Force Kai over his 2 fists. He then moved in different ways to use entirely different fist skill, and collided against Lee Haiming's flame sword skill. 2 attacks struck against each other. It was a severe fight, but the result came soon enough. Li Haimeng's powerful sword movement soon began to focus on barely defending against the man's attack. This formation, Li Haimeng became shocked. The fist formation that came from strange angles were hard to even defend against, and soon it got to him. The man's fist struck on Li Haimeng's chest, stomach, and shoulder. He spat blood and was thrown into the back like a cannonball. Ugh. Li Haimeng used his flame sword to help him get up, and the man got up to him with a smile. Li Haimeng then spoke to him. "Why, you are from Blade God's 6 Martial Clan." The man became surprised. He didn't think his enemy will find out who he was in just a few exchanges of formations. "How did you know?" "You used fist skill, ugh, but it was close to a blade formation. A movement that was too hard for a normal body to use. It was very close to that of Blade God." Li Haimeng thought of the warrior from Blade God's 6 Martial Clan that Marakim had told him about. Interesting. "I tried to hide it, you see? Well, you will die anyway, so I'll tell you. Yes, I am Sahin, master of Blade Fist from Blade God's 6 Martial Clan," he spoke. I was right. Li Haimeng's guess was right. If this man was from Blade God's 6 Martial Clan, then he needed to tell others, but his internal damage didn't let him move. Sahin got up to Li Haimeng, who tried hard to get up. "Goodbye, then." "Ugh, please, I have to move." Sahin focused Force Kai over his fist and was about to crush Li Haimeng's head. "Huh!" He sensed something being thrown at him hard, and used his Force Kai-wielding hand to grab it. His hand wielded Force Kai, but still felt the heaviness of energy held within the object that was thrown. But it was still enough to be caught. "Do you think a metal ball can harm me, huh?" Sahin tried to shout in anger, but became shocked as he looked down at the object that he grabbed. It wasn't a metal ball. It was a head of someone that had just been cut off. The half of the head was crushed by Sahin's Force Kai, but he still recognized whose head it was. What happened? It was the head of a man in his 30th that Sahin told him to escape. Sahin then heard another man's voice. "Are you the master?" Sahin then gritted his teeth in anger and glared back at the man who threw the head. It was a young man with a pale white face, with long black hair. The man had the satchel that held remains that they stole from the underground vault. Li Haimeng became surprised and shouted at the young man. "See, Crown Prince?" The young man was Chun Yowan. Chapter 204, Hidden Purpose 5. "Crown Prince?" Sahin, the master of Blade Fist, became surprised. He didn't expect to come across such a man. I heard the cult didn't have Crown Prince yet, so they have one now, but his surprise quickly faded away. He realized that the plan already failed when he saw the Crown Prince appearing in front of him. If the young man was really Crown Prince, then he should have been at the Hall of Feast. But if he was here, then it meant the plan to have Yulin clan and demonic cult to fight against each other had failed. Sahin thought to escape from the castle while 2 groups fight against each other, but this meant he had to change the entire plan. But he became confused about how Yowan had found his location. They would have never spilled the plan. It was certain that something had gone wrong. Sahin's eye narrowed. The library located at the northeast of the academy was higher ground, so it was easy to see the training ground and beyond from here, and Sahin saw torches increasing from a distance. Damn it. They are coming. He even felt the energy of cultists surrounding and coming in at the academy. Whatever the reason, he now had one thing to do. He had to get away from here. HMPH. I will kill you before I go at least. Sahin threw the head on the ground and tried to strike down on Li Haimeng again, but Yowan did not let him do it. He was already right in front of Sahin, in a short moment when Sahin glanced over beyond the demonic cult. Yowan swung his sword and deflected Sahin's fist that tried to kill Haimeng. What? Sahin's eye became large. He focused powerful energy as he was trying to kill the man, but it was deflected. It meant that this prince was stronger than Li Haimeng in energy. Interesting. So you're not just any prince then. HMP. Sahin then spun around by using his arm being thrown back as a source and struck Yowan. It was a simple fist thrust, but the power was great. No, Yowan, who used 100% of his energy from the first attack, was shocked by such a quick counterattack and held up his sword to block the fist. But the power was beyond his imagination, and the energy surged through the sword and into Yowan's organs. But if he was pushed back here, then this man was surely going to kill Lee Haemung, who couldn't move. Yo-won gritted his teeth and focused all of his energy and muscle strength. Huh. Sahin thought Yo-won will take internal damage and pushed back, but instead pushed Sahin back far away into the back. Blood came out from Yo-won's mouth. It had been long since Yo-won had taken internal damage, ever since he reached the superior master level. Nano's voice rang inside his head. Initiating self-healing mode. The nano-machines inside his body activated and his damage quickly healed. Sahin was pushed back, but it seemed he didn't take any damage, so he dropped to the ground lightly. He was surprised by Yo-won's muscle strength, but Sahin smirked as he saw the blood flowing through Yo-won's mouth. He took internal damage. Yo-won seemed to have taken damage from Sahin's counterattack that added his own force on Yo-won's energy. Lee Haemung became grim as he saw Yo-won, who seemed to have taken damage while trying to protect him. If he could have healed faster, he would have run away. Lee Haemung got up. "Ha ha, Prince, don't worry about me. Are you okay, Left Guardian? I can move." He couldn't use internal energy due to severe internal damage, but he could use a bit now. He now had to get away and meditate so that the damage will not grow. Yo-won then gave Haemung the satchel. "Take this and call the Lord and other elders. They should be at the entrance of the academy." Yo-won had to be ready for an emergency. When he tapped into the telepathic message, he heard that hypnotizer talking about the remains of the sword demon, and figured the master would be at the library's underground vault. He then told the Lord and elders to surround the academy and came here first. The Lord and leaders of the cult was probably sealing down entire castle and came to the academy. Sahin scoffed. "Fools, you think I will let you go? Let me take care of him. Go ahead." "Ugh, yes, Prince." Yo-won ignored Sahin and ordered Lee Haemung to go. Lee Haemung had taken severe damage, so he wasn't going to be of help, so he quickly ran toward the academy. Please hang in there. If the enemy was from Blade God's 6 martial clan, then the enemy could be dangerous for Yo-won to handle alone. "Who said you can go?" Sahin charged out and tried to catch up to Lee Haemung, but Yo-won blocked him. HMPH. Sahin then turned and tried to shoot Fist Bullet Kai, what, but Yo-won quickly followed up to Sahin and blocked him. Yo-won became so fast after learning Step of Wind God. "You are with me." Yo-won then unleashed sword formation at Sahin. You will pay for this." Sahin then unleashed defensive fist formation and blocked the attack. Even while dropping to the ground, both of them went through various formations to strike against each other. They didn't have their foot on the ground, but their powers were at equal. Didn't he take internal damage? Sahin thought Yo-won had taken internal damage, but Yo-won didn't seem to have any problem with using internal energy, so Sahin decided to take this seriously. As soon as they got to the ground, Sahin began to unleash his true skills. His fist began to come at weird angles and aimed at Yo-won's blood points. Yo-won then became surprised and took steps to dodge from it. This is... Sahin's fist stance was different from any normal martial art. Such a weird move had the potential to strain muscles, but Sahin moved it smoothly without any effort. You run like rats. If Yo-won did not back away, then he would have been struck. Yo-won then glared at Sahin and asked, "How are you related to the Blade God?" Yo-won realized right away that the fist movement used by Sahin was very close to Blade God's blade skill. Yo-won had not heard anything from Left Guardian, so he didn't know this man was from Blade God's 6 martial clan, and thought of Blade God himself instead. Sahin then became surprised. "Huh. This is not what he said. I thought nobody would recognize. What are you talking about?" Sahin seemed to be uncomfortable at something, and Yo-won became curious about this man's identity. He then thought maybe this man was from the Blade God's 6 martial clan that was mentioned in the Great Meeting. If you know him, then the demonic cult is our real enemy. Sahin kept on saying something that Yo-won couldn't understand and soon shook his head and shouted, "Good. I needed hostage to get out from here. You should come with me." Hostage? Chapter 205, Hidden Purpose, 6. Yo-won became dumbfounded. Sahin was already thinking about having Yo-won as his hostage ever since he realized he was being surrounded. That seemed like the only way for him to escape from all these warriors from the cult. The people with torches were already closing in their direction. "Hostage, you think it's possible?" "Ha, I have no time to waste." Sahin then charged against Yowon. His fist unleashed powerful energy as he moved to use powerful fist formation. This wasn't just like any other fist formation. Second formation of Blade God's blade skill. It was skill used with a fist, but Yowon was able to realize right away. But it was interesting to see the original formation that required blade, fit perfectly with fist, and the power was almost similar. It's amazing. Yowon became serious as he saw powerful fist formation coming at him. If he were to defend this, he needed sword skill strong as 24 Demon Sword. Yowon then readied to use 24 Demon Sword and unleashed the fourth formation. Two of them collided against each other. It was so fast that if there was a spectator, he would have been dizzy from such speed. No way. Yowon became grim as he attacked. His sword formation was losing power against Sahin's powerful fist formation. Yowon knew the blade's skill well, so he was thinking of countering it with its weakness, but Sahin too changed his skills to aim for the weak point of 24 Demon Sword. Ugh! Yowon was then struck on his chest. The fist that came from all angles without limit had paid off. Yowon stopped using his formation and created a sword barrier through swinging quickly, but he was pushed back and couldn't stop Sahin's fist formation. "You think you can block my attack?" "Ha ha ha ha." Sahin's powerful fist began pushing back Yowon's body. The fist skill of Blade God was powerful itself, but Sahin's internal energy also was higher than that of Yowon. Yowon tried to withstand, but he couldn't hold back any longer against powerful fists, and Yowon's cold steel sword began to crack. "You are powerful, but the energy and formation all are weaker than me." Ha. His fist that wielded powerful energy struck on the sword barrier, and Yowon's sword shattered, and pieces stuck into Yowon's body. Damn it! Yowon covered himself with an energy barrier, but sword pieces pierced into him and shook him down. Sahin did not lose this chance and struck his fist into Yowon's stomach. Yowon spat blood and was pushed back. He dragged to the back and had to push out the fist energy that came into his body and stopped. With the energy going out from his feet, the ground cracked down. It was astounding power. Yowon couldn't move from the spot, and Sahin spoke. "I punched you to kill, so I didn't expect you will push out the energy. You sure are worthy to be crowned prince of the demonic cult." HMPH. Yowon let out a deep breath and his body began to steam. He was pushing out the energy of fist outside from his body. "You think you can defeat me with sword skill of sword demon?" Does he know sword formation of 24 Demon Sword? Yowon became shocked. He figured it was strange when Sahin countered as if he knew 24 Demon Sword, and he sure did know. But this wasn't all that strange. As Sword Demon tried hard to analyze Blade God's blade formation, it was likely that Blade God's descendants tried hard to analyze Sword Demon's formation, who was known to be the nemesis of the Blade God. He's really strong. I can't defeat him with 24 Demon Sword. Sahin then spoke to Yowon with an arrogant look. "So I countered sword skill of Sword Demon. It's decided. Sword skill from the cult cannot defeat our Blade God's martial art. Stop resisting and follow me." Sahin then walked up to him. He thought Yowon could not resist even if he pushed out the fist energy, as Yowon should have taken severe internal damage and was injured with sword pieces stuck into his body. That's when the steam coming out of Yowon's body stopped, and Yowon looked up and glared. His eyes, he didn't give up yet. Yowon's eye did not die yet. He was actually more eager to fight than ever. "My cult's sword skill is weaker than that of Blade God's. Don't be a fool. You will only—" "What?" Sahin then stopped and became shocked at what began happening in front of his eyes. Sword pieces that stuck into Yowon's entire body pushed out as if his body was pushing all out. What's more shocking was that wounds that sword pieces had made began to heal at a tremendous speed. It's impossible. How? It was as if Yowon was not even a human. Sahin then instinctively realized Yowon was a dangerous enemy. The hostage plan was not going to work. He's dangerous. He's like a monster. He changed his mind. He realized that injuring him and take him as a hostage was not going to work. He had to kill Yowan before he can heal. Sahin then unleashed Force Kai over his two fists and charged at Yowan, using strongest fist formation he knew. Die, you monster. And it was then when Yowan's dark wrist guard began to come apart and combined in one to shape itself into a black sword. What is that? Yowan then grabbed on the black word, and Black Force Kai came up on the black blade. Black Force Kai. With ominous aura being unleashed, Yowan's body shot out like a streak of black light and came straight against Sahin's powerful fist formation. The black streak of light then turned into 24 sword movements and combined back into one dot. How can this be? Sahin's fist formation was shattered, and his both arms were pushed out, and Yowan's black sword penetrated into his body. Ugh. Soon, Yowan's body had shot past Sahin, and Sahin turned slowly at Yowan with disbelief and spoke. How can such swords skill exes? Arg. Sahin couldn't finish as blood began pouring out from his mouth and dropped. His chest had a large hole in it. Yowan then looked down at dead Sahin and mumbled, "This is the best sword skill of the demonic cult." Chapter 206. I will not forget this debt one. Lee Haeming's internal damage was too severe that it felt like he would fall any time, but Haeming held on and used his running skill. He had fought Sahin by himself, so he knew how powerful their enemy was. If he was too slow, there was a chance for Crown Prince Chun Yowan to die. Lee Haeming quickly ran toward the training ground and saw cultists closing in from outside. Left Guardian Lee Haeming, reporting to the Lord. Lee Haeming got to the Lord Chun Yujong and was barely able to kneel with his one knee. Every cultist around the area became grim at the sight of Lee Haeming with severe injury. Lee Haeming was one of the top 10 powerful warriors of the cult, so if he was injured this badly, then it meant the enemy was very powerful. The Lord asked, "Where is the enemy?" "At the library building, Crown Prince is fighting. The Blade God, 6 martial clan, why you must go quickly." Left Guardian. Lee Haeming then fell due to severe pain, and Great Guardian Merakim quickly ran over and checked on his state and had warriors to have Lee Haeming sent over to the medical room. Blade God, 6 martial clan. The Lord became grim after knowing who the intruder was and tried to run toward the library, but Great Guardian stopped him. "Please, you must wait, my lord." "What is the meaning of this, Great Guardian?" Lord asked back uncomfortably, and Merakim sent a telepathic message, "My lord. Your internal damage is not fully healed yet from the last battle. I will take the lead." "All right." Chun Yujong then nodded. Other elders were scattered over 4 castle gates, and only elders that followed the Lord here was 4th Elder Ya King Keng and 10th Elder Yin Moha. Merakim then quickly ran toward the library along with 2 elders. After sending them ahead, the Lord moved toward the library along with warriors and saw a satchel that Lee Haeming dropped. "Hold, bring that over to me." "Yes, my lord." A warrior took up the satchel and brought it over to the Lord. Chun Yujong ordered it to be unpacked, and it dropped cut arms and human skins that were preserved with various medications. "What is this?" The Lord did not know the presence of underground treasure vault, so he didn't know about the existence of these remains. But what was strange was that the satchel did not contain skill books from the sword demon. And for Merakim, fitting to his nickname Wind God, he was able to get to the library faster than other elders. How can this be? Merakim couldn't believe what he was seeing. He imagined to find Chun Yowan having a hard time dealing against an enemy from Blade God's 6 martial clan, but what he saw was beyond his imagination. What he saw was Chun Yowan shooting past through the enemy like a black streak of light. How can such sword formation exist? It is perfect in every way. There seemed to be no flaw in the sword formation that Yowan just used. What's more surprising was the black sword that Yowan had wielded. It was far and dark, but Merakim quickly acknowledged it to be a legendary sword. Black sword. It wasn't just dark, which would indicate if it was made from cold steel, but the entire blade was actually truly black. Merakim's 2 eyes that showed through his mask shook. Black sword, black sword? Wait, that sword must be... That's when the black sword scattered into pieces and formed itself as an arm guard over Yowan's wrist. Yowan then realized Great Guardian Merakim had came and flinched as he turned. Great Guardian, Chun, Yowan bit on his lips. He used the sword force of the Sky Demon's fifth formation in order to take care of the enemy before other cultists arrive. But he mistakenly revealed himself using the sword skill and even exposed the existence of the Sky Demon's sword. It was a secret that he never told to anyone. That's when two other elders arrived at where Merakim stood. Great Guardian, what has happened? Huh! Fourth elder Ya Kinkeng then found Chun Yowan standing on the dead body of Sahin the Blade Fist. Ya Kinkeng thought they would still be fighting, but the fight was already over. By the gods, did he just killed warrior from Blade God's 6 martial clan alone? Ya Kinkeng frowned. He had fought against warrior from Blade God's 6 martial clan on the battle at Jerkang Castle, so he knew how dangerous these foes were. Is he a monster? He already thought Chun Yowan was a monster when Yowan killed Mu Jinwan, but this proved Chun Yowan was much more powerful than other elders. Unlike Ya Kinkeng, 10th Elder Yin Moha quickly came over to Yowan and asked for his safety. Crown Prince, are you unhurt? I am fine. His injuries were already healed by Nano, so he was okay. Only thing he was concerned was the Great Guardian witnessing his Sky Demon sword. Yowan heard from Left Guardian that Guardians succeeded will of the Sword Demon, but he also heard that Great Guardian was a most loyal servant to the current Lord. Crown Prince, it's good that you're safe. But unlike his concern, Great Guardian Merakim only asked for Yowan's safety and did not mention the Sky Demon's sword. What is he thinking? Chapter 207. I will not forget this debt, too. Yowan became curious, but soon the Lord and other warriors arrived at the library. The Lord wasn't all that excited when he saw Sahin's dead body. It simply looked like he was penetrated to death to untrained eyes, but the Lord saw a clear mark of sword trace over it. Is this really his doing? If it was, then it meant Chun Yowan did not use his best against Mu Jinwan. The Lord was now becoming more wary of Chun Yowan. After looking at the sword trace for a long time, the Lord then turned his attention to the underground treasure vault. Was the enemy after this place? Great Guardian Merakim hesitated. They managed to defend themselves against from enemy, but it led to another problem. This incident had revealed the existence of the underground treasure vault that Guardians had kept it secret for generations. 0. I asked, is this the place that the enemy came after? That is correct, my lord. The Lord then frowned and walked down to the vault. The vault had nothing left, however. There was only a faint sign of something being burnt down. All skill books left by Sword Demon were completely burned. Such place was hidden under the Demonic Academy. This was a secret that even the Lord himself did not know, but the enemy somehow knew and came after it. This made the Lord become very uncomfortable. He then glared at Great Guardian Merakim, who stood aside him. So you were hiding this from me. Every guardian and ones who stood guard in this library had lied to the Lord about the truth of this place. Merakim sensed the Lord's anger and became grim. What is this? And for Chun Yowan, he was surprised by what he saw that was inside the satchel. He thought enemies came here to retrieve the martial art from Sword Demon, but it wasn't. Only ones that enemies from Blade God's 6 martial clan wanted as the remains of Blade God himself. So they weren't after skill books from Sword Demon. Yowan then realized that the enemy, Sahin, knew Sword Demon's sword skill. But if they were descendants of the Blade God, then why they wanted remains that contained Blade God's blade marks? That was a question that couldn't be answered. The night became very frantic for the entire demonic cults. Guardian warriors searched through the Demonic Academy for any possible remaining enemies and took care of dead bodies of guards at the library. All elders and warriors were also called to search the entire castle for any more possible enemies, but there were no more traces of any other enemies. But that was obvious. Demonic cult had every cultist to carry medals that proved of themselves who they were and took control of everyone who entered the castle. That made hard for sneaking into the castle with the normal route. And at the hall of the feast, there were hundreds of guards standing guard over one groups. They were guests from the Yulin clan. HMPH. I wonder how long will our lockdown will remain. Moyang Kang spoke from his seat with a frown. Every guests from the Yulin clan were locked at the hall of the feast for the night. We have to prove our innocence for the alliance, Moyang. Be patient. Pung Chungwon spoke, but he too was frustrated by their state. However, enemies had snuck in through their group, so they couldn't object against the cult's decision. They too would have done the same if the situation was the other way around. Jegal Sohai then spoke to both. We have told them what we know, so they will make decisions soon. I ask you two leaders to be more patient while we wait. HMPH. I understood, strategist Jegal. All right. All four enemies from this incident entered the castle faking themselves as guards of Jegal Sohai. After getting out of the hypnosis, she remembered everything again. I didn't expect them to use me like that. She was on her way down south, after being designated as a representative of the Yulin clan in regards to the alliance. While on her way to be with two leaders who were staying at Kangsa Castle, she was ambushed by mysterious enemies. But she remembered until being ambushed, and when she got back to her senses, she was already within the forces of Justice Clan on their parade. What's more mysterious was that, until the moment her hypnosis broke, she recognized 4 guards as her original guards. I explained this to them, but this wasn't enough to prove their innocence. She had attacked Crown Prince under hypnosis, so this acted against their innocence. Even with her intelligence, she couldn't find any other way but to wait, and there was one more thing that concerned her most. I moved as a secret mission. Only those who knew my mission were those of 17 leaders. It was possible that there were spies among 17 leaders of the Yulin clan. That was the only possible way to find her secret route and ambush her. I have to prove my innocence and return to my clan. Chapter 208. I will not forget this debt. 3. But the problem didn't seem to solve itself quickly. She then looked over to people gathered on the left side of the hall. They were warriors from Yulin clan who were under hypnosis and attacked cultists. And there were also clan leaders from cultists who were hypnotized, also kept separately on the other side. HMMP. And there were others who were checking on each group. These were doctors led by Demon Dr. Baek Jongwoo, checking on those who were hypnotized. There seems to be no issue. And overnight, Baek Jongwoo and his doctors couldn't find anything. They had thought hypnosis had made some kind of trace, but there was nothing that seemed to be out of place. Doctor. Another doctor who checked on foods from the party came over to Baek Jongwoo. What did you find? There is no poison on any drinks or foods. I see. As expected. Baek Jongwoo nodded. There was no trace on the ones that were hypnotized, so he didn't expect to find anything from the food either. All foods prepared in the palace were already searched and examined carefully beforehand. Crown Prince is wrong. The reason for doctors to do this extensive search was because of Chun Yowon. He had asked the Lord to proceed with searching for any possible substance that might have caused hypnosis. It was Chun Yowon who found people under hypnosis, so the Lord thought he had a point and ordered the demon doctor to go ahead with the investigation, but the result came as a failure. He sighed. That's when all warriors in the hall bowed to one that entered, Crown Prince. Chun Yowon had finally arrived at the hall. Baek Jongwoo then walked over to him with an exhausted look. Crown Prince, you are here. Dr. Baek, you have done good work. Did you find anything? Yowon asked, and Baek Jongwoo shook his head. We investigated every warrior who was hypnotized and foods prepared in the hall, but we couldn't find anything, Prince. It seems that hypnosis wasn't caused by a substance. There wasn't anything in the food? No, my prince. Chun Yowon frowned. He did not think his guess of something hidden inside the food have hypnotized these people would be wrong. Was the clap really all that needed for a hypnosis? That was strange. If hypnosis was such an easy thing, then it should have hypnotized everyone in the hall. Can I take a look at it myself? Of course. Baek Jongwoo nodded, but he sighed. All doctors had investigated through the night, but Yowon didn't seem to accept the truth. It's a waste of time. Baek Jongwoo then began to order doctors to return to their posts. If this was really an act of a magic, Then it didn't seem like there would be any findings of substances. Yo-Won stood in the middle of the hall and looked at round tables. There weren't anything in the food. If poison was used in such a direct way, it is impossible to be hidden from all of these experienced warriors. Yo-Won thought for a long moment and saw a glass and the liquor bottle. He then thought about the hypnotizer ringing his glass against the bottle. Yo-Won grabbed the glass. What made him allow to hypnotize with a weight? Yo-Won then realized something and checked on the glass and chopsticks. You need to put your mouth against the glass or chopsticks if you want to eat. Yo-Won ordered Nano. Nano, can you check if there is any poison or weird substance on the chopstick or the glass? Yes, master. Please place your hand on the target you wish to analyze. Yo-Won then began to place his finger over glasses and chopsticks on the hall. Baek Jong-woo and other doctors became confused at what Yo-Won was doing. What is he doing? Why is he touching those glasses and CHP sticks? After Yo-Won walked through every chopsticks and glasses over on the round table, he turned over some glasses upside down. After walking through all tables, he then came over to warriors from Yulin clan who were hypnotized and spoke. Do you know where you sat last night? Why, yes, we remember. Then please go back to your last night's seat. They weren't sure what Yo-Won was up to, but they had to prove their innocence, so they walked to their seat and sat down. What is he doing? Huh, what? Baek Jong-woo and other doctors became shocked. All warriors from Yulin clan were seating down on the seat where Yo-Won had placed the glass upside down. What is this? How did he find out where they were seating down? Yo-Won then grabbed one of the glass that placed upside down over to the doctors. Can you taste the part where you drink with the tip of your tongue? HMPH. Baek Jong-woo hesitated for a bit and tasted it with his tongue. Then he mumbled with a shocked look. Is this opium poppy? Opium poppy. It was a flower that was often used to create a drug opium. It was also used by doctors to use it as a painkiller on surgery that can use to paralyze the central nervous system and create hypnosis. How did he find this out? Is he really the Prince Chun Yo-Won I knew years ago? Baek Jong-woo became shocked as he looked at Chun Yo-Won. Chapter 209. I will not forget this debt 4. The Lord's Palace of the Demonic Cult. It was the most lavish and largest building in the demonic cult's castle and home to the Lord himself. And at the training room inside the palace, a middle-aged man walked out drenched in sweat. It was the Lord Chun Yujong. As he shot out his arms like a cross, servants came up to him and took off his clothes and cleaned his body with warm, wet towels. HMMP. The Lord let out a deep, exhausted sigh and looked down at the injury that ran across his right shoulder to his chest. He had pushed out a lot of blade energy that came into his body, but it still had side effects. It seemed he required at least 10 more days in meditation to fully recover his organs that were damaged from blade energy. After his servants cleaned him, they dressed him in a new robe, and the Lord walked over to another place. It was the underground floor of the palace. The Lord opened one of the 6 steel doors, and cold air seeped out from it. When the Lord lit the torch, it showed inside of the room that was created with cold stones, just like the underground treasure vault of the library. There was a table at the center that had cut arms and skins that was originally stored at the underground vault. Chun Yujong placed his hand over the preserved arm that was covered with blade markings and closed his eyes. He imagined the blade work over at the arm and clearly felt the power of blade skill that was used to create the damage. It was hard to imagine the formation itself, but he was able to sense one thing. It's very familiar from the blade will that I felt from him. Thinking of the man brought pain to his chest. There was a man that came out of nowhere, suddenly, when the Lord Chun Yujong was able to kill one of the powerful warriors from Blade God's 6 martial clan. The man was more powerful than the other 3. Chun Yujong was one of the top 5 warriors of Jianghu and the entry level of the Supreme Master level warrior, but he couldn't even stand for 10 formations. The man easily countered Sword Art of the Sky Demon without any special formation and injured him easily. It is not you. That was the last word he spoke to the Lord Chun Yujong. The Lord grabbed on the table and the table cracked. Thinking of the word that the man said raised him in rage. It wasn't sure what he meant, but it was enough to make him furious from embarrassment. It was then. Someone banged on the steel door. "Who is it?" "It's me, Marakim, my lord." "Okay, I will go up to the office." "Yes, my lord." Chun Yujong held back his emotion and got out of the room and went up to the lord's office above ground. Great Guardian, who was waiting outside the office, followed the lord in. The lord sat down on the lavish throne and raised his hand to order Great Guardian to report. Marakim then began to report everything that happened while investigating through the castle. The lord then asked, "What did you do with those?" Chun Yujong just said those, but Marakim understood immediately and lowered his voice. "We have disposed of porcelain bottles that we replaced from the hall at the Wager Peaks Creek. Did you make sure that no one will find it? We have cleaned all the bottles with water and shattered it before we threw it down on the creek, so there is no chance for that to happen, my lord." "Good work." "What were these bottles they were talking about?" "All bottles and foods at the party were not removed due to investigation. But it seemed Great Guardian Marakim had taken out bottles that contained liquors from the party and disposed of it. It was yesterday night when Yowon went ahead to the Demonic Academy for another enemy. The Lord ordered to quarantine forces of justice and seal the castle to block anyone from coming in and out of the castle. That's when Marakim came over to the Lord quietly with a bottle. "My lord, there seems to be something within the liquors in these bottles. Something." The Lord ordered one of the warriors from Guardians to drink it. The warrior, after drinking it, became numb and lost his conscience. The Lord and Great Guardian then found out this was the reason for hypnosis. "I will gather these and have Demon Doctor to analyze it." The Lord then shook his head at the Great Guardian. Then, "No, we don't need to do that. Gather these bottles and dispose it so no one will find it." "What?" The Great Guardian became confused. Chun Yujong then explained what he had thought up in that short moment. "This is a good thing. We will take up our hand in this alliance by using this incident." "Oh," Great Guardian gasped. He didn't think Chun Yujong will find a way to make this situation for their one good. The Lord had found a way to make a reason to oppress the Yulin clan, even through the alliance. We don't need to give them a chance to get away. There were even clan leaders from the cult who were hypnotized. If it was found out that liquors were poisoned, then Yulin clan was sure to blame for the cult for not examining through the liquors that were served in the party. But if the evidence was lost, then only evidence left was that the Yulin clan had allowed enemies to sneak into the cult's castle. "As you wish, my lord." This was how the bottles were replaced. Even if searching ensued through the night, liquors inside replaced bottles contained no poison, so there was no evidence to prove the Yulin clan's innocence. "Are doctors still investigating?" "Yes, my lord." "We should call them off now. This was on intention." The Lord had contained members from Yulin clan at the hall purposely so that they can see cults had investigated publicly in front of everyone. Yulin clan had 2 of 17 members and their strategist Jegal Sohai with them. This was why the Lord allowed Chun Yowon's request to investigate. This was to ensure no complaints being made for lack of investigation. Have doctors to return to their stations and imprison members from Yulin. "Huh!" The Lord closed his mouth as he heard someone approaching from outside the office. Soon, warriors who stood guard at the entrance shouted into the office. "My lord, the demon doctor awaits your permission to enter." "HM, Chapter 210, I will not forget this debt 5. He was about to order to have them stop, but since the doctor was here himself, then it seemed he was here to report that he couldn't find anything. "Good." The Lord nodded and ordered for the doctor to come in. Demon Dr. Beek Jongwoo then came up with a plate covered with white clothes and placed down on the ground and knelt. "My lord." "Welcome. How did the investigation go?" Demon Doctor then looked up and answered, "My lord, I have found out the evidence." "What?" Chun Yujong's eyebrow raised. What was the doctor thinking? He had ordered Marakim to dispose of every piece of evidence, so he was confused and couldn't hide his feeling at the report. Beek Jongwoo then took off the clothes over at the plate. There were glasses on the plate, and the Lord became shocked. Glass. He then realized what had happened. He only ordered bottles to be replaced as the situation was taking a quick turn, so he couldn't think deep, so he didn't imagine someone would find evidence on a glass. Luckily, glasses had nothing in it. There's nothing in there. Then it shouldn't be. Chun Yujong became frowned, and Beek Jongwoo pointed at the glass and explained. We have found remains of various mixtures such as opium poppies that can create illusions from the glass. Ugh. The Lord became wordless at frustration. It was a mistake for him to not order for the replacement of glasses, but this was surely a keen finding since there was nothing that was found from bottles. I should have told the doctor for the plan. The Lord regretted his choice. He had to talk to the doctor to disregard any evidence even if he finds one. It was an investigation being made in front of members of the Yulin clan, so the Lord thought it was better for the demon doctor to not know, to make the investigation look real. Demon Doctor thought the Lord was uncomfortable because of the incident itself, so he brought up another topic to ease the moment. But the Crown Prince did a good job in finding this evidence. What? Crown Prince found this? The Lord frowned at the report. Chun Yujong was already frustrated for his plan to fail after this finding. That boy. The Lord became wordless for a second and asked, "Is that the real reason for the illusion?" "Yes, my lord. Taking this substance will make you fall under an illusion. With a caster experienced in illusion, it is likely that it will happen, especially if it is used against ones with weaker internal energy. But what's concerning is that the amount in the glass isn't enough." As Beek Jongwoo explained further, the Lord became grimmer. It requires more amount for the effect, but liquors inside the bottle didn't have any problem. Crown Prince guesses that bottles might have been replaced, so he said he will go check the supply of the palace by himself to Great Guardian? Yes, my lord. Chun Yujong interrupted Beek Jongwoo before he can finish. Beek Jongwoo then realized Chun Yujong wasn't reacting to his expectation and found out something was strange and became silent. We have found out how these enemies used their illusion, so let our guests be freed. And for Crown Prince, have him stop the further investigation. As you wish, my lord. When the Great Guardian walked out of the office, Beek Jongwoo finally realized, the Lord knows about the poison already. The Lord narrowing his eyebrow was his distinct way of showing his emotion when things weren't going as he planned. So it was the Lord who disposed of the bottles. When Chun Yowen said he will check the supply of bottles, Beek Jongwoo said he will talk with the Lord to report on possible spies in the supply lines of the palace. But it seemed that wasn't necessary. And at the kitchen storage of the palace, Chun Yowon was checking on the bottles with the staff, but had to stop when Merakim appeared. Chun Yowon insisted that there might be spies, but Merakim stopped him and explained the plan that the Lord had made originally. He had planned it in that short moment. Yowon knew that the Lord was good at planning schemes, from experience of him being used as a bait when he was at the demonic cult. But it was surprising to see it again. But Yowon thought that the plan wasn't perfect. Did you know of this plan from the beginning? Merakim nodded at Yowon's question. He too thought that this plan will give the cult upper hand in their alliance with the Yulin clan, so he didn't find any problem. Then it must be you who took care of those bottles. Yes, it is, my prince. If it was me, I would not have disposed of all the bottles. Do you have some other plans that you think of? If we analyze the bottle, then we can prepare against the same poison at least. Ah, Merakim gasped with astonishment. He even thought about after. If they did analyze the poison, as Yowon just said, they could have prepared themselves to defend against such a hypnotic attack. Merakim was ashamed for the plan to go fail, but he now changed his thought that it was lucky that Yowon had found small remainings of the poison. It's just my thought. I'll be on my way then. Yowon placed down the bottle and walked out, and Merakim looked at Yowon. Ah, people from Yulin clan became relieved. They were worried that their innocence will not be proven, but they were freed as their suspicion was freed from charges with the evidence of them being hypnotized was found. Haha, it's good that our suspicion is lifted. Pung Chunwon spoke, and M. Ouyang Kang nodded. He spoke in discomfort. HMPH. It's good, but it's probably because they can't undo the alliance for their safety either. They can't fight against us now. Maybe that's why they decided to let us go. You have a point. They were against the worst enemy called Blade God's Six Martial Clan, so they couldn't bear to fight against each other. Moyang Kang believed that no harm will come to them in such situation, but Jegal Sohai had a different opinion. No. The cult could have taken upper hand with our alliance because of his incident. If they are taking back a step like this was due to Chun Yowan's help. If he didn't solve the mystery behind hypnosis, then Yulin clan could have been in difficult shoes. Crown Prince Chun Yowan. Starting from herself, creating problems under hypnosis, Chun Yowan was a sole person who stopped the party to celebrate the alliance to become a bloodbath. He had chosen a greater good. I didn't expect to find such person in the cult. It wasn't Yowan's intention, but Jegal Sohai was greatly astounded by Yowan's action. She then thought Yowan was also very intelligent. The cult could have taken the upper hand, but they rather gave us a debt that we will have to repay. Maybe he is the real person that we should be wary of. Although her thought was derived from her misunderstanding of intention, Jegal Sohai, second strategist of the Yulin clan, now paid the most attention to Crown Prince Chun Yowan. I will not forget this debt, Crown Prince Chun Yowan. Chapter 211. Increase your forces 1. It was now 3 days after the incident at the party. Demon Justice Alliance was officially made and was declared to all cultists of the castle. Its reason was to fight against Blade God 6 martial clan. But cultists who had fought against forces of justice for a long time were not very happy at the alliance. The people from forces of justice, who were originally planned to stay for at least 5 more days, sensed this uneasiness and quickly left the castle on the second day morning. But the real reason behind it was different. We might have a spy among our clan. It was because of Jegal Sohai's claim. 2 leaders didn't believe it easily at first. It was hard to agree that there were spies among the 17 leaders who led the Yulin clan itself. But she began explaining from the day of her kidnapping and all parts that were suspicious. And leaders and members of the Yulin clan realized something was suspicious and decided to return. This is an invitation from our leader. Jegal Sohai gave the demonic cult an official invitation from the leader of Yulin clan to the Yulin competition that will be held on the new year and left. After they have left, demonic cult was now coming into a new era. At midnight, guest house of the Ghost Illusion clan's mansion. There were Yin Moha, Huanyi, Ko Wanger, Mun Ku, Hu Bong, Sama Chak, and Bakki gathered to have a meeting. The atmosphere that was happy from Chun Yowan becoming crown prince had turned more serious. Hu Bong was talking about something uncomfortably. I mean, it's weird, isn't it? The Lord's palace notified everything else and only left out my master becoming crown prince. Everyone didn't say anything, but their faces showed how uncomfortable they were from it too. There had been an official announcement that was made in the afternoon about what happened at the party. The Lord Chun Yuzhong announced various things in front of all cultists who gathered at the courtyard outside the palace, but he didn't say anything about Chun Yowan becoming the crown prince. It was known to all clan leaders already, so the rumor was spreading fast, but it wasn't normal for such announcement to be skipped either. Is it only me? Am I the only one who's uncomfortable with this? Ko Wanger then spoke. Hu Bong has a point. Master, something is weird here. Everyone was be careful of what they were saying, as they were talking about the announcement made by the Lord of the demonic cult himself. But people began to show their frustration, followed by Hu Bong. I'm sure the announcement made by the Lord's palace is the announcement that should talk about important issues that were made from the Great Hall meeting. If the Crown Prince coronation is left out in that, Sama Chak couldn't continue on to his next word. Someone else brought up the word instead. Are you worried that the Lord might have changed his mind? Elder Huan. Why I spoke. Ko Wanger and Hu Bong guessed that might be the case, but didn't spoke, so Chun Yowan might not become concerned, but Huan didn't stop. Huan was always direct in the way he spoke. Us elders share the same thought with you all. Are you not? Huan asked, and Yin Moha, who was without her mask to look old, nodded simply. All 3 elders who sided with Yowan were also confused by the announcement. Competition and approvals, we had done all that required. Is it something that can be overturned just because the Lord doesn't like it? Bakki became curious and asked. Huan answered. I'm not sure. I have never heard of such a case before, but if that is the Lord's decision and without 6 clans to go against the decision, I don't see why not. Members became grim at Ainz's guess. In the past, all princes were from one of 6 clans, so there was no way for the decision to be overthrown even if the Lord didn't like the outcome. But Yowon wasn't from any of 6 clans. Then if there aren't any objections, then the Lord can always take back what he decided. Yowon spoke out for the first time. Everyone turned to him, but he didn't seem to show any emotion. He was just hearing it as if he wasn't involved in all this. Ainz looked at Yowon and spoke with serious look. I was going to say this later, but I guess I should just tell you now. What is it? After you killed Mu Jinwon, I tried to come in contact with the remaining forces of the Wise clan to have them come into our forces. Yowon knew this. Ainz thought getting rid of the remaining forces of the Wise clan might weaken the demonic cult itself, so he advised them to join. Yowon also agreed with Ainz's plan and had him take care of it. But starting yesterday night, the Wise clan's mansion is completely empty. Empty. Yowon became surprised at the word. If there had been any problem, then it should have spread quickly through the castle of what happened. Yowon asked. Did 4 clans moved on themselves? As much as Yowon's group wanted them, 4 clans wanted remaining warriors from Wise clan too. Half is true and half is not. Then, the Lord's palace made a move. Chapter 212, Increase your forces too. Lord's palace, there were 2 forces within the inner castle. One force was warriors from Guardians, and one was warriors under the Lord's palace itself. Warriors from Guardians were led by 3 Guardians, and warriors at the Lord's palace were the Lord's direct forces. Half were observed into the Sword clan, and half are appointed at the Blade clan. Yowon and others frowned. If what Ainz said was true, then the Lord himself had given power to the Sword and Blade clans. If the Lord's palace made a move, it was reasonable to have these remaining forces to be appointed at Yowon, who had killed the leader of the Wise clan, but this was unexpected to say the least. This is an apparent sign of oppression against us. Sama Chak spoke with a raised voice. All members who only thought 6 clans as their enemy were shocked and confused by the Lord's decision. How can the Lord do this? Mun-ku bit her lips and looked at Yowon. She was shocked and angry at the same time, so it was hard to imagine how angry Yowon might be. But Yowon was thinking differently. No, this isn't just oppression, it's balancing. What? The Lord that Yowon knew was one who always acted for his own benefit. If he wanted to oppress Yowon, then Yowon would not have been appointed as the crown prince from the beginning. But he did, and the tide began to turn toward Yowon. He is strengthening 2 clans to oppose me to make balance. The reason why he didn't announce me as a crown prince is, it was a way to show that 4 clans still had the chance. By saying that Yowon might lose his place as a crown prince, the Lord gave hope to the 4 clans and raised their morale to fight against Yowon. He is making 4 clans fight against me. The morale only occurred when the enemy seemed to have a chance to be defeated. The Lord then showed that he didn't accept Yowon as a crown prince. Yowon was still only a piece in his chess game. You have a good understanding of the Lord. Ainz and Yin Moha knew this very well. Yujong was a cold-hearted person. He had no interest in family or relationships, and he considered everything as a piece in his chess to grip on the power of his throne. The Lord is not our ally. What should we do now? The atmosphere became grimmer as they realized the Lord's intention. After a long silence, Yowon got up and looked at each member with their eyes and spoke. I want to ask each and every one of you here. If there is something that happens, will you still trust me and follow me to the end? Everyone became shocked at what Yowon had said as they quickly realized what he was talking about. Yowon was asking them that if he was to move against the Lord, will they trust and follow him? People gathered here pledged allegiance to Yowon, but this didn't mean that they will turn their back to the Lord, who was the demonic cult itself. A lot of things in our cult is wrong. I want to bring our cult back to the original times when our founding father Chun Ma had created our cult. Even if that requires me to fight against the current cult. Yowon took a deep breath after that and spoke. Trust me and follow me to the end. Yowon bowed. Everyone had lost their words at Yowan's determined look. Master had decided. He will not hesitate on fighting against the Lord. After some silence, someone shot up from his seat and bowed at Yowan. It was Hubong. "What are you talking about? I, Hubong, will always follow you no matter what path you take, Master." Hubong had decided to follow Chun Yowan no matter what. This became a signal to others. Kowanger then got up and bowed. "I'm the same as Hubong. A man does not change his oath. Even if the path lies ahead is filled with thorns that will make me bleed, I will follow you to the end." And with that, others began to get up from their seat. 2 elders also got up. They all bowed at Yowan and swore an oath of allegiance again. "We will follow the Lord no matter what happens." Yowan clenched on his fist. It was possible that Chun, Yowan might even have to fight against the mighty lord of the demonic cult himself. So he was ready for anyone to leave at the moment. But everyone had said they will follow Yowan to the end. And by the announcement made by the Lord's palace, Yowan and his members were able to build a stronger bond. And after the heat of the determination settled, Yowan took back all the plans he had made to fight against the 6 clans. With the Lord giving power to 4 clans, we have to act accordingly. "Do you have a plan ready?" Huanyi asked, and Yowan spoke. "He tries to keep the balance, so we will break the balance instead." Yowan then turned to Mun Ku. At the mansion of the Demon Dragon clan, located at the northwestern corner of the demonic castle. The mansion was equally giant and grand, just like that of 6 clans. Someone ran across the courtyard inside the gate and ran to the clan leader's office. The man then shouted to report. "Elder." "It's me, Busong." "What is it?" "Crown Prince is here to see you." "What?" 8th Elder Mun Yun became shocked and burst out of his office. Chapter 213. Increase your forces 3. The guest house of the Demon Dragon clan's mansion became busy to greet the sudden guest. It was not just any guest, but the Crown Prince, so they couldn't just greet him as it is. As the guest house was being prepared, Mun Ku was guiding the group into the large courtyard's garden at the mansion. Mun Yun, an old man, had a hobby to look after the garden, so it was beautifully cared for and decorated. "I don't know anything about gardening, but this is amazing." Hubong spoke astoundingly. The garden inside the Demon Dragon clan's mansion was the most beautiful within the demonic cult's castle. He. Isn't it? Mun Ku seemed proud of showing her home's garden to his members. Members who came to the mansion along with Chun Yowan and Mun Ku was Yin Moha, Hubong, and Bakki. Where were others then? They were at other places for their own plans. Chun Yowan said they had to increase their forces, so Huanyi and Sama went together to meet the 6th Elder and clan leader of Elusive Dream Clan, Mongo. Would it work? I heard Elder Sama is a close friend to the 6th Elder and even graduated from the same demonic academy. You can't do everything by yourself, so we'll persuade the 6th Elder. Ko Wanger and Sama Chak then gave a list of clans that didn't side with any remaining 4 clans from Huanyi to visit them to join their forces. Ko Wanger took most of the list and tried to take Hubong with him, but Hubong insisted on following Chun Yowan this time around. "Take Bakki with you, Master. Will 2 of you enough? It's okay. Ha ha ha. Show off. HMPH. Please take good care of our master, Bakki." Ko Wanger and Bakki were always arguing against each other as they considered each other as rivals, so Ko Wanger was made to go with Sama Chak. And Mun Ku was guiding them through the garden when Mun Yun himself came over to take them. He was an old man with white hair and a noble aura to him that looked as if he was a great philosopher or something. He was also very well built and tall. 8th Elder Mun Yun greets the Crown Prince. Mun Yun bowed politely, and Yowan also bowed back. "Greetings, 8th Elder." They didn't meet each other for the first time. They saw each other at the great meeting and also saw each other on the feast. But both times there was a huge incident that happened, so Mun Yun had very strong impression of Yowan. She's still on a mask. Mun Yun then turned to Mun Ku. Since they were out of the academy, she was suggested to take off her mask, but she was embarrassed by her members as they did not know she was a woman and did not take off her mask yet. But she couldn't do that for too long either. Mun Ku realized Mun Yun's eyes and looked away. Mun Yun then turned back to Yowon. I will guide you into the guest house, my prince. You could have just sent your servant. Thank you for your kindness. I have a valuable guest at my home. It is a must. Please come this way. Mun Yun then led the group into the guest house. As they were out from the garden and on the way to the guest house, Busong, the guard at the gate, quickly ran over to Mun Yun. It seemed they had another guest. Elder? What is it? Mun Yun asked. There is third, fourth elder and Prince Chun Mukiam waiting to see you right now. What? Mun Yun frowned. Why did members from 4 clans come while Crown Prince Chun Yowon was here? Chun Yowon was here first, but it was a frustrating situation. Even if he wasn't a crown prince, Chun Mukiam was also a prince of the cult. It's a name that I didn't hear for a long time. Yowon did not see him ever since he entered the closed room training at the demonic cult. He heard that Chun Mukiam had failed on the 5th test. To see him visiting here at this time, it seemed that they too likely shared the same purpose that Yowon had in coming here. But he was only a guest at this house. Mun Yun became hesitant as he knew the relationship between Crown Prince and the other 4 clans, and Yowon smiled. Please don't mind about me. Thank you, Crown Prince. With Chun Yowon's permission, Mun Yun allowed other guests to be taken into another guest house and proceeded on taking Yowon to the guest house. At front of the building, there was a small garden and a pond, and a gazebo was placed. On it, there was a round table filled with desserts and tea. It is amazing. I heard you are master gardener, and it seems that wasn't just words. Yowon spoke, astounded at the view. Mun Yun laughed and answered. Haha, it is only a hobby, but thank you for your sincere compliments. I have prepared some tea and desserts. Let's talk while we enjoy it. Thank you. Yowon and his members then got up to the gazebo with Mun Yun. The table had full of various snacks and fruits. Oh, it's going to be okay this time. Hubong smiled. There had been incidents on every visit to elders, so Hubong was concerned until now. But they had Mun Ku this time, and it seemed to be going well. Oh, and last time I heard Elder Sama was trying to force the marriage of his daughter to my master. I hope that doesn't happen again here. Hubong heard that the leader of Demon Dragon also had a granddaughter. Mun Ku said he had a twin sibling, so Hubong thought that would be the granddaughter. As Mun Yun clapped, servants came over to pour hot tea on the teacup. Then shall we? But before Mun Yun could finish, a small door at the gate into the guest house's yard became noisy. Why you shouldn't do this? There are other guests. Move out of the way. It is an emergency. Servants were trying to stop a man who was trying to walk in, but they pushed servants out and came in forcefully. Mun Yun frowned. It was 3rd Elder Bu Charyong, 4th Elder Ya King and Prince Chun Mukiam. They were being guided into another building, then turned and walked in. They seemed relieved as they walked in. We're not late. They were worried if the meeting had almost been decided. But from what they can see, it seemed Chun Yowon and his members just sat down. What a coincidence. Chapter 214. Increase your forces, 4. They were actually here to persuade the Demon Dragon clan to join their forces. But they found out that Chun Yowon was here for the same purpose, so they knew it was rude to do such a thing. But they burst in before even the Demon Dragon clan fell into the hands of Chun Yowon. Please excuse us, Crown Prince. Chun Yowon coldly eyed 3rd Elder and others, and nodded. I am sorry. Mun Yun bowed and walked over to the elders. Mun Yun bowed and said, Greetings, elders and Prince Chun. 3 of them then tried to bow back, but Mun Yun went straight into his complaints. I ask 3 of you to wait while I tend to another guest. What is up with such rudeness? 3rd Elder Bu Charyong then spoke nonchalantly to his frustration. We heard the Crown Prince was here, so I thought it was a must for us to pay proper respect rather than just walk by. To the Crown Prince? Mun Yun became dumbfounded at the unexpected words. The Crown Prince was a number 2 in rank within the demonic cult. If these elders claimed that they were here to say greetings to the Crown Prince, then Mun Yun had no words to blame them for the rudeness. May we pay our respect to the Crown Prince then? You may. Mun Yun reluctantly allowed them, and 2 elders and Chun Mukiam came over to the gazebo. 2 elders had come to say greetings to the Crown Prince. Greetings. Chun Yowon looked coldly and nodded. 2 elders then bowed to Chun Yowon. Third elder, Bu Charyang greets the crown prince. Fourth elder, Ya Kinkeng greets the crown prince. Chun Mukiam was the last to bow, but he frowned as he bowed. It seemed like he was very reluctant in showing respect to Chun Yowan. Their position had turned upside down in a few years. Greetings, crown prince. Chun Yowan ignored Chun Mukiam and bowed to the two elders. Damn it. Chun Mukiam became angry, but he couldn't show his anger. It was ironic that two sides who opposed each other were bowing against each other, but this was another form of war. Bu Charyang then spoke. I didn't know Crown Prince had business with Elder Mun. I had to talk with him. I see, we also had to hear his response. Response, Chun Yowan became surprised. If it was a response, then it meant they had already talked with Mun Yun already. He tried to send them back, but this made Yowan to become curious. But Mun Yun didn't seem to recognize what he was saying. What are you talking about? Ya Kinkeng then spoke uncomfortably. This is frustrating. We already sent you our messenger. Did you forget it already? Mun Ku became surprised and looked at Mun Yun. Mun Yun frowned. No, didn't you say you will give a good thought? Mun Yun was dumbfounded. He didn't think it was right to outright refuse to the messenger that was sent from the loyal clan. So he said he'll think about it, but he didn't imagine they would interpret it as a positive answer. Bu Charyang then continued. Well, that's why Prince Chun Mukiam is here to see the granddaughter of Elder Mun himself. Chun Mukiam then bowed toward Mun Yun. It seemed that the two elders had planned to force this already. Mun Yun was frustrated on what to say in front of Chun Mukiam, son of the Lord. He couldn't outright refuse either. What should I do with this? Chun Yowan was here to form a group with the Demon Dragon clan. But if he answered to the other elders that he will think about it in a positive way, then it would show that he would be trying to side with both forces. Eighth elder, you better choose your side well. Bu Charyang smiled. This wasn't a simple proposal. Chun Yowan only wanted Mun Yun as his member, but the elders were proposing to form a family tie. Chun Yowan then spoke. Elder Mun. Yes, Crown Prince. Isn't the opinion of the person getting married also important? Mun Yun then brightened up after realizing the intention of Yowan's question and agreed. Of course. I respect her decision. They were trying to get away from the situation by giving decision to someone else. But the elders did not give up easily. Ya Kinkeng spoke. Good. Then why don't we call Elder Mun's granddaughter here to meet our Prince Chun? Then we will see the decision. Ya Kinkeng thought the situation was going to turn the tides toward them with this. It was likely that no woman would outright refuse to marry the son of the Lord. You are digging your own trap, eighth elder, Crown Prince, and to those elders someone walked up. It was Mun Ku, who had been sitting next to Chun Yowan. Mun Ku? Why is he coming out? When Mun Ku got up, Chun Mukiam became surprised. He had contacted Mun Ku to bring him into his fold multiple times back at the Demonic Academy, so Mukiam knew Mun Ku very well. Mun Ku, why are you? That's when Mun Ku grabbed the bottom of her chin and pulled. Everyone became shocked at the skin that was pulled off. Skin? Is that the skin mask? Yowan's members who did not know Mun Ku's true identity, including two elders and Chun Mukiam, all gasped in shock. What? How can this be? Smooth white face with shiny eyes. Small pinkish lips with crescent eyes. Her beautiful face was revealed. Mun Ku, now fully ripe in her age, had grown into a beautiful woman. Mun Ku bowed toward two elders and Chun Mukiam. Greetings, elders and prince. I am the granddaughter of Elder Mun Yun, Mun Ku. Chapter 215. Increase your forces 5. It was just a simple action of taking off the mask, but the effect was enough to shock everyone at the guest house. Even Baki, who was almost emotionless, became shocked and was dumbfounded. Hubong's mouth was open large in his shock. Am I dreaming? Of course he wasn't. Hubong then thought of many events in the past where he stripped naked and walked proudly in front of Mun Ku and all other events. Hubong became pale. Nu-woo-woo-woo-woo. Hubong covered his face and looked away. Chun Mukiam was also shocked by the unexpected identity of Mun Ku. So he was actually she. He didn't imagine a stupid face hiding such beautiful woman underneath the mask. Mun Ku's beauty even made him become astonished. But the problem of this event was elsewhere. God damn it. Chun Mukiam had tried hard to have other members from the high-ranking clans join him, just like other princes. Chun Mukiam did not act aggressively like Chun Yuchen from the Blade clan, but he was arrogant in his nature, so he even threatened Mun Ku to join him once. Well, if you are so persistent on not joining me, I promise you that if I become crown prince, I will remove the name of Demon Dragon Clan from the face of the cult. If you don't care about that, then keep on with your neutral stance. Chun Mukiam said that, and just proposed to the person whom he threatened in such a way. He couldn't even look at Mun Ku from embarrassment. Skin mask. Bu Charyong was surprised by her identity and her beauty. Mun Ku's beauty was enough to be appointed as the new top 3 beautiful women in all of Yulin. If this wasn't a place to have Chun Mukiam marry, it tempted him to take her as his concubine. It's tempting, but he wasn't a fool to follow his temptation. He was an elder, and he knew what to prioritize. Having a skin mask doesn't change the fact that she's a granddaughter of Elder Mun. Bu Charyong did not know what Chun Mukiam did in the past at the academy, so he continued. I didn't think such beautiful woman would hide her face under a mask. I guess I would have my granddaughter do the same if she was as beautiful as you. Ha ha ha. Bu Charyong laughed to ease the atmosphere. Ya Qinkeng also complimented Mun Ku's beauty and spoke. Our Prince Chun is a lucky man to marry such beautiful woman. You, uncle? Chun Mukiam became embarrassed. Ya Qinkeng did not know Mukiam's thoughts, so he asked Mun Ku with a smile. Well, since you have heard about what was going on, it is better you tell us your decision. Will you accept Prince Chun's proposal? Mun Ku then smiled and turned to Chun Mukiam. Well, looking at Prince Chun Mukiam reminds me of what he told me back in the academy. Oh, so you two knew each other. That's good then. Ya Qinkeng brightened up, thinking something was going to work well, but his excitement was shattered by Mun Ku's next words. Prince Chun Mukiam once told me that he will erase the name of the Demon Dragon clan from the face of the cult if he becomes the crown prince. Well, fortunately he isn't the crown prince, so our clan is safe. Phew. Wah. Ya Qinkeng's face turned grim. Ah, Chun Mukiam became grim and looked down. He didn't imagine the thoughtless words that he blurted out would come around to take him down. Mun Yun's face scowled instantly. Erase my clan, you said? And no, I meant, even if Chun Mukiam was from the loyal clan, one of the 6 clans, this was too much of a threat. Even if it was the loyal clan, it required heavy casualties if they were to fight the Demon Dragon clan. What have you done? Ya Qinkeng spoke to Chun Mukiam through telepathic message. There was nothing to say to that. Ya Qinkeng then decided he had to take care of what had already happened and tried to explain to Mun Yun. Elder Mun, I think our prince made a mistake in the past. He was young, so. Mistake? Do you think that is enough explanation for such a threat? It seemed like the 8th elder wasn't going to let this go easily. He wasn't a type to lose his temper, but he became furious after hearing that his beloved granddaughter was threatened with the Demon Dragon clan as a hostage. Elder Mun, will you really try to fight us? If you want to erase our name, I guess I am left with no choice. Ha! Ya Qinkeng, who tried to explain, also frowned. He had become angry at the 8th elder, who was a lower rank than him, being this rude. With 2 powerful warriors at the superior master level unleashing their energy, the gazebo started shaking with power. Then 3rd Elder Bu Charyong sighed and jumped in. Ugh, enough. 2 of you, put aside your anger. Do you think you would put your anger aside if you heard the same? Mun Yun roared angrily, and Bu Charyong responded. I understand how you feel, 8th Elder. But what if the threat that Prince Chun made was only when he was only a cadet? And do you think there is a clan who can fight against the Demon Dragon clan so easily? Chapter 216. Increase your forces, 6. HMPH? Bu Charyong spoke highly of the Demon Dragon clan intentionally, and Mun Yun became somewhat less angered. Chun Mukiam might have become angry at the comment, but talking lowly of him was the only way to make Mun Yun feel better. HMPH. I want to keep this for later, but... Bu Charyong then took out something from his pocket. It was a deep orange tag that had a certain symbol on it. I heard that 8th elder has been looking for a good doctor for the past few years. That's... He tried hard to make everything going on in his clan as a secret, but he couldn't hide the fact that he was looking for a doctor. Mun Ku's twin brother Mun Yu was born as a mentally ill child. Mun Yun searched for every doctor possible to tend to Mun Yu and even asked around to see if he could locate the rumored godly doctor. This tag will let you meet the godly doctor himself. What? Mun Yun's eyes shook. The tag that would lead him to the godly doctor that he was searching for a long time tempted him. Fortunately, I found this from the Wise clan's mansion. This tag actually belonged to Lady Mu. But when she and Mu Jinwan died, the Lord allowed the Sword and Blade clan to take what remained within the Wise clan, and that's when Bu Charyang found this. You will be tempted by this, Elder Mun. This tag was surely a treasure, but if this can bring the 8th Elder and the Demon Dragon clan into their fold, it would serve its purpose. If Prince Chun Mukiam marries your granddaughter, I will give this to you as a gift. That tag as a gift. I never lie. And why would 3rd Elder give such a precious gift? Mun Yun was confused. He knew that the 4 clans would want to have the Demon Dragon clan join them, but Chun Mukiam was from the loyal clan. It was strange that the Blade clan was willing to give such a precious treasure for it. There's something more important. Bu Charyang then pointed at Chun Mukiam and smiled. I didn't tell you before, but Prince Chun Mukiam is appointed as the formal successor to all of our 4 elders. Formal? Successor? Chun Yowan raised his eyebrow. He knew what Bu Charyang was talking about. So, 4 clans are forming an alliance. Chun Yowan's guess was accurate. The 4 clans had not thought about siding with one another until recently. But after Yowan became crown prince and killed Mu Jinwan and powerful warriors from the Blade God's 6 martial clan, they felt it wasn't going to be easy to fight against Chun Yowan. We cannot let this go on. That's when the Lord gave them hope. Hope that maybe there was a chance for the crown prince to be changed. If they were saying Chun Mukiam was their formal successor, then it meant that they were trying to make him the crown prince. So they won't go down easily then. Yowan looked at them coldly. He knew that it wasn't going to be easy, but if these 4 clans were to form an alliance, this meant that the fight was going to become much harder. Elder Mun might choose them. Yowan looked Mun Yun worriedly. Yowan's concern was right. 4 clans are siding with Prince Chun Mukiam then. Mun Yun became confused. They just showed their plan to him. They are asking me to choose sides. Mun Yun was frustrated. One side was the crown prince that his granddaughter had pledged allegiance to, and another side was one who had way to heal his grandson Mun Yu and had strong forces probably enough to change the crown prince. The tide began to change. Ku, I'm sorry. Mun Yun then looked over to Mun Ku with an apologetic look. He couldn't throw away the temptation that maybe he had a chance to heal Mun Yu. And to Bu Charyang's ears, Ya King sent telepathic message, 3rd Elder. What a great plan. Ha ha ha. This is what you call politics. If you know what the target wants, then you give him what he wants to get what you want in return. I see. I learned something new from you, Elder Bu. Chun Yowan wanted an allegiance without any payment now, but they had brought what Mun Yun might want the most. This fight was already over when it started considering with that. Crown Prince, we have won this round. Ha 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 ha. And to the hesitant Mun Yun, Bu Charyang spoke to finish tying the knot. Elder Mun, will you accept our proposal to have Prince Chun Mukiam marry your granddaughter? Aye. Mun Yun became silent for a while and tried to speak. That's when Mun Ku, who had been watching them speak silently, ran over to Chun Yowan and grabbed Yowan's arm and shouted with blushed look. Huh, I am already the crown prince's woman? Everyone down in the yard frowned. Chun Yowan also became shocked. She wasn't lying as she was a servant of Chun Yowan's, but that way of speaking was enough to bring confusion. And Mun Yun, who was almost set on deciding to allow Chun Mukiam to marry Mun Ku, became dumbfounded and looked at his granddaughter and Chun Yowan. See Crown Prince? Chapter 217. Increase your forces, 7. The shocking claims silenced the gazebo and around for a long time. Hubong and Bakki also became so shocked and looked at Yowan. They didn't say anything, but their expression explained it all. Master, since when did you even? You are fast. Chun Yo-won was also very shocked. This way of speaking would surely make everyone confused. I'm sorry. I couldn't think of any other way. Yo-won then looked at Mun-ku. She looked up to Yo-won with teary eyes. She looked like a fawn in fear, shaking, so Yo-won blushed and looked away. She did it on purpose. Mun-ku did this to make her grandfather not take up the proposal. She had no choice as she couldn't let her grandfather make her marry Chun Mukiam. But this also brought another effect that no one expected. Chun Mukiam's face reddened as he gritted his teeth. He couldn't say anything as he had made a mistake in the past, but he fell in love at first sight when he saw Mun-ku. He was actually looking forward to marrying such a beautiful woman like Mun-ku and became furious by the action. Chun Yo-won found Mukiam in such state and became surprised. He then patted Mun-ku's head. Ah. Mun-ku was concerned that Yo-won might be angry at her action, but became relieved and blushed further as Yo-won patted her. That bastard is taking what belongs to me again. With that, Mukiam became furious from jealousy. He thought that the death of his mother, Lady Ya, was due to Chun Yo-won, so his hatred toward Chun Yo-won was already great. But the elders had warned him, and he knew that he was no match against Chun Yo-won, so he didn't think about fighting Yo-won. But the sight made him imagine that Yo-won had maybe slept with Mun-ku already made him lose control over his temper. That's when Yo-won smiled. You dare to laugh. It was then. A sharp sword flashed up to Mukiam's neck and threatened him. Ugh. Chun Mukiam became shocked and saw the one who was pointing the sword at his neck. It was the 10th elder, Yin Moha. She had been standing behind Yo-won like a guard, but she quickly withdrew her sword and charged down at Chun Mukiam when she sensed Mukiam's intent to attack. How dare a mere guard point a sword at the prince? Ya King roared at Yin Moha. None of them recognized her who had become younger by going through the body reconstruction. A mere guard? Yin Moha was acting as a mere guard, so she spoke casually. He had the intent to attack the crown prince. Everyone had realized Chun Mukiam's intention and his hostile energy rising up. Such action was an act of treason as Chun Yo-won was formal successor to the throne. No, I told him to hold back. Ya King frowned. He knew very well that Chun Mukiam hated Chun Yo-won for death of Ya King's sister, Lady Ya. That's why when they heard Chun Yo-won was at the Demon Dragon clan's mansion, he told Mukiam to hold back his anger and stay calm. Chun Yo-won was a crown prince, so 2 elders tried hard to give no such reason to be struck down, and Mukiam made a mistake. We have to stop it. The only possible candidate who was normal was Chun Mukiam. That's why he was appointed as the formal successor to the 4 clans. From what Yo-won had done to other princes, there was no way Yo-won would let this go lightly. Crown. But not all things went as they planned. Put down your sword now. Stay still. You have threatened the crown prince. How dare you order me around? Chun Mukiam, who was already mad, tried to strike down Yin Moha's sword. Chun Mukiam, who was at the super master level, knew he couldn't fight against elders or Chun Yo-won, but he didn't fear any others. Mukiam then brought up 80% of his energy to strike the sword. Huh. But the sword didn't even budge as if it was a 1,000-ton boulder. What are you? Egg? You? Mukiam then shouted frantically as the sword poked into his neck. It seemed like she was going to kill him without hesitation. No, the crown prince will not let this one go. Bu Charyong thought he had to stop Chun Mukiam from being killed. Chun Yo-won killed Mu Jinwon just because he had threatened him even when the Lord was present. Bu Charyong knelt down on his knee and bowed. Crown Prince. I understand you are angry, but he is still your brother with a different mother. Please forgive his mistake. Ya King, who was also quick on his thinking, knelt down and shouted, Please forgive him. They had to allow Chun Mukiam to stay alive. 2 high-ranked elders knelt to ask for forgiveness. They had thrown away all of their pride, but Yo-won ordered coldly, Kill him. Yes, my prince. Yin Moha then tried to push in her sword. Bu Charyong then charged out like lightning and smacked Yin Moha's sword with his blade. Arg. My neck. It made the tip of Yin Moha's sword slightly rip Mukiam's neck, and Mukiam quickly jumped back. Yin Moha tried to attack Mukiam, but Bu Charyong got in the way. Stop. Ha. Two superior master-level warriors then collided against each other. Bu Charyong, who figured Yin Moha wasn't just a mere guard, became shocked. How can a mere guard can be this strong? His hand that grabbed the blade shook every time it collided with the sword. He thought he would be stronger, but he was wrong. After 3 formations, 2 of them backed away from each other. No, it was actually the third elder who returned with sweat running from his forehead. What is this woman? How is she a mere guard with such power? After exchanging 3 formations, Bu Charyong was certain that she wasn't just a guard. This woman was either at the superior master level or even higher. That's when something happened. "See, Crown Prince, stop!" Ya King shouted and Bu Charyong turned. What? Chun Yowon was next to Chun Mukiam, with his white dragon blade aiming at Chun Mukiam's neck. Mukiam was pale in his frozen state from fear. Ugh! If Chun Yowon moved slightly, he was going to kill him. Is he really going to kill me? It wasn't like when it was from the Demonic Academy. I guess you have no respect for my orders. Chun Yowon spoke coldly. 2 elders couldn't object to the Crown Prince as they were angry from being threatened. What should we do? The elders then regretted their choices. They now thought that maybe they should have given up on the Demon Dragon clan when they heard Yowon was here already. Chun Yowon raised his blade to cut down Mukiam's neck, and Bu Charyong shouted, "See, Crown Prince, please stop." Yowon's blade stopped in midair. Mukiam's face became pale from fear and trembled helplessly. Bu Charyong spoke. "We give up on the marriage. If you want something more, we will give it to you." He was now only intent on saving Mukiam. If Mukiam, the only one who was unharmed, was to die, then there were no more candidates to push to become Crown Prince. Yowon smiled and said, "Give me the tag that will allow me to meet the godly doctor." Damn it, I knew it. Bu Charyong frowned, but he had no choice. He had to let Chun Mukiam stay alive at all costs. "Here it is. Please have mercy on us." Bu Charyong bowed as he handed over the tag to Yowon. Yowon took the tag and spoke. "Well, was it politics require finding out what the target wants, and you will get what you want if you give it to the target?" Bu Charyong's eyes shook as if his eyes were having an earthquake. Those were the words that he spoke to the 4th elder through telepathic message. And when he looked up and saw Chun Yowon, Yowon mumbled, "But this tag isn't enough." "What?" And there was no time to stop. Yowon's white dragon blade flashed and shot past Chun Mukiam's right shoulder. Chun Mukiam's right arm dropped to the ground. Chapter 218. Increase your forces 8. My arm, my arm. Chun Mukiam, who was relieved that he might be spared, screamed in pain from the area where his right arm had been cut off. No, Bu Charyong grimaced with shock. He thought Yowon would let Mukiam go, as Yowon had gotten all he wanted, but it was false hope. Yowon wasn't that foolish. He did it on purpose. Because he knows that we are trying to make Chun Mukiam the new Crown Prince. He couldn't believe that Chun Yowon had made such a decision in such a short moment. With this, Chun Mukiam now had lost all value for their purpose. Bu Charyong truly feared Chun Yowon. We have no choice. They had no way to raise any objections. Yowon could have killed Chun Mukiam on the spot, so letting Mukiam live, even after cutting an arm, was still an act of mercy. Yowon spoke to them coldly. "Do you have a problem?" They knew what Yowon's question meant. Ya King quickly pressed on Chun Mukiam's blood points to stop him from bleeding and held back his anger. "No, my prince. Thank you for your mercy." Unlike Bu Charyong, Ya King just saw his nephew getting his arm cut, but he held back his anger. Of course, if he didn't hold it back, then they had to fight against Chun Yowon for their lives. The elders weren't fools. "We have to tend to Prince Chun, so we'll be on our way now." Of course, they had different thoughts in their mind. "We aren't finished yet, Crown Prince." 2 elders bowed to Chun Yowon and Mun Yun and took Chun Mukiam out of the mansion. After they left, Yowon apologized to Mun Yun on shedding blood at the home of the Demon Dragon clan and gave the orange tag as a gift. "I hope this serves you for your purpose." "Oh." Mun Yun became so thankful for the tag. He so badly wanted to heal his grandson. Mun Yun got down on his knee and bowed. "Thank you, Crown Prince, for such a precious gift." "No, please. We haven't even met the godly doctor yet. You don't need to thank me. You are a lifesaver to our demon dragon clan. How can I not be thankful? Please stand. Yowan smiled and offered Mun Yun to get up. Yowan became soft and hospitable, very different from cold-hearted state he showed while cutting down Nukium's arm. He is such a great man. Mun Yun was touched by Yowan's action. Mun Yun already knew why Yowan had visited the demon dragon clan. You are better in choosing a person than me. Mun Yun then looked at Mun Ku with warm eyes. He was ashamed that he was once tempted for a chance to heal his grandson. He wanted to applaud Mun Ku, who had found a great husband. And with his only concern being solved, Mun Yun thought it was right to give equal value back for payment. Mun Yun then bowed again and shouted, I, 8th Elder Mun Yun, swear an oath that I and the Demon Dragon clan will serve Crown Prince until the end. Gramps. Mun Ku brightened up. She was glad that her grandfather had decided to side with Chun Yowan. Yowan also bowed. I wanted to ask you for the same. Thank you. Yowan accepted Mun Yun's offer wholeheartedly. And with this, Chun Yowan had acquired a total of 4 elders for the allegiance. After everything was settled, everyone sat down on the gazebo to enjoy snacks and tea. The tea had become lukewarm, but it still tasted good. Mun Yun then asked Chun Yowan, HMPH, so when will you marry my granddaughter? PFFFFFFT. Chun Yowan sprayed the tea that he had been drinking. It was Hu Bong who had been drenched in the tea this time. Gee Gramps. Mun Ku blushed and became frantic. They had forgotten what they said, but Mun Yun did not forget what his granddaughter had said. Mun Yun thought these two were just being embarrassed and spoke satisfyingly. Haha, well, it is fast, but since you two have spent the night together already, isn't it better to choose a date? Oh. Are you getting married, master? Congratulations? Hu Bong congratulated Yowan as he wiped the tea off of his face. Baki also awkwardly congratulated Yowan. Chun Yowan and Mun Ku looked at each other and sighed. How should we explain this? It took them quite a long time to explain that everything was just a facade. Mun Yun seemed disappointed after he found out the truth, but he wasn't too disappointed. Looking at the Crown Prince or Ku's reaction, they are interested in each other. Ha. His old age proved that he didn't need to rush things. Mun Yun then decided to change the topic and let his servants to have Mun Yu to come over. What about your grandson? Well, I have been helped, so I can't hide the secret any longer. Mun Yun then explained the reason for needing the godly doctor. It was the story of Mun Ku's twin brother suffering suffocation in birth and being mentally ill. Chun Yowan knew this as he was told by Mun Ku long time ago, but he pretended he didn't know and listened. I tried all things to heal my grandson, but nothing worked. Then we now have hope. I thank you again for this, Crown Prince. And when Mun Yun was finished, Mun Yu came over with the other servants. Hu Bong and Baki became surprised. Mun Yu looked just like Mun Ku with the skin mask. The only difference was that Mun Yu was more grown and had his mouth opened halfway while his 2 eyes were looking at different places. Gee, Grandpa, heh. Mun Yu drooled with his half-open mouth, but he seemed to understand who Mun Yu was. Have you been well? Chapter 219. Increase your forces 9. Sis. Mun Yu walked over to Mun Ku and brought his head over to Mun Ku. Ku smoothly touched her brother's head. Say hello to the Crown Prince. He's helped us greatly. Mun Yu then looked up at Mun Yun's words and looked toward Yowan. His eyes were out of focus, but one of the eyes looked at Chun Yowan. Hello. He greeted Yowan with an innocent look. After looking at this, Yowan understood why Mun Yun was tempted to side with Bu Charyang. I see why he thinks the godly doctor is the only hope. Yowan looked at Mun Yu with a sad look for a while and asked Nano, is there a way to heal Mun Yu? It requires analyzation of the symptoms to check the possibility. I heard he became sick from suffocation during birth. Can you check? Checking through data. Nano's data contained a vast amount of medical information. Nano quickly went through multiple datasets and spoke. Found a total of 24,201,023 similar cases and studies similar to patient symptoms. That much. It was obvious as Nano's data contained hundreds of years' worth of information stored within it. For better analysis, Please place your hand over the patient's head. Yowan then saw augmented reality being engaged over his sight. White lights drew lines over Mun Yu's head, asking him to place his hand over the head. Yowan then looked at Mun Yun and asked, "Elder Mun, can I take a look at your grandson for a moment?" Mun Yun became confused at the sudden request but nodded. He just figured Yowan wanted to take a closer look at Mun Yu's state. Of course. "Thank you." Yowan then placed both his hands over Mun Yu's head as directed with the augmented reality. What is it?" Mun Yu looked up to Yowan with a curious expression as Yowan grabbed his head. Scanning with magnetic resonance imaging technique on the target entity, a faint red light then began from the end of his finger tip down to his palm. "Huh, what's with that light?" Everyone became shocked by the weird phenomenon. It wasn't just a normal scan, but Nano machine was creating a magnetic field over the palm to receive cell signals back from skin and analyze it. Yowan then was shown the MRI image of what he just scanned. It showed brain and veins running through Mun Yu's head. Yowan was surprised at the unending abilities that Nano had. As the image began to play, white light and red lines began to form. The red dotted areas show blockage in blood circulation. Based on the studies, suffocation during birth caused the brain to stop functioning and destroyed the brain cells, which resulted in underdevelopment of mental health. Can you fix it? It requires the removing of dead cells at the points where blood cannot circulate, and after recirculating the blood, it will require an electrical energy shock to form new brain cells that will replace the old. It will require a bit of time, but it is possible. It meant that Nano could heal him. Will you proceed with electric shock therapy? Yeah, please place your hand on the red dotted area. With Nano's voice, Yowan saw a red dot flashing over Mun Yu's head. Yowan then placed his fingers on the point. Crown Prince. Mun Yun became worried at Yowan's weird action. Many doctors came to visit Mun Yu, but Mun Yun never saw anyone touching Mun Yu's head. Yowan then warned to Mun Yu, "This might hurt a little." "Hoo-ha!" Mun Yu couldn't understand. That's when a light flashed from Yowan's finger and electrical energy shot through Mun Yu's head. "Kaya aga aha ah." Mun Yu screamed weirdly and began to tremble. Soon his eyes, nose, and mouth bled, oozing with black blood. "What?" Everyone became shocked. "See Crown Prince." "What is the meaning of this?" Mun Yun quickly got up and shouted. It seemed like his grandson was going to die even before meeting the godly doctor. "Jaya aka Crown Prince." Yowan did not stop even when Mun Yun shouted, so Mun Yun ran over and tried to pull Yowan away. But Yin Moha stopped him. "Move out of the way. You must trust the Crown Prince. He's going to die. I can't just... You!" That's when Yowan took off his finger and Mun Yu fell to the ground. His nose and mouth that were bleeding black blood now had steam coming out from them. "Move." Mun Yun pushed Yin Moha out of the way and took up Mun Yu. He wasn't in a good state to begin with, but now he looked numb and without any energy. You! Mun Yun grabbed Mun Yu's arms and shook him madly, but Mun Yu did not respond or react. Mun Yun became furious that Yowan just messed up Mun Yu to point where he could not be healed and got up and glared. "Crown Prince, what did you just That's when Mun Yu grabbed Mun Yun's hand. "Hurts. My head, it hurts." "Why are you okay?" Mun Yun then looked back down to Mun Yu. But Mun Yun became shocked and couldn't close his mouth. What in the world? There wasn't a big change, but Mun Yu's two eyes that always focused on two different things was now looking up to Mun Yun like a normal person. Oh my God. Mun Ku was also so shocked that she covered her mouth with her hands and was teary. This was a sign that Mun Yu was healing. Chapter 220, Anonymous, 1. Mun Yu still had his half-open mouth and drooling with a strange smile on his face. Hubong and Bakki couldn't find much difference, but families who had spent a long time easily found out the difference. This slight difference was enough to make 8th Elder Mun Yun burst in tears. "My head hurts, it hurts." Mun Yun hugged Mun Yu hard and cried. Mun Yun, after losing his child in an incident, had deep love toward his grandchildren, who were the last of his family members. Mun Ku also shed tears with joy with her reddened eyes. Master's power is limitless. Hubong then turned to Yowon with an astonished look. Baki shared the same feeling. He knew that Yowon was knowledgeable in poison and medications, as he once knew Baki was poisoned, but Baki didn't think it was this much. He's like a god himself. Baki was so astounded that he even thought maybe Yowon was a real person who could communicate with God. And the shock and excitement from Yowon's miracle lasted quite a long time. It was after 2 hours when Yowon and his group left the mansion of the Demon Dragon clan. Their number was 4 when they went in, but now they were 5, with Mun Ku's twin brother Mun Yu added to the group. In Yowon's hand, he held the orange tag for them to meet the godly doctor. If you can heal my grandson, then I don't need this tag. You can keep it to yourself and use it for your own benefit. Mun Yun decided to have Mun Yu stay at the mansion of the Ghost Illusion clan for a while. Mun Yun and Huan Yi were close friends, and Mun Yu required regular treatment from Yowon, so it was decided, please take care of my grandchildren. Yowon and his members then took Mun Yu back to the mansion of the Ghost Illusion clan. It was near dinner time. The sun had already gone down as it was late winter. When they returned, someone was waiting with Huan Yi. It was a stubborn-looking middle-aged woman, a woman with face of Yin Moha before she went through body reconstruction. She was the agent of the Ghost Illusion clan who was faking to be Yin Moha while she was gone. Huan Yi found Yowon and his members and got down and smiled when he found Mun Ku without her mask. My nephew finally got out of the mask. You are too pretty to hide your face. Just look at you. Ugh, Uncle Huan. Mun Ku blushed at Huan Yi's teasing telepathic message. She had spent 4 years as a male, so she was embarrassed when someone else mentioned her as a girl. Huan Yi grinned from the reaction and walked up to Yowon. Welcome, Crown Prince. Did everything go well? Huan Yi asked, and Yowon nodded. Huan Yi figured things wouldn't go bad as they had Mun Ku with them, so he wasn't surprised. Congratulations. The Demon Dragon clan will be a great help to you. I was just lucky with Mun Ku being with us. How did things go on your end? Yowon then asked Huan Yi about his mission. Huan Yi then knelt down and apologized. I apologize, my prince. Elder Sama and I went over to the elusive Dream clan, but we couldn't see Elder Mong. What? There were guests there already. Yowon frowned and asked just in case. Was it the Sword or Lust clan? Oh, how did you know? Huan Yi asked back with a surprised look. As expected, the Sword and Lust clan leaders had visited the mansion of the elusive Ghost clan already. Huan Yi and Sama Yi offered to wait to meet Mongo, but they soon were asked to leave without getting a chance to meet him. I see. Just like Yowon was acting to take neutral elders on his side, the other 4 clans were doing the same. This was obvious. If Elder Mong had refused to see Sama Yi and Huan Yi, then it meant he already decided to side with the 4 clans. It's not good news. I apologize, my prince. No, they were just quicker, and why is she here? Oh. Yowon then asked about the agent with Yin Moha's mask. Huan Yi answered, I was going to tell you about it now. It hasn't been long since she came. Elder Yin. Yin Moha became curious as Huan Yi called to her. She was also curious about why her copy that should be acting as Yin Moha was at the Ghost Illusion clan's mansion. Greetings, Crown Prince and Elder Yin. I am No, 24. The agent, who named herself as No 24, bowed. Yowon nodded, and the agent explained why she came here. Elder Yin. There's been an intruder in your mansion. Intruder? Is it from the Sword clan again? No. Unlike Yin Moha's expectation, the intruder wasn't from the Sword clan. No. 24 then explained what happened about an hour ago. As a trained agent, No. 24 knew all Yin Moha's behavior, so she was pretending to be reading a book at the mansion's office. I was reading a book at the office when I heard a telepathic message. Yin Moha, No. 24 became surprised and came out of the office, but there was no one to be seen. No. 24 tried to look around when she heard another message. Act normally. Don't try to find me. No. 24 then realized this mysterious man was very powerful. No. 24 then returned to her seat and pretended to continue reading the book, and she heard another message. Situation changed. We will shorten the date to 10 days earlier. That was it. There were no more messages that came after the sudden notice. No. 24 then came out after waiting for 10 minutes and searched for a trace of the man, but nothing was found. It wasn't something I could deal with alone, so I came here to let you know. And when she finished, Yowon looked at Yin Moha with a serious look. Yin Moha also nodded slowly at Yowon. Both of them realized who was the man who sent the message. Anonymous. She was certain that the man was anonymous. It was the mysterious warrior that taught Yin Moha and the other two elders of the first formation of the 24 demon sword. Ah! Yin Moha then frowned at what she had heard. It was only 5 days ago when she explained Anonymous to Yowon. She said she had 2 weeks to meet Anonymous. It's today, speaking about 10 days, then the day was today. Yin Moha became confused as Anonymous never changed the date prior to this. I am not sure why he changed the date. She spoke and Yowon smiled. Maybe something happened to him. Good. Yowon wanted so badly to meet the Anonymous who knew the 24 demon sword and the sword force of the sky demon. Although it was unexpected that the day would come this soon. Chapter 221. Anonymous 2. At midnight, toward the 5 Wise Peak, southwestern side of the demonic cult's castle. This peak was the 3rd highest peak in all peaks of the mountain of 10,000. There was one who was shooting through the peaks in a very quick manner. In just 20 minutes, the man got up to the high peak. As he stepped on the peak, the moonlight shined upon many peaks down. It was a vast and majestic sight. Cold air brought steam over the breaths. The one who just got up on the peak was Yin Moha. She had covered her face with her old skin mask to hide that she had gone through body reconstruction. Elder Yin. She then heard a voice. It was the leader of the sword clan, King Bonki, with a short beard and aggressive eyes. He was sitting down on a rock but got up and walked over to Yin Moha. I thought 3 of us would gather again, but there are only 2 of us now. Bah! Yin Moha scoffed at King Bonki. King Bonki knew that Yin Moha hated the Blade or Wise clan because of their history, so he didn't say much. But since you are here, you have made an achievement in your formation. I don't exchange words with scumbags that betrayed him. Ha! Same old Yin Moha? King Bonki then shook his head. Yin Moha never tried to talk with him or Mu Jinwon every time they gathered at this place. She always glared with a disgusted look. Nothing will change no matter what you do. From today, our sword clan will be the true successor to the demon's sword. The sword clan, although cast out, wanted to become the true successor of the demon's sword. And with Mu Jinwon, the strongest warrior besides the Lord and Great Guardian, gone, King Bonki believed victory was his. And there was one thing he knew when he met Anonymous last time. If I'm right, he is probably, it's almost time. With the moon coming up in the sky, it was almost time. The man always came on right time, so it was about time he arrive. It was then someone appeared at the peak. The man quickly came up to them with black clothes and a mask. It was Anonymous. You are on time. It was the same voice. From his reaction, it was sure that he wasn't surprised to find only 2 of them here without Mu Jinwon. It was natural for such a man to know about Mu Jinwon's death. Who is this man, really? Yin Moha looked at Anonymous. She had not reached the end stage of superior master level, but she still couldn't sense how powerful this Anonymous was. This only seemed possible if the man was stronger than the end stage of the superior master level. I thank you for coming here, even when I changed the date. Then let's get to the point. Who among you will? That's when King Bonki got down on his knee. What is this? Anonymous became confused at King Bonki, who was kneeling down on his knee. Yin Moha also became confused. What is he doing? King Bonki then bowed politely and shouted. Second Elder and the leader of Sword Clan greets the great High Lord. What? Yin Moha's eyes grew large and turned to Anonymous. She figured Anonymous was related to the cult in some way, but she had never thought that the man was Great High Lord, the one who had passed the 6th test of the Academy 70 years ago. That sword skill, it must be him. King Bonki remembered the powerful sword formation that Anonymous showed. As soon as they saw it, King Bonki and Mu Jinwon were shocked. 2 of them had fought with Chun Yuzhong in many battles, so they knew the sword art of the Sky Demon, and the sword formation used by Anonymous was very similar to it. They at first were confused if the Lord was testing them, but they quickly concluded that it was not possible as the current lord was acting against the 6 clans. King Bonky thought for a long time after he returned to his home and came to a conclusion. Who else other than the Lord knows about the sword art of the Sky Demon? Then, his conclusion was Chun In-jai, the great High Lord. He had gone missing about 20 years ago, so it seemed that was the only logical answer. If this man can enter the cult that easily, and also know the secret of our clans, then it must be great High Lord. King Bonky was certain that Anonymous was the former lord and paid respects accordingly. There was the possibility that he could be wrong, but if he was right, he needed to show proper respect. Anonymous then looked down at King Bonky for a while and spoke. "King Bonky, you have made a miss." That's when Anonymous sudden stopped and glared at Yin Moha and King Bonky and asked, "Who is it?" The voice turned aggressive. "What are you talking about? You have not kept the promise." No, I don't understand." HMPH. Anonymous then created Sword Kai over his finger and threw it toward the back. "What are you, King Bonky became shocked and looked up. From the opposite side, through grass that was cut off, someone came out from it. King Bonky was shocked. He couldn't understand why he was seeing this person here. Crown Prince? It was Chun Yowan, Chapter 222, Anonymous 3. About an hour ago, there was someone who arrived at 5 Wise Peak. It was Chun Yowan. After finding out that the day had changed to today, Yowan talked with Yin Moha and decided to stay at 5 Wise Peak first. "I will go with you." Hugh and Yi said he'd go together as it was dangerous, but Yowan knew that Anonymous was stronger than the 3 elders, so he refused. If Anonymous was that strong, then he might find out that there were people hiding and not reveal himself. Yowan then found a good place to hide. There was a dense bush area at the peak, and he hid within it to wait for Anonymous to appear, 2nd elder. The first one that got to the peak was King Bonky. He too was a superior master-level warrior, but he was weaker than Yowan, so he couldn't find Yowan. Even after a long time, King Bonky did not sense Yowan in his hiding. Soon, Yin Moha also got to the peak, and finally, the man that Yowan was waiting for had revealed himself. It was the black-clothed man. Yowan became astonished. He knew that this man was powerful, but he was astonished by the way Anonymous had hidden his powers. It proved that the man was either equal or stronger than Yowan in power. He became curious. I should take a look. Yowan then thought Anonymous would show the first formatin of the sword force of the Sky Demon to test the 2 elders, so he thought he would watch that first. That's when something unexpected happened. Anonymous suddenly turned and threw Sword Kai in his direction. He found me. Yowan then took steps to dodge the attack, but with his location revealed there was no way to hide. Crown Prince, King Bonky frowned when Yowan appeared. It was a secret between the 3 elders. If Chun Yowan was here, then the culprit was only one. King Bonky turned to Yin Moha with a glare. "Elder Yin, it's you?" Yin Moha already showed to everyone that she sided with Yowan. She was the only possible reason for Chun Yowan coming here. "Bah." "Yes, it's me." "Why did you bring Crown Prince here? Are you out of your mind?" King Bonky became furious and shouted. He had waited this moment when he was going to succeed the 24 demon sword skill of the sword demon, and it was now gone. So you were that desperate. Yin Moha pulled out her sword. She wished to find the true sword family in this place, so she didn't hesitate to fight. "Ugh, you are out of control." King Bonky wanted to cut her down right now, but this wasn't the time. King Bonky knelt on both knees and spoke to Anonymous. "Great High Lord, this isn't my doing. I have kept your promise. Please allow me to succeed the sword demons." But his desperate begging did not work on Anonymous. "It's too late. You people do not have the right to succeed the 24 demon sword." "And no, why wait?" King Bonky shouted desperately, but Anonymous took steps to get out of the place. Great High Lord, King Bonky tried to follow after Anonymous, but Yin Moha got in his way. "Who told you to go?" "Why, you." King Bonky was hot-tempered, but he was trying to hold back so Anonymous could teach him. But with that chance disappearing, his aggressive nature exploded out at once. He pulled out his sword and struck down on Yin Moha. Yin Moha then easily used her true demon sword to defend it. King Bonky became shocked as he thought he was stronger than her. "What?" Since when was she this strong? He thought that no one other than the Mu Jin one or Marakim was stronger than him. But he was shocked each time he felt the energy coming from Yin Moha's sword. He even thought he might lose if he didn't do his best. Damn it. And Anonymous, who was running down the peak, was already at the middle of the mountain. His stepping skill was so quick that he ran like the wind. It's a shame. He was ashamed that he couldn't teach the 24 demon sword. The reason he pulled the date early was to teach the 24 demon sword, but it now had failed. Well, there are others who learned it, so it wouldn't matter. He hoped ones that had connection with the sword demon from the past would learn it, but he was given no choice. I will have him lose my tail and return. He saw Chun Yo-won was following him when he first left the peak. He knew he could lose him, so Anonymous pulled up his internal energy to speed up. It was then. He heard screaming coming into his ears and looked up. That's when Chun Yo-won dropped from the air and struck down with the white dragon blade. What? Anonymous quickly pulled out his sword and blocked the white dragon blade. As two swords struck against each other, the weight and power pushed Anonymous's foot into the ground. It was as if he was pushed down by 1,000 tons. No, Anonymous, who only used half of his energy, thought he had to use more and pulled up 90% of his energy. He was then able to push up against Yo-won's white dragon blade. Ugh! Yo-won was thrown away into the wood and struck on it. The wood was broken down from the energy. Yo-won panted with his pale face. It seemed he had pulled up too much of his energy. I shouldn't do this anymore. Yo-won shook his head, initiating self-healing mode on the destroyed muscle structure and fractured bones. Nano's voice came through his head, and the pain quickly eased. Anonymous then pulled out his fist from the ground and spoke with dumbfounded look. Did you jump out from above? Yo-won did not answer, as it was correct. Yo-won had used his stepping skill, but Anonymous was too quick, so he couldn't catch up to him. So Yo-won ordered Nano to activate night vision mode and use augmented reality to calculate the destination and angle on how he needed to jump, and jumped off the peak. I almost died. Yo-won thought he might die for the first time in his life, but thanks to his gamble, he was able to catch up to Anonymous at once. How did he guess where I was running to and jumped down on me from that height? Anonymous looked at Yo-won with disbelief. The height was enough that would scare any warriors from jumping off. It was too high, and that could have killed him instantly. He's like a monster, but nothing changes. Anonymous thought he could use stepping skill to run away, but his legs began to tremble. No. He had blocked the power of blades striking down on him, and it seemed he couldn't defend well against it. He was able to defend against having his bones from breaking, but his muscles seemed to have ripped. Phew! But Yo-won was quickly healed by Nano. He got up and looked at Anonymous and spoke. It's time to find out who you are now. Chapter 223, Anonymous 4. You risked your life just for that? Very interesting. Anonymous aimed his sword at Yo-won, but it doesn't change anything. If Anonymous couldn't run, then there was only one way. It was to overpower Yo-won as fast as possible. If Yo-won had taken such damage by dropping and thrown into a big wood that caused even the wood to fall back, then it wouldn't take too long to get him down. You don't need to fight to know sometimes. Anonymous then charged out against Yo-won. The sword formation used by Anonymous was the 24 demon sword. It was a completely different sword formation from what Yin Moha recreated. The power of the formation was more than what Yo-won had imagined. HMPH. Yo-won let out a breath and grabbed on the white dragon blade. The sword formation of the 24 demon sword used by Anonymous wasn't something that Yo-won could fight against with the butterfly blade dance. I will do my best from the start. Yo-won then unleashed the second formation of the blade god. Anonymous was surprised. Blade skill of the blade god? He knew what Yo-won's blade skill was. The 24 demon sword collided with the blade god's blade formation. With two powerful formations colliding against each other, the mountain was filled with sounds of metal clashing. Yo-won didn't look great as he struck his blade against the sword. The energy of Anonymous was much deeper than Yo-won thought. The energy kept on giving pain to his organs each time the blade struck against the sword. detected damaged organs from the outside energy sword being sent in through the blade. Initiating emergency self-healing mode. If Nano didn't help, the fight would have come to an end already. But the formation wasn't all that lacking. The 24 Demon's sword was weaker than the blade skill of Blade God. He has lower energy for sure. Anonymous tried to counter the Blade God's blade skill by using powerful energy. But Yo-One endured it through and came in from weird angels that made it hard to counter. It sure is the skill of the Blade God. Anonymous then took steps to get away from the blade skills, and when he got back, Yo-One thought he had to strike him down now and unleashed the third formation. Powerful blade attacks continued on smoothly to strike Anonymous. That's when Anonymous got away more quickly and let go of the sword from his hand. Yo-One's eyes shook. Huh! And from that distance, Anonymous moved his hand over at the air, and the sword moved itself in the air to unleash the sword formation. Air Sword. This was a technique called Air Sword where the warrior uses his energy to control the sword without touching it. It was only possible for ones that entered the Supreme Master level. And what was more surprising was the sword skill that was used by the technique, Sword Force of the Sky Demon. It was the second formation of the Sword Force of the Sky Demon. It didn't have the correct energy coordination, so its power was weakened, but it was surely the Sword Force of the Sky Demon. But with the sword moving freely with itself, it was still very powerful like its original power. I didn't for him to use the Sword Force of the Sky Demon like this. Even when Yo-One's blade moved from weird angles, Anonymous wasn't grabbing his sword by himself, so he was able to counter the blade formation. The white dragon blade was thrown out from Yo-One's hand, and Anonymous charged in to grab the sword and struck on Yo-One's shoulder. Ugh! Yo-One was then pushed back 8 steps. Yo-One grabbed his bleeding shoulder and glared at Anonymous. He's strong to think such a powerful warrior was hiding inside the cult. Is he really the great High Lord? It was hard to explain his identity if he wasn't. Ha ha! Anonymous began to pant. His face was hidden, but his hands had veins popping up, showing that he had used much of his energy. But warriors with Supreme Master level had ways to regenerate their energy through breathing very quickly. Hoo! White steam came out of his mouth and his breath calmed. Anonymous aimed his sword at Yo-One and spoke. You've seen the difference in power already. You are no match against me. Don't follow me anymore. It's not over yet. Yo-One did not seem to care about Anonymous' warning. Anonymous shook his head. He won't give up. Yo-One must have realized that Anonymous was already at a stage higher in power, but Yo-One did not give up. He leaves me no choice. I have to put him down. Unlike before, strong, hostile energy was unleashed from his body. This was a warning. It was an act to show that he was going to come for Yo-One's life this time. Take this. The sword from Anonymous then flew in as if it were alive toward Yo-One. I will make you give up. You will not defend yourself against this formation. Anonymous then used the best sword formation he knew against Chun Yo-One. It was the 4th formation of the Sword Force of the Sky Demon. With Anonymous swinging his finger, the sword moved in a way to swing in the 4th formation of the Sword Force of the Sky Demon. Phew! Yo-One then let out a deep breath and grabbed the white dragon blade and unleashed blade formation of the Blade God. 2 formations struck against each other. The 4th formation of the Sword Force of the Sky Demon was powerful. It wasn't perfect as it was missing the correct energy flow, but it still was enough to injure Yo-One's body. It's the end. With half of the blade formation being countered, Yo-One was almost lost. Anonymous was certain that he was going to win. What? That's when the wrist guard over on Yo-One's arms formed one black sword. Yo-One then grabbed the black sword with his left hand while his right hand was using the blade skill. Anonymous's 2 eyes became shocked. Is that? Ha! And with a shout, Yo-One took a step, and his black sword on his left hand unleashed the powerful sword formation. It was the true 4th formation of the Sword Force of the Sky Demon. With the blade skill from the Blade God on the right, and the Sword Force of the Sky Demon in the left hand, black and white swords moved across the air. I can't defend this. The power was overwhelming. Anonymous's sword formation was countered easily, and the sword shattered into pieces. Ugh. With the energy being deflected back, Anonymous was thrown to the back. He would have dropped to the ground if there wasn't a tree there. And when Anonymous tried to get up while withstanding the pain coming from his damaged organs, Chun Yo-won was already upon him, and his two swords crossing on Anonymous's neck. Chapter 224. Anonymous 5. Anonymous was shocked to see the white dragon blade and the sky demon's sword aimed at his neck. The difference in power was obvious. The end stage of the Superior Master level and entry of the Supreme Master level was only one stage difference, but the difference was severe. From looking at the difference in power, it was certain that Yo-won had no chance of winning. But the attack Yo-won just made was enough to turn the tide upside down. What's more terrifying were those skills that Yo-won used single-handedly, like the legendary sword skills in the entire Yulin. And he just used these two with both arms like Mu Jinwon used to do, so the power was enormous. He is a monster. Anonymous thought he had understood the enemy, but he hadn't. Anonymous asked Chun Yo-won, "Are you going to kill me?" Not yet. It meant that he could always kill Anonymous if he wanted to. Anonymous then looked at the black sword and asked, "That sword, is that the Sky Demon's sword?" Yo-won's eye shook at the question. He expected Anonymous to be a person related to the cult, but the man even knew the sword. It was likely that the man was a leader from within the cult. Yo-won then cut open the mask over the face with his Sky Demon's sword. The face was revealed under the mask. Huh, Yo-won frowned. Unlike his expectation of finding Great High Lord, or one from elders of the cult, it was someone that Yo-won did not recognize. Anonymous looked like a man in his 30s and had foreign features. What was interesting was his eyes, with his right eye that was blue. He even seemed like he wasn't from the land of Jianghu, but Yo-won was not interested in his foreign look. "Who are you?" Anonymous became surprised. It seemed Yo-won was only interested in what Anonymous was. Interesting. He doesn't care about my different looks. Anonymous became silent for a second and spoke. "Crown Prince, I will not fight or run away, so please let go of me." This voice? Anonymous spoke with an entirely different voice. It seemed he had been faking his voice, but the new voice was one that Yo-won knew every well. Great Guardian. It was Great Guardian Merakim. Yo-won was so shocked at the unexpected identity of Anonymous. It wasn't the Great High Lord? Yo-won then hesitated for a bit, but took back his white dragon blade and the Sky Demon's sword. By bringing back his ominous demonic energy, the black sword returned to the wrist guard state. He had shown Sky Demon's sword twice to the Great Guardian now. Yo-won was confused. He was confused about how Merakim knew the 24 Demon sword and sword force of the Sky Demon, and even knew about the Sky Demon's sword. "Great Guardian, tell me everything you know." Yo-won asked seriously, and Merakim smiled bitterly. "I have something to tell you first." But before he could finish, a giant explosion rung through the entire mountain. Two of them looked up at the mountain peak. Evil and powerful energy spread from above. Yo-won became grim. It was the place where Yin Moha and King Bonki were fighting. Merakim spoke to Yo-won, "Crown Prince. We should climb up. I will go with you." Yo-won was concerned but couldn't move as he wasn't done with Merakim, so Yo-won nodded and quickly began climbing up the mountain. Merakim also ran up, but he couldn't move as quickly due to his internal damage. At the peak, it was now very different. There were many craters and cracks beneath. "Ha, ha!" Yin Moha was moving quickly through as she panted heavily. Her clean clothes were ripped and were drenched in blood, and Yin Moha was pale from exhaustion. That's when something dropped to where she was, and if she wasn't fast, she would have become like the hole that was made through. Dust clouds kicked up, and something giant got up from within. It was a being larger even than Ko-Wanger, who was the largest man within the cult, and his muscles were enlarged irregularly with veins popping up all over it that made his skin to look red. His reddened eyes also showed the demonic presence within. The beast-like man growled. "Grrrrrrrr. You are like a rat. How long do you think you can run?" "Ha ha, King Bonki?" This beast-like man was King Bonky, the second elder. He was now a giant monster who jumped against Yin Moha. King Bonky was huge, but he was also very quick enough to catch up to Yin Moha. But the accuracy wasn't up to par with his speed, so Yin Moha was barely able to run. Kaya, King Bonky's giant fist struck down on her and threw her away. She used her energy barrier, but it seemed like her left wrist bone was broken. He's adapted to it. King Bonky was getting used to his changed body. Yin Moha was able to dodge a few times, but she was struck down this time. She laid low on her broken left arm and used her sword as a stick to got up and glared. Krrr. Ha ha ha. Ha. Ha, do you think you can be okay even through using blood reversion? King Bonky's change had come from the blood reversion art. King Bonky, who lost to Yin Moha, had to use blood reversion art. Damn it. King Bonky, who refused any connection to blood reversion art when his sub-clan was revealed of using it, knew this forbidden art after all. And with King Bonky, an established superior master-level warrior using it, the power that grew was out of the limit of a mere human. Ha 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 ha. Do you think this is like that incomplete trash? Incomplete. My great art of the blood god's reversion is not something to be compared to that incomplete trash. Originally, blood reversion art used the user's energy flow to be destroyed and took away the user's conscious. That became a problem. But King Bonky, who had to lose his conscious a long time ago, didn't seem to lose his sanity. It's impossible. Foolish woman, I have succeeded in removing all the side effects. Yin Moha became pale. If side effects from blood reversion art was removed, then the Sword Clan was the most dangerous clan in the current demonic cult. No way. That's not possible. Yin Moha shook her head. If what he said was true, then there was no way for the Sword Clan to hide about the blood reversion art. There was still a problem remaining that they couldn't reveal it publicly yet. It's enough. I will kill you now. King Bonky then charged against Yin Moha to finish her. It was so fast that he was already 3 steps away from Yin Moha. Die. Chapter 225, Anonymous 6. Not yet. Yin Moha unleashed Blue Force Kai over her sword. She couldn't run away with stepping skill, so she gathered up her last energy to attack. You die. She then thrust her sword into King Bonky's chest. She was ready to give her life away if she failed. But her sword that wielded force Kai shattered as if it was an egg that was crushed against a rock. King Bonky's enlarged muscles acted like metal armor and crashed against the sword that was protected through force Kai. How can this be? It's ticklish. Is this all you got? King Bonky exclaimed. And as he got up, Yin Moha was shadowed from the death itself. Ah, she then slumped down. King Bonky slowly raised his large hand and grinned. Die painfully, kakakaka, and with that his fist struck down on Yin Moha's head. She closed her eyes at the fear of death. Huh. That's when she heard metal clashing and heavy panting right next to her. When she opened her eyes, she saw someone blocking King Bonky's fist with a clear white blade. Yin Moha's eyes grew large. Crown Prince? It was Chun Yo-won. He was drenched in sweat, so it was easy to see how hard he tried in quickly trying to climb up the mountain. I'm not late. If he was late, then Yin Moha would have died to King Bonky's fist. She became astounded for being saved. King Bonky, however, became dumbfounded at Chun Yo-won, who appeared. You're in my way again. Yo-won then spoke to him with cold eyes. In your way? How foolish. Arrogant as ever, you think you can deal with me? King Bonky began to unleash evil energy within him. It was very powerful. It's dangerous. Get back. See, Crown Prince? Yo-won pushed Yin Moha to the back by using his energy. It wasn't an attack, so Yin Moha was let down far to the back safely. King Bonky's hand was covered with terrible force Kai and came down upon Yo-won. No. But Yo-won quickly spun and created blade force Kai over his white dragon blade. With force Kai striking against itself, the clashing sound filled the area. Yo-won had used the formation from Butterfly Blade Dance, but he was thrown to the back with powerful energy. It's powerful. King Bonky's power that grew exponentially was very powerful. It was enough to destroy Yo-won's force Kai instantly and send him back. Yo-won was pushed 10 steps. Sweat ran through his cheek. It felt like he was against a monster rather than a warrior. Is that blood reversion art? King Bonky's enlarged state and veins popping up showed that it was blood reversion art. Yowan had fought a criminal who used it, but that criminal was like a kid compared to King Bonky. King Bonky became arrogant when he saw Yowan becoming tense and created Force Kai over his two hands. Krrrrrrr, it's good. I will kill you here and now. King Bonky then jumped to charge toward Yowan with incredible speed. The martial arts he was using with his hand was the formation from the true demon's sword. No, ha 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 ha, you cannot run from me. Yowan tried to dodge it by using stepping skill, but the Force Kai was so large that he couldn't get away from its range. If he couldn't dodge, then he had to fight through it. It's too powerful. Yowan then changed the way he gripped the blade and unleashed the blade skill of the Blade God. A powerful blade skill unleashed itself against King Bonky. His body is like metal. But the white dragon blade couldn't make any cuts on King Bonky's body. I can't do it in my current state. Yowan became pale. He had used a lot of internal energy from the fight against Marakim, so he couldn't use the blade skill of Blade God fully, as it required all of his energy. I can't cut him with this. Who H? That's when his hand that grabbed on the blade was thrown to the back. That's no use. You cannot harm me like that. Ugh. Die. Arg. Yowan quickly blocked against the giant Force Kai swinging against him, and he was thrown away. He struck a few times on the ground as he thrown way into the back and soon struck into the ground, making a crater. A dust cloud kicked up and hid his movement. See Crown Prince? Yin Moha screamed desperately. Marakim, who just got up to the peak, also became shocked. No, Chun Yowan had used much of his energy through fight against Marakim. But he thought Yowan would not lose to almost anyone, so he was shocked to see what he saw on the peak. Second Elder using blood reversion art, Marakim had never seen a superior master-level warrior using blood reversion art. But what the Elder turned into was that of a monster. You are nothing against me. Ha 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 ha, King Bonky laughed and rejoiced. From how his hand felt, he had injured himself significantly this time. If Yowan wasn't immortal, then there was no way for him to survive. Or he so thought. That's when King Bonky heard strange sound within the dust cloud. He stopped laughing and looked at the dust cloud. That's when he felt ominous energy within the dust cloud. As his senses had grown to that of a beast, he could clearly sense the terrifying dark energy that was coming out from it. It wasn't energy that could be used by a dying man. What is this? It was then. Chun Yowan shot out from the dust, and his hand was holding onto a black sword. Yowan shouted, "Try to block this too, Krrrrrg. You were alive. King Bonky roared and unleashed giant Force Kai over his both hands and charged against Yowan. Yowan's black sword then wielded Black Force Kai. Black Force Kai. The black sword then created a trace of a movement divided into 24 movements combined into one. King Bonky then brought up all of his energy and stormed against it. What? But the giant Force Kai that was swung to rip apart Yowan was instantly countered. No. I have to defend it. The black streak of light struck King Bonky's chest without giving him a chance to defend. King Bonky focused all energy to defend the sharp energy coming into his chest, but the power of the last formation of sword force of the sky demon that focused all of its power into one point was beyond imagination. And Yowan's body shot past through King Bonky screaming in pain and stopped 10 steps past King Bonky. Arg. King Bonky knelt on his knees and looked down on his chest that had a large hole. His body that even Force Kai wouldn't cut down was penetrated. How can this be? King Bonky then dropped and didn't move. Ha. As Yowan looked at the dead King Bonky, he panted heavily. He had to use the best of his skills to defeat the monster, as he had used a lot of energy while fighting against Great Guardian Marakim. Phew, he couldn't even fight anymore. It was then. Great Guardian Marakim got up to Yowan and went down on his 2 knees and placed his head on the ground and shouted, "Great Guardian Marakim of the Great Demonic Cult is here to serve the current Sky Demon." Chapter 226. Anonymous, 7. Yowan became shocked at what Great Guardian Marakim just said to him. He couldn't understand why Merakim was addressing him as Chun Ma. Chun Ma was the name of the founding father of the demonic cult. Great Guardian, what are you talking about? It is as I said, my lord. I am paying proper respect to the current Chun Ma. Yowan frowned as Merakim answered seriously. Yin Moha dragged herself over to them and turned to Great Guardian with a confused look. My prince, is he anonymous? He is the Great Guardian. What? He's Great Guardian Merakim. Yin Moha, who always had no expression, showed her surprise this time. The first surprise came from knowing that Anonymous was actually the Great Guardian, and the second surprise came from seeing Merakim's true face for the first time. Merakim's face did not look like he was from Jianghu. So it was the Great Guardian who gathered 3 elders until now, and Merakim, who was bowing down on the ground, looked up and spoke to Yin Moha. Elder Yin, you must pay respect to the current Chun Ma. What? Current Chun Ma, you said? Yin Moha frowned. She then glanced over to the black sword that Yowan was holding on. On the blade that shined in black under the bright moonlight, there was an engraving that said Sky Demon Sword. W8, you have been to the altar of fathers, so you must know too. Sky Demon Sword. With Merakim's serious words, Yin Moha quickly went down on the ground on her knees and put her heads down. Chun Yowan became more confused when even Yin Moha did the same. Ugh, what are you people doing? You are the true Chun Ma. What do you mean? It was Yin Moha who answered instead. There is an altar that has monuments of former lords and the last will of founding father at the north side of the lord's palace. Yowan remembered he had heard of this. Once in every year, the demonic cult held a holy ceremony for deceased lords. It was the day when Father Chun Ma had died in the past. And on the ceremony day, the entire castle went through the ritual of burning, where cultists spent half their day bowing down in remembrance. The members who took care of this ceremony was the Lord, guardians, and elders, so they were only ones who were allowed to enter the altar of fathers at that time of the year. Inside the altar, there is a monument that Father Chun Ma left with his own writing. Yin Moha saw the monument every time there was a ceremony. The writing was said to be written by Chun Ma himself, so Yin Moha looked very closely every time and remembered it very clearly. On that monument, it is said that one who acquires the true Sky Demon Sword will succeed the name of Chun Ma. Yin Moha found out that the Sky Demon Sword that the current lord had was not the real Sky Demon Sword after seeing the monument herself. There is also a Sky Demon Order engraved in that monument. Sky Demon Order. It was the order left by Father Chun Ma. Everything about the demonic cult was determined by the Lord's order and elders' meeting, but basic laws came from the Sky Demon Order. It was the direct order that no cultist can disobey, even if it was the Lord. But current Lord never succeeded Chun Ma's title. To the demonic cult, Father Chun Ma was a god himself. Even if the Lord was above all in the cult, he couldn't disobey the Sky Demon Order. This applied to the 6 clans also. It was because the Sky Demon Order was the fundamental that maintained the demonic cult as one. The sword that Lord carries right now is a replica. Every elder know this. Ah, Yowan looked down at his black sword. He was confused as to why the sword had an engraving that said Sky Demon Sword, but now the mystery was solved. Yowan's black sword was the true Sky Demon Sword after all. If the Lord knows his sword is fake or not, then he could have gone against the Sky Demon Order. And it's also strange why elders are not raising objections. The Lord that Yowan knew seemed like the person who was going to try to benefit from it. Even if the Sky Demon Order was true, the Lord wielding a fake Sky Demon Sword was enough to discredit his dignity. It wasn't sure why this was kept on going even when Lord and all elders knew of this fact. As you said, we don't know why the Lord is not trying to hide his sword being fake, but the reason why us elders are not raising problems with this is because of what he heard from generations. And what is that? It was rumored that the true Sky Demon Sword was robbed 500 years ago at the incident of the Blade God. This was shameful history, so the Lord and elders decided to deliberately hide this rumor. It was reasonable, so Yowan nodded. That's when Merakim shook his head. Most of Elder Yin said is right, but there is something I need to correct. The reason why the Lord does not mention the Sky Demon Sword is because of the Guardian of the Sky Demon Order. Guardian of the Sky Demon Order? Yin Moha became confused. She wasn't all that informed about the details of the cult like other elders, but still, she had never heard of such title. Merakim continued, Guardian of the Sky Demon Order always stood by the Sky Demon Order and assisted lords throughout history. The job is to watch over the Lord so that he would not disobey the Sky Demon Order. The person who made the Sky Demon Order was Father Chun Ma. So to protect the order, Chun Ma had taught his own martial arts to the guardians of the Sky Demon Order so that they could always be stronger than the Lord. I didn't expect such a powerful warrior was hidden within the cult. Chapter 227, Anonymous 8. Yin Moha was surprised to find out the truth. Guardian of the Sky Demon Order always acted covertly under the Lord, so no other cultist knows of this, and the great Guardian Merakim knew when no other cultist should have known. Wait, then you mean? Merakim nodded to Yowan's question. Yes. I am the Guardian of the Sky Demon. It is the secret title given to all of the great guardians in history. Ah. Merakim then reached into his pocket and took out a blue pearl medal. On the front, it had the great guardian's symbol engraved on it. But on the back, there was an engraving that said Sky Demon Order. Sky Demon Order? The seal and the order of Chun Ma itself were engraved on the great guardian's medal. What's interesting was that there was a line crossed across the Sky Demon Order engraving. It seemed like it had been made so that the seal could not be reused to fake it. This medal was made by Father Chun Ma himself. Ah, with this, Merakim always had to guard the Sky Demon Order with his life. That's when Yowan became curious. For the Lord, that kind of person to be watching over him might have been considered as a nuisance. Doesn't the Lord think the great guardian is a threat to him? No, my Lord, I cannot harm the Lord. Do you think the Lord can trust that? As far as Yowan knew, the current Lord was a very suspicious man, but Yowan's question was immediately solved. Father Chun Ma placed restrictions on us. It is made through the special poisonous parasite. Father Chun Ma had placed a special poisonous parasite inside the great guardian's family, and it was sent down into generations. The parasite was created by Chun Ma, and it was used to penetrate into every great guardian's internal energy. If in any way a great guardian was to harm the Lord, then the poison will be activated, killing the great guardian. The Lord has taken in the reactants, so if I harm him, I will die. Ah. The recipe to create the reactants were only known to the great guardian family, so they crafted the reactants each time a new Lord was appointed and pledged allegiance. This was a secret only known to the Lord and great guardian. So this was why the Lord didn't think great guardian as a threat, but also couldn't outright disobey the Sky Demon Order. So, it had been hidden for generations. Yowan spoke bitterly, and Merakim continued. Father Chun Ma had said that a demon is sealed within the cult, and he foretold that one who bears the right will acquire the Sky Demon Sword. It was the legend of the Demon Seal Cave. Hundreds of former princes tried on the cave, and none had found the Sky Demon Sword. And of course, there was none that learned the sword force of the Sky Demon. We guardians have waited so long to find the one to succeed Father Chun Ma's will, and hundreds of years had passed. But even after a long period of time, no one succeeded the title of Chun Ma, and the guardian families almost gave up on this. But everything is now changed. Changed. What's changed? You are now the true Chun Ma. We guardians of the Sky Demon only serve Chun Ma as our master. Ah! With great guardian Merakim's serious voice, Yin Moha shook with excitement. She knew what Merakim was talking about. What Merakim said was that he accepted Chun Yowan as his master, not the current Lord Chun Yuzhong. Please bestow me the Kai of Sky Demon to me. Kai of Sky Demon? Don't you have the energy that you acquired from the Sky Demon's sword? Do you mean this? When Yowan sent ominous demonic energy into his Sky Demon's sword, black light of force Kai shot up from the sword. Ah, I knew it. Seeing this in front of his eyes, Merakim was mesmerized. He was certain that it was the Kai of Sky Demon when he saw Yowon using it to kill King Bonky, and now it was confirmed. Is this the one? Yes, please bestow me the energy so I can serve you as my master. What do you mean? The poison parasite is created by using the Kai of the Sky Demon by Father Chun Ma. Marakim said that the parasite created was temporary as Father Chun Ma did not have a successor. Father Chun Ma left, or will that said the parasite will recognize wielder of Kai of Sky Demon as its master. Please take me in. Marakim wished for Yowon to take control of the poison parasite's control. Yowon looked down at Marakim and placed his hand over at Marakim's head and sent in the demonic energy into the head. And with the energy coming in through the head, Marakim allowed the energy flow into his body. Ugh! As the energy came into contact with the poison parasite, Marakim felt a pinching pain in his heart and internal energy, but it didn't last long. Soon, the energy was fully absorbed, and Marakim's eye glowed with ominous dark energy. Marakim then bowed his head to the ground again and shouted, "Thank you for taking this humble servant. I, great guardian and guardian of the Sky Demon Order, Marakim pledges an oath to the true Chun Ma." Yowon smiled. The strongest warrior and the great guardian Marakim had now entered Yowon's fold. Yowon now wielded the power of the guardians. Chapter 228, Walking into the Trap 1. This is all great, but you have explanations to make. And after Marakim's pledging allegiance to Chun Yowon, 10th Elder Yin Moha spoke to him. Yowon also agreed. They had heard about secret of Sky Demon's sword, but they didn't hear anything about why Marakim faked himself as anonymous and tried to teach martial art of the Sky Demon to 3 clans. And why he knew the sword force of the Sky Demon. Of course, I am sure I will need to explain. Marakim had no intention of hiding as he decided to serve Yowon as his master from now on. Marakim began his story. 25 years ago, the great High Lord suddenly got down from his position of Lord. It was the highest peak of the demonic cult in the history, so everyone was confused by the decision. The great High Lord was one of top 5 warrior of the Jianghu, and he wasn't injured or old. It was then Great High Lord was commanding expedition into Kangso Castle. After attempting few times on attacking Kangso Castle, the Great High Lord suddenly stepped down from his post and locked himself in a closed room to train. It was after 5 years that he came out from the room. Great High Lord had become so much powerful than he ever was. Elder Yin. Do you remember when Great High Lord had gone missing? Wasn't it at fall? At the season of harvest, Great High Lord Chun Injai went missing. He didn't say anything or leave any words. So many cultists were dispatched to find him, but he was nowhere to be seen. On the night before he went missing, I saw Great High Lord. What? You saw him? Why didn't you say anything then? As far as Yin Moha knew, Great Guardian Marakim had served under Great High Lord Chun Injai and Lord Chun Yuzhong both, but he said that he does not know where Chun Injai had went. He ordered me to stay silent, but he didn't tell me where he was going anyway. On the night before, Chun Injai came over to Marakim's room in secret. The Lord told me to keep it as a secret and gave me an order. What order was it? If he does not return in 10 years, then I should teach ones who have connection to the sword family of martial art of Sky Demon, and that I should not think about the will of the Sky Demon. Ah, so that was the order of Great High Lord. Chun Injai, before he became the Lord, had once entered underground treasure vault after passing the 6th test. That's why he knew the secret of the Sky Demon. I see. So Guardians maintained the demonic academy, so they knew. Guardians had access to libraries and underground treasure vaults. This was why Marakim, or Anonymous, knew the true demon's sword and the 24 demon's sword. But sword force of the Sky Demon was still a mystery. And what's with sword force of the Sky Demon? That was taught by Great High Lord himself. What? It was quite shocking to hear that Great High Lord had taught others that only successor of Chun Ma can learn. Of course, the martial art required specific energy flow, so it wasn't much of use without it. But it was still a shocking decision. Great High Lord said he had spent 5 years in closed-room training to create the energy flow for the sword force of the Sky Demon. Great High Lord Chun Injai, a renowned genius, went into the closed-room training and tried his best to create the energy flow that will work to use sword force of the sky demon. He ultimately failed, but he did have some progress. He couldn't make the energy flow to completely digest all formations, but he created a flow that will allow use of sword force of the sky demon at least in incomplete state. Chun In-jai then taught what he studied to Marakim and ordered him to complete it. Yoan became curious and asked, "Wasn't it better for him to teach sword force of the sky demon to the Lord instead?" "Yes, I agree. I don't understand why he did that, but I know that Great High Lord did not like the current Lord at the time." "What?" Yin Moha nodded as she too seemed to know this. "I heard. It was told miracle that Great High Lord even allowed to have current Lord become appointed as a Lord. Chun In-jai was born from the Wise clan. As such, he wanted his successor to come from the Wise clan, but that did not work. After the demonic academy was over, Chun Yuzhong from Sword clan had killed almost every other princes. There were only 2 princes left when the academy was over. Remaining candidate was his own brother from same clan, but he even cut his brother's right arm. Chapter 229, Walking into the Trap 2. At the time, Sword clan had 2 princes. One was Chun Yuzhong and another was Chun Yujing from different mother. Chun Yuzhong did not kill a brother from his same clan but had cut his arm off so that he will not have any competition. The evaluation of Chun Yuzhong came to be very aggressive and hostile. Everyone thought Great High Lord will make Chun Yue from Loyal clan as the crown prince, but he suddenly made Chun Yuzhong as the lord, so it was very surprising at the time. It seemed there was something more that went on at the background, but Great Guardian or Yin Moha did not know the details. Whatever the case, the Great High Lord taught sword force of the sky demon to Great Guardian instead of the Lord. Marakim refused at first, but he had to listen to the order. "The Lord told me that if he does not return in 10 years, then a great danger might come to the demonic cult." Marakim asked multiple times on what was going on, but Great High Lord did not answer, and next day he was gone from the cult. Marakim took up the order and had kept it as a secret until today, and as Yoan heard this, he realized that Marakim considered former Lord Chun In-jai as his master rather than Lord Chun Yuzhong. As I was ordered, I waited him for 10 years. He waited for Great High Lord's safe return. But Chun In-jai never returned to the demonic cult. When he did not return, Marakim began to proceed with the order and learned martial arts of sword demon for 2 years and called elders of 3 clans and tried to teach time. "Ah, so, that's why you made us gather at this peak." "Yes." "What happened next is you two probably knows." Yin Moher raised her eyebrows. However, the bitterness between 3 clans was very deep, so Marakim couldn't teach the martial art to all 3 of them. "I couldn't let those scumbags succeed the mighty sword demon." Marakim then aimed on that bitterness. As a guardian, he had been chief of the demonic academy multiple times and was good at teaching, so Marakim offered them a condition where they can develop true demon's sword to a better one. And on the other hand, he trained hard to create the energy flow for sword force of the sky demon, but it wasn't easy. I had spent 8 years to create the energy flow for the sword force of the sky demon, but all I can do was to replicate it by using air sword technique. Sword force of the sky demon was a legendary sword skill that was created by legendary warrior Chun Ma with all of his understandings and findings. That was already enough achievement on what Marakim did. When Marakim finished, Yoan was able to understand answer to all of his questions. So everything was done by Great High Lord. Do you think he knew the existence of Blade God 6 martial clan? I think so. Yoan asked, and Marakim nodded in agreement. Until Blade God 6 martial clan appeared, Marakim wasn't sure what danger might come to the demonic cult. But after fighting against them, he was able to confirm that they were the danger that Chun In-jai spoke. He also suspected that Blade God 6 martial clan might have connection with Chun In-jai's disappearance. Ah, Yin Moha then suddenly came up with another question. Great Guardian, why did you pull the promised date? Marakim then became serious and turned to Chun Yoan instead and spoke. That is, at the same time at Lord's Palace, It was time where all lights should have been gone off, but the Lord's office was still brightly lit. Inside, Chun Yujong was listening to someone reporting to him. It was a middle-aged man with black cover on his left eye. We lost track of the Great Guardian after he went outside to the western gate. We are still searching the area, but our palace guards' number aren't enough. There were hundreds of peaks outside the west of the demonic cult's castle. Just hundreds of warriors weren't enough to search through all those mountains. And about other two? I have received message from the one who watch over Ghost Illusion Clan, and Crown Prince have not returned yet. And it is same with Elder Yin Moha from Demonspread Sword Clan. Surprisingly, the man had been watching Yo-One and Yin Moha too. The Lord was becoming more uncomfortable when he heard neither Yo-One or Yin Moha returned. Someone then told the Lord. So it came down to this again. It was another middle-aged man standing by the wall at the corner of the office. What's interesting was that he didn't seem to have right arm. The man walked slowly over to the Lord's desk and spoke as he shook his head. I told you that he is not the card we can use anymore. Wasn't it your motto to consider a card as a card? What are you saying? We should get rid of it before it becomes out of control. Man spoke and the Lord's eyebrow raised. His face was full of frustration. I assure you, King Bonky will not come back alive. You must know this if you have saw what he had been doing in the past. If you let him stay with 6 clans, it will only decrease our forces. He is a poison. What he said was right. Chun Yujong tried to work it so that they can compete against each other in equal balance, but it was being broken, and the power was now growing to threaten Chun Yujong himself. He is no use as a card anymore. If you cut out the rotten area, everything else will heal. He meant that if Chun Yo-One was to get rid of, then his groups will dismantle. The Lord then became silent with his thoughts and spoke. It is time then. The one-armed man spoke. Wise choice, my lord. So what will you do? We'll take out his arms and legs first. The group had grown too powerful to take care of it directly. It was important to scatter the group. Pahin. Yes, my lord. The man with black cover on his eye answered. I order you as the lord. Arrest Left Guardian Li Haiming and Right Guardian Submeng and send them into prison right now. Yes, my lord. Chapter 230, Walking into the Trap 3. It was next day morning when Yo-One returned to the castle of demonic Cudgelt. Yo-One was able to restore his internal energy quickly, but Marakim and Yin Moha acquired internal damage, so they had to take some time meditating, and Yo-One had to protect them while they were going through meditation. I will enter the castle from another gate. Marakim said they couldn't enter the castle together as it will cause needless suspicion, so he went to different gate. Yo-One then came to the western gate with Yin Moha without her mask. Yo-One did not go in and out of the castle gate much, but it seemed the guard was more tighter. Something's weird. Guards that stood guard on the castle gate always became surprised to see Yo-One's medal, but they were different today. They seemed surprised, but it was different. Nano. Tap telepathic messages. Yo-One ordered and Nano immediately responded. Yes, master. Configuring different sound vibration to the user's eardrum. Yo-One then began to hear the sound that he didn't hear before. Is here. Send message to the Lord's palace immediately. Yes, sir. Yo-One passed through the gate with grim look. Yin Moha became curious and whispered. Is something wrong? Yes, we should return fast. Yes, master. It wasn't sure since when, but the Lord's palace was watching over on everything Yo-One was doing. It seems it was the beginning of what he said. Yo-One and Yin Moha quickly ran to the mansion of Ghost Illusion Clan. And at the same time in the Lord's palace, someone was being apprehended and was brought in by palace guards. It was Great Guardian Marakim. They were waiting for me. Marakim became grim. When he returned to the palace, he was arrested right away by palace guards. He asked the reason, and guards said that Marakim was suspected of related with King Bonky going missing. No, King Bonky was killed by Yo-One. The body was buried in different mountains so that it cannot be found by anyone else. Is the Lord thinking I am the suspect? If that was it, then it was better. With Yo-One not revealed as true Chun Ma yet, there was a chance where the Lord will use this incident against Yo-One. At least it's fortunate that second elder went berserk by using blood reversion art. If the Lord was thinking Merakim was the killer, then he could use it as his defense. And soon he was at the Lord's office. "My lord, we have the great guardian here. Send him in." "Yes, my lord." The door opened and Chun Yujong was standing at front of his desk, and one armed man standing by the wall to the side of the room. The Lord asked Merakim, "How was your trip overnight?" If the Lord knew that Merakim wasn't at the castle, then there was no need to hide. Merakim knelt down on his one knee and bowed. "I am sorry to disturb you, my lord. Let me cut to the chase. King Bonki left the castle last night and he haven't returned yet. I am not done." Merakim stopped speaking at the Lord's solemn voice. He felt something was going weird, but he couldn't object to the Lord right now. "But I also heard that Crown Prince and Elder Yin Moha also disappeared from the castle last night." No, Great Guardian's eye beyond his mask shook. He knew that the Lord was having watch on him already, but he didn't think Chun Yujong was watching Chun Yowan also. It seemed he had used his own palace guards to do the job instead of using warriors from Guardians. "From what the Crown Prince did in the past, I think something must have happened to the second elder. Do you agree?" Merakim became grim. It seems the Lord's target was not Merakim, but the Crown Prince. "My lord. If Crown Prince lured second elder out of the castle to kill him, wouldn't it be a murder made due to personal vengeance?" So, this was what he wanted. Merakim bit on his lips under his mask. The Lord did not know what exactly happened outside the castle. But he was trying to blame Yowan on killing King Bonki, no matter what happened to King Bonki, to pressure him. This cannot be done. I cannot have Chun Ma to be blamed. He couldn't let the Lord to get a reason. The Lord was going to make this as an issue to strike down on Chun Yowan if given the chance. Merakim then placed his head down on the ground and spoke. "My lord, that incident is irrelevant to the Crown Prince's personal feelings. And if not, what is it?" Merakim then began to explain the death of second elder King Bonki. Of course, he had took out large chunk of part where Yowan might become suspicious and only focused on King Bonki using blood reversion art. So, his body had become too large due to blood reversion art, so I was going to report to you to send people there to carry his body back here. It was smooth excuse for a excuse that was made up on spot. The Lord didn't know why King Bonki left the castle, so it was sure that he wouldn't find any suspicious point in the story. The Lord stood for a second in thought and spoke. "Good. Then I will have palace guards to go with you. Go bring second elder's body back." "Yes, my lord." It worked. Comment first rate this chapter vote with Power Stone Merakim was relieved. If he were to bring the body back, then it was going to be enough. But what's concerned was that he was being sent out by warriors from palace guards. This was probably due to the Lord not trusting guardians anymore. And when Merakim left, the one armed man walked over to the Lord. There we have it. Merakim also sides with him. The Lord agreed as he nodded. He did sense in that regards, but he was able to confirm it when he saw what Merakim just did. And from what we can see, Merakim will not act according to our plan. No, he will have to. Man became confused. The Lord then took out a key and opened the safe under his desk. Inside, there was a small wooden box that was warm. And when the Lord opened, there was a blood and small insect-like thing squirming inside. What is that? It is reactant. Reactant? Oh, you mean? The Lord then grabbed it by his hand and swallowed it at once. The man scowled in disgust. It was reactant that the great guardian gave it to him 25 years ago when he pledged allegiance, but Chun Yujong didn't eat it then. He sent it to demonic doctor to analyze it instead and recently acquired what he wanted. He will have to listen to my orders. The Lord's eyes seemed to glow faintly in red, and at the mansion of Ghost Illusion Clan, there were ones that were talking seriously. These were Chun Yowan, 10th Elder Yin Moha, 11th Elder Huanyi and Hu Bong, but there were no other Yowans members. So, Bakki was sent to vice leader of North Expedition Team led by Loyal Clan. Ko Wanger was sent to the Armored Cavalry of Sword Clan to be vice leader there. It was direct order from the Lord, so we had no choice to refuse. As Huanyi continued to report, Yowan became more grim. The Lord's palace ordered early morning and took Bakki, Ko Wanger, Sama Chak and Mun Ku to different places. It was an official order of job assignment to master-ranked warriors of the cult. They are all stationed under 4 clans then. Problem was that they were now under 4 clans and were scattered all over the place. It was apparent that this move was to make Yowan's members to be scattered all over the place. Phew, master, at least I am safe from being sent away. Hubong spoke as he sighed in relief. Interestingly, Hubong was only one who was not sent away. I think you were just ignored. Huan thought, but he didn't speak it. It seemed the Lord's palace didn't consider Hubong and his low-ranking clan as much of a threat. Huan continued on his reports. It's not only 2 guardians and clan leaders. Elder Sama Yi is sent to Hanam Castle as a representative. Elder Mun Yun was sent to northeast of Kangsa Castle to form defensive line against Blade God's 6 martial art. Sama Yi already left toward north few hours ago, and Mun Yun was now preparing with supplies so he can leave within the day. Everything was going to fast, so it was even astounding. Then I guess I was ordered also. Huan nodded at Yin Moha's comment. I suspect as well, as warriors from Lord's Palace visited your mansion multiple times. But well, you are here. Huan spoke. At least Yin Moha entered the castle without her mask as she had came back with Yowan, so the Lord's Palace thought that Yin Moha still had not returned. How can the Lord do this to us? This is outright attack on our group, Hubong shouted in anger with reddened face. With the Lord's order, Chun Yowan had lost all of his arms and legs. Starting with left and right guardian being imprisoned, even elders from highest clans were sent away outside the castle. At least Elder Huan is here with us like me. Hubong spoke, and Huan smiled bitterly and shook his head. There may be different reason for that. The Lord can't dare to let me set loose. The reason why Huan was left here was because he was the leader of covert operations team. He was leader of all spies over entire Jianghu, so there was no way to send away Huan. Anyway, I think we should do something before the Lord does something to remaining 2 elders. Oh, Huan became impressed by Hubong's idea, unlike his regular irrelevant one, and nodded. This was surely very weird that the Lord was moving this quick. I just hope they are not coming for the Crown Prince himself. That was the only concern that Huan had. It was apparent that the Lord wanted to use Chun Yowan as a piece on his chess game when they saw the Lord helping the 4 clans. But if he was taking away Yowan's power like this, then it was proof that he had a different plan now. Even if Yowan was powerful, he couldn't take on everything alone. But it's strange. Why is he so calm? Huan thought Yowan would be frustrated or be angry from sudden move, but Yowan, although bit frustrated, didn't seem to mind as much, as if he expected something like this would happen. Crown Prince, what should we do now? Me and Elder Yin will have to take up the order if the order does come to us. Huan frowned at middle of speaking, but it wasn't only him. Yowan and Yin Moha was also looking out at the same direction, only Hubong was confused and asked, what's going on? What's happening? We're late. Huan shook his head with grim look. Superior master-level warriors could sense it through their sense. There were hundreds of warriors surrounding the entire mansion of Ghost Illusion Clan. Chapter 231, Walking into the Trap 4. Marakim was relieved. If he were to bring the body back, then it was going to be enough. But what's concerned was that he was being sent out by warriors from palace guards. This was probably due to the Lord not trusting guardians anymore, and when Marakim left, the one-armed man walked over to the Lord. There we have it. Marakim also sides with him. The Lord agreed as he nodded. He did sense in that regards, but he was able to confirm it when he saw what Marakim just did. And from what we can see, Marakim will not act according to our plan. No, he will have to. Man became confused. The Lord then took out a key and opened the safe under his desk. Inside, there was a small wooden box that was warm, and when the Lord opened, there was a blood and small insect-like thing squirming inside. What is that? It is reactant. Reactant? Oh, you mean? The Lord then grabbed it by his hand and swallowed it at once. The man scowled in disgust. It was reactant that the great guardian gave it to him 25 years ago when he pledged allegiance, but Chun Yuzhong didn't eat it then. He sent it to demonic doctor to analyze it instead and recently acquired what he wanted. He will have to listen to my orders. The Lord's eyes seemed to glow faintly in red, and at the mansion of Ghost Illusion Clan, there were ones that were talking seriously. These were Chun Yowan, 10th Elder Yin Moha, 11th Elder Huenyi, and Hu Bong, but there were no other Yowan's members. So, Bakki was sent to vice leader of North Expedition Team led by Loyal Clan. Ko Wanger was sent to the Armored Cavalry of Sword Clan to be vice leader there. It was direct order from the Lord, so we had no choice to refuse. As Huenyi continued to report, Yowan became more grim. The Lord's palace ordered early morning and took Bakki, Ko Wanger, Sama Chak, and Mun Ku to different places. It was an official order of job assignment to master ranked warriors of the cult. They are, all stationed under 4 clans then. Problem was that they were now under 4 clans and were scattered all over the place. It was apparent that this move was to make Yowan's members to be scattered all over the place. Phew, master, at least I am safe from being sent away. Hu Bong spoke as he sighed in relief. Interestingly, Hu Bong was only one who was not sent away. I think you were just ignored. Huenyi thought, but he didn't speak it. It seemed the Lord's palace didn't consider Hu Bong and his low-ranking clan as much of a threat. Huenyi continued on his reports. It's not only 2 guardians and clan leaders. Elder Samayi is sent to Hanam Castle as a representative. Elder Mun Yun was sent to northeast of Kangsa Castle to form defensive line against Blade God's 6 martial art. Samayi already left toward north few hours ago, and Mun Yun was now preparing with supplies so he can leave within the day. Everything was going to fast, so it was even astounding. Then I guess I was ordered also. Huenyi nodded at Yin Moha's comment. I suspect as well, as warriors form Lord's palace visited your mansion multiple times. But well, you are here. Huenyi spoke. At least Yin Moha entered the castle without her mask as she had came back with Yowan, so the Lord's palace thought that Yin Moha still had not returned. How can the Lord do this to us? This is outright attack on our group, Hu Bong shouted in anger with reddened face. With the Lord's order, Chun Yowan had lost all of his arms and legs. Starting with left and right guardian being imprisoned, even elders from highest clans were sent away outside the castle. At least Elder Huan is here with us like me. Hu Bong spoke, and Huenyi smiled bitterly and shook his head. There may be different reason for that. The Lord can't dare to let me set loose. The reason why Huenyi was left here was because he was the leader of covert operations team. He was leader of all spies over entire Jianghu, so there was no way to send away Huenyi. Anyway, I think we should do something before the Lord does something to remaining 2 elders. Oh, Huenyi became impressed by Hu Bong's idea, unlike his regular irrelevant one, and nodded. This was surely very weird that the Lord was moving this quick. I just hope they are not coming for the Crown Prince himself. That was the only concern that Huenyi had. It was apparent that the Lord wanted to use Chun Yowan as a piece on his chess game when they saw the Lord helping the 4 clans. But if he was taking away Yowan's power like this, then it was proof that he had a different plan now. Even if Yowan was powerful, he couldn't take on everything alone. But it's strange. Why is he so calm? Huenyi thought Yowan would be frustrated or be angry from sudden move, but Yowan, although bit frustrated, didn't seem to mind as much, as if he expected something like this would happen. Crown Prince, what should we do now? Me and Elder Yin will have to take up the order if the order does come to us. Huenyi frowned at middle of speaking, but it wasn't only him. Yowan and Yin Moha was also looking out at the same direction, only Hu Bong was confused and asked, what's going on? What's happening? We're late. Huenyi shook his head with grim look. Superior master-level warriors could sense it through their sense. There were hundreds of warriors surrounding the entire mansion of Ghost Illusion Clan. Chapter 232, Walking into the Trap 5. Elder. A warrior standing guard on the gate quickly came running in. Huenyi stood up from his seat at the guest house and asked, What is it? There is a man calls himself Captain of Buju Sword along with the messenger from the Lord's palace. Buju Sword? Huenyi became surprised and Yowan asked, What is it? It is a covert ops group owned by Sword Clan. These were hidden power of Sword Clan. 3 years ago, there were another group called Great Martial Sword, but they were revealed to have connection with criminals having learned of Blood Reversion Act and created incident on the Demonic Academy, so they were disbanded. Important issue here was that they were from Sword Clan. This is frustrating. Huan didn't think things would move this quickly. It wasn't sure why, but if entire Buju Sword was moving, then it was sure that the purpose wasn't all that well intended. Ha, master? Yowan sighed and walked down to the yard and looked up at the sky. He was ready for it, but it was still too fast. He had never thought he will have to fight his father rather than fighting 6 clans. All he had was bitterness for his father leaving Lady HWA to her death. Is it fate? Yowan seemed to be in deep thoughts, so everyone stood silently and waited. Only one that was impatient was the guard. After long silence, Yowan moaned and looked down and spoke to Huan with determined look. The thing I asked you before, is it ready? Oh, Huan's eye glowed. At same time, there were over 300 warriors from Buju clan surrounding the mansion of Ghost Illusion clan. At the gate, there were man with mustache wearing brown armor and a man with black cover over his eye that wore the robes of the Lord's palace. The man with mustache was the leader of Buju Sword, Jukum. Sir Pahin, they will come soon. The man with eye patch, Pahin nodded. It has been a while since the guard went into the clan, so they were concerned if Ghost Illusion clan was readying to fight back, but they didn't sense anything like that. That's when the gate opened and 4 people appeared. It was Chun Yowan, Hubong, Yin Moha, and Huan. But Yin Moha did not have her mask, so she acted as if she was a personal guard of Yowan. Greetings, Crown Prince. Jukum and Pahin both bowed at Yowan. Yowan also bowed reluctantly. They were bowing at each other, but certain cold air was upon them. Huan first spoke to them. I'm not sure why so many warriors are surrounding my mansion. Pahin answered to Huan's question. I am sorry, Elder Huan. Buju Sword is not here to threaten the Ghost Illusion clan. He spoke, but the act itself was already a threat. Huan looked unconvinced, but Pahin ignored and turned to Chun Yowan. There is an order made to the Crown Prince. To the cultist of demonic cult, order from the Lord was definite. Yowan stayed silent for a while, but soon knelt and shouted. Crown Prince Chun Yowan, ready for any order from the Lord. Pahin then opened the scroll that had writings on what the order was about and read. I, Chun Yujong, order the Crown Prince to go down to fight the forces of Blade God 6 clan heading south from the Jerkang Castle. I entrust you a small forces, so depart and defend enemy's advance. Ah, Yowan's eye shook from unexpected order. He imagined something will work against him, but this was unexpected. Yowan then looked up and saw warriors from Buju Sword. They all wore armors as if they were ready to go to war. This is... Pahin then closed the scroll and spoke. It is an emergency. Crown Prince must leave with the Buju Sword at once. Huan and Yin Moha became shocked and looked at Yowan. They too have not expected this. Yin Moha quickly sent telepathic message to Yowan. This is a trap. This was only a trap to send out Yowan outside the castle so he can be dealt with. If Yowan still had his members, it could have been a regular mission, but he had no one around him. He was also told to leave right now, meaning he wasn't given any time to prepare. They got us. If they resist, then it was apparent that these warriors will attack. There were no choice. Hubong gritted his teeth in anger as Chun Yowan was being sent into the cliff. I will go together. The order is to have Crown Prince alone. How dare you intervene at the Lord's order? Pahin threatened, and Hubong closed his mouth. The Lord's order was absolute, and onto Huan and Yin Moha, who was dumbfounded and frustrated, telepathic message came to them from Yowan. They had to bit on their lips and take it in. We have to walk the path right into the trap. Yin Moha angered at the Lord's scheme. Even if Yowan was threatening his power and authority, it seemed it was too much to send his own son into death. Pahin snickered at them and spoke. You should leave now. It was 5 hours later when Merakim returned to the cult. He was able to retrieve the body of King Bonky that was buried on different peak and returned. The body was so big and heavy that it required 6 men to carry it. But when he returned, He sensed something was weird. He felt something strange from warriors and servants walking within the palace. Merakim became concerned, but he didn't mention it and brought the body into the palace. He then ordered to have the body sent to the preservation room. We need to show it to the Lord, so we'll clean it first. It was buried, but it wasn't dirty, but it didn't seem out of place, so Merakim nodded. Warriors from palace guards then began to move the body to somewhere, but the direction was, "Wait, that is the incinerat, great guardian." Merakim tried to call palace guards when man with eye patch walked up to him and stopped him. It was Pahin, leader of palace guards. "Wait a second." Merakim walked past Pahin to call upon palace guards, but Pahin ran up to him again and stopped him. Merakim's eye turned cold. "What is the meaning of this?" "It's an order from the Lord. Don't interfere with the body anymore." "The Lord's order?" Merakim became dumbfounded. He brought the body that proved use of blood reversion art to ease the problem, but it was now being sent to burn it down. He had to stop it. Pahin smiled to Merakim. "You don't have time to think about that. The Lord told me to bring you over to him right away when you return." "What do you mean?" "You'll know once you go to the Great Halls." Great Halls? Chapter 233, Walking into the Trap 6. Merakim became confused. Great Halls were only opened when there were great meeting. The great meeting was held recently, so it wasn't likely that there will be any more meeting. "What are you?" "The great meeting had started about 10 minutes ago, so you must hurry." "What is the meeting about?" "It's about putting Crown Prince down from his position." "What?" Merakim became shocked and asked back. He thought the Lord will do something, but he didn't imagine it could be this fast. "Ugh, he got us." He needed to move fast then. He had to stop before Chun Yo-won was put down from his spot. But Merakim also thought that maybe he should reveal that the Crown Prince was true Sky Demon in front of all clan leaders. But Merakim did not know that Chun Yo-won had left the castle due to the order. "Then if you'll excuse me." Merakim then quickly ran toward the great halls, and Pahin scoffed. "HMPH, he sure is siding with the Crown Prince." That was only reason for Merakim to act so quickly, but it was too late now. Merakim's only purpose now was to make sure Chun Yo-won was brought down, and there was also job for Pahin himself. "Hey, don't go there." "Oh," Pahin shouted at female servant who almost went toward the incinerator. He had to block anyone from coming near the incinerator until King Bonki's body was burned completely. At the great halls, there were many people gathered already. All clan leaders and elders inside the castle had gathered. Most clan leaders were here, but many elder seats were empty. Only elders that were here were Bu Charyang, Ya Kinkeng, Hang Soyu, Mong Oh, and Huenyi. Merakim arrived late and quietly entered the halls. The Lord was already on his throne, so the guard on the gate didn't announce Merakim's entrance. The hall was, however, very quiet, so everyone knew Merakim had arrived. What is going on? Merakim narrowed his eyes. If the meeting was proceeding, then it was strange that everyone was quiet. Merakim then glanced over to find Chun Yo-won, but he was nowhere to be seen. And within elders, only one from Yo-won's forces were Huenyi. No. Merakim then realized something had happened. This was a place to talk about Crown Prince's dethronement, but the Crown Prince and his forces were left out. When Merakim walked over to where elders were sitting down, the Lord spoke. "Good, our great guardian who witnessed the incident have returned." The incident, Merakim became confused and the Lord spoke. "Great guardian, come to the middle." "As you wish, my lord." Merakim then double-laked over and stood at the middle where elder seats were placed on either side. It was first time he stood here, as he was always behind the Lord. Merakim knelt down on his one knee and bowed. "I ask you, great guardian, tell me the exact words that you spoke to me before." "Yes, my lord." "Did Crown Prince Chun Yo-won ambushed second elder King Bonki to kill him, and that you witnessed this with your very eyes?" Ambush. Merakim's eye shook at the question. He had told the Lord that King Bonki had used blood reversion art, so he had to be killed. "What was the reason for this question, my lord? I told you that." "Answer my question. Is it true that Crown Prince Chun Yo-won had ambushed the second elder King Bonki?" The Lord asked again, and Merakim bit on his lips. He was forcing the answer out of Merakim. "I can't let that happen." If the things went as the Lord intended, then Chun Yo-won was sure to be dethroned. That is, when Merakim tried to explain, he heard the Lord's telepathic message. If I activate the reactant, your poison parasite will kill you. Great Guardian Merakim flinched at the word. Chun Yujong smiled. This was what he had in mind. With Merakim being controlled by the poison parasite, there was no way that Merakim will refuse the order. You saw that there are no one who side with him here, so you must know. There was no way for Chun Yo-won's dethronement to be stopped. Even if Merakim sided with him, there was no need for him to risk his life. Lord asked again. Let me ask you again, Great Guardian. Did Crown Prince Chun Yo-won ambushed Second Elder King Bonki to kill him? Now, answer me. The answer was already decided. Merakim's job was to put an end to Chun Yo-won's reign. Merakim then stopped on shaking and spoke. Crown Prince had not ambushed Second Elder. What? Chun Yujong's eye turned furious at Merakim's unexpected words. He had outright disobeyed his orders. And Crown Prince? I have no choice. He had to stop it before Merakim can speak about blood reversion art. The Lord activated reactant right away. The reactant was only made to activate when the Great Guardian tries to harm the Lord, but the Lord asked Demon Doctor to alter it so that it can be made to activate the poison parasite if the reactant dissolves inside the body of the Lord. But did not kill King Bonki out of his personal feelings. What is going on? Why is it not working? Great Guardian Merakim did not seem to be in pain and kept on continuing on, as it was an act to defend himself against the Second Elder's BL. No. If Merakim tells the truth, then the Lord's scheme of lies was going to be revealed in front of all clan leaders. The Lord became frustrated and charged against Merakim to stop him from speaking. It was then someone appeared in front of him and blocked his attack. It was 11th Elder Huenyi. What? And Merakim was able to speak loud and clear so that everyone in the hall can hear. Crown Prince had to defend himself against Second Elder's blood reversion art. The truth was told. But people were more interested in the Lord attacking Great Guardian and being stopped by 11th Elder Huenyi. Chun Yujong glared furiously at Huenyi and spoke. Elder Huen, you dare oppose me? I am not Elder Huen. What? Huenyi then smiled and began to pull his skin up from his chin. His skin were stretched. What? Surprisingly, the man wasn't Huenyi. It was a man who had mask of Huenyi over his fast. Crown Prince, why are you here? Chun Yo-won should have been killed on his way down to the south already, and to the Lord's shocked eyes, Yo-won leaned close and whispered, I am here to succeed you. Chapter 234, True Successor 1. About 10 miles east from the demonic cult's castle, there were 300 warriors from the Buju sword moving on a horse. They left late, and the sky was already getting dark, so they had to prepare to camp soon. They were on a hill with dense bushes, but they saw a large open field bit away from where they were that can be used to camp. But what they were looking for was a campsite. Jukum received a telepathic message from his lieutenant. This should do, sir. Jukum then glanced over at the darkened sky and the area and nodded. There weren't any people here, so it seemed like a good place. Jukum then got next to Chun Yo-won, who was riding ahead, and pulled out his sword. At that, all other warriors also pulled out their swords. Chun Yo-won then turned his head. What is the meaning of this? Jukum smirked at Yo-won's question and shouted. Meaning? It means that you will die here. Die. With that, Jukum's lieutenant rode his horse toward Yo-won with force Kai over his sword to strike down Yo-won's head. Hoo-hoo-hoo, I was wondering when you will reveal your intention. Hoo-hoo. The laughter seemed feminine. That's when Chun Yo-won quickly pulled out the blade to defend and cut down the lieutenant's neck at once. Lieutenant was a super master level warrior, but he was no match for a superior master warrior. Jukum turned cold and spoke. So you will resist then, Crown Prince? Well, you see, I'm not the Crown Prince. What? Chun Yo-won then reached down toward his chest and pulled up to throw the mask away. The face revealed underneath was the face of Huenyi. What? Huenyi pressed down on below his chin. He had 2 masks over his face. Oh, that was close. I almost took off both masks. Hoo-hoo. Elder Huan. Jukum became shocked that the person they brought here was not the Crown Prince, but Chun Yo-won. They left right away after they came into contact with Chun Yo-won, since when the Crown Prince was replaced, Wait, you mean to say that you were acting as Crown Prince since we met? Wow, you're right. Correct answer. This meant that the Huenyi they met at the mansion was actually Chun Yowon. They thought they had led Yowon into the trap, but they and the Lord were fooled instead. Jukum then shouted with rage, "Elder Huen, how dare you disobey the order of the Lord?" Disobey? Wasn't the Lord's order to fight the enemy? Since when was the order changed to let him die? Huenyi spoke sarcastically, and Jukum shouted at his warriors, "We will kill this traitor and return immediately." "Yes, sir." "Well, you sure have a lot of people here. But can you really catch up to me if I run away?" Most were top-class warriors, and there were over 50 master-level warriors. But that didn't mean they could catch up to Huenyi, a superior master-level warrior running away. Jukum smirked. "You think we weren't ready when we knew we were up against superior master warriors?" Grrr. At the same time, warriors from the Buju clan began to growl like beasts. Their eyes all turned bloodshot red, and Huenyi frowned. "Oh, I didn't expect this." Buju soared. They too were forces who had learned blood reversion art. Huenyi became tense that maybe he might not be able to run away. At the same time, inside the great halls, all the clan leaders were shocked by the sudden appearance of Chun Yowon. They were told that Chun Yowon was sent to Bakgun Castle to fight against the Blade God's 6 martial clan, so they didn't imagine he would sneak in by faking himself as Huenyi, Crown Prince. What is going on here? That's strange. He sounded just like Elder Huenyi. Those who had talked with Huenyi before couldn't find any strangeness in Yowon's voice, changing user's voice to normal. HMPH. Ah, Yowon coughed and tested his voice as it returned to normal. His voice was changed by Nano, so even the Lord who had talked with Huenyi many times couldn't figure out if it was imitated. He learned evil magic. The Lord glared as he watched Yowon's voice returning back to normal. He then found his coldness back. Did Elder Huen create the mask for him? If so, then it was likely that the one who was sent out of the castle was Elder Huen. He knew that Huenyi sided with Chun Yowon, but he didn't think he would do so far to turn his back against the Lord. How dare? The Lord knew about Chun Yowon's boldness, but this was crossing the line. If he had shown himself in this meeting, then it was sure that Yowon was here to settle the score with the Lord in front of all the clan leaders. Are you doing this from the trust of the Great Guardian? It wasn't sure how, but the Great Guardian was freed from the poison parasite's control. And he was also taken into Yowon's forces, so it seemed Yowon was thinking he had gotten out of his trap. But you had made a mistake. The person who had the upper hand here was still the Lord himself. The Lord's palace was a sacred place where only the Lord could decide what to do. What is the meaning of this, Crown Prince? How dare you disobey my order and sneak into the great halls? This is an act of treason. The Lord spoke authoritatively, and the atmosphere became heavy. As the Lord said, what Chun Yowon did was an act of treason. Yowon, however, looked back coldly. I have something to ask you before that. What? Why are you trying to blame me for killing Second Elder King Bonky in an ambush and trying to dethrone me? Everyone turned their attention to Yowon at his question. They all heard the truth that the Great Guardian revealed. Blame. But the Lord didn't seem to be worried. He then ordered over at the Great Guardian, still on his one knee. Great Guardian, Crown Prince Chun Yowon has disobeyed my order. Arrest him. I cannot follow your order. The Great Guardian did not follow the order. The Lord already knew that Merakim had sided with Yowon now, so this was expected. The Lord then shouted to all elders and clan leaders. Look, Great Guardian Merakim is now listening to the Crown Prince rather than myself. How can you trust his words? The great halls fell silent. This was what the Lord had in mind. Every clan leader began to think differently, as they too saw the Great Guardian disobeying the order of the Lord. No, Merakim looked up at the Lord with shocked eyes. He knew that the Lord was not going down easily, but he didn't imagine he would use Merakim's new allegiance against him. I see that you are very loyal to the Crown Prince, but a mistake needs to be dealt with punishment. The Lord snapped his fingers and the palace guards appeared. Arrest the Crown Prince and the Great Guardian. Yes, my lord, and it was when they tried to walk over to them that they heard noise at the entrance. Stop, you must stop. Move. What? You aren't servants? Chapter 235, True Successor 2. Elder Yin, go now. Guards at the gate were trying to stop someone bursting into the great halls, but the person burst open the gate and walked in. Everyone became shocked to find someone coming in. It was 10th Elder Yin Moha who entered, but her late appearance wasn't the reason for the surprise. That clothing. She was wearing a black top and white skirt that female servants of the palace wore. That alone was weird, but she had something dragging with her one hand that shocked people. It was a giant body that was partly burned. I am sorry about joining the meeting. I had to bring this important piece of evidence. Yin Moha used her force energy to move the body into the middle of the halls, and when people saw the body floating over, they were shocked. What? The body had veins popping up from all over the body. A part of it was burned, but it was easy to recognize its face. It was King Bonki, the second elder and leader of the Sword Clan. Blood reversion art? It's blood reversion art. The body was twice as large as King Bonki's original body, and the veins and enlarged muscles proved that he had used blood reversion art. The Great Guardian said the truth. Second Elder used blood reversion art. The halls began to become noisy. What happened? Where's Pahin? Lord Chun Yuzhang frowned. He ordered Pahin to burn the body and never let others enter. But it seemed Yin Moha had pulled it out of the incinerator and brought it here. You, what are you? Move out of the way. And outside the gate to the great halls, female servants and hall guards were trying to stop palace guards from entering the halls. Oog, what's with that woman? Arg. A tall female servant who was taller than most large men snatched one of the palace guards' feet and swung him like an axe to strike down the other palace guards. What are they? The Lord had scattered all members under Chun Yo-won. If so, who were these warriors who faked themselves as palace staff to block the great halls? Yo-won smiled. This was Yo-won's force that the Lord did not know of. They were his servants who stayed behind at the demonic academy. Good job, Hu Bong. You are right on time. With Left Guardian Li Haimeng being arrested, everything in the demonic academy was put on hold. Instructors were also imprisoned inside the academy for the investigation, but Yo-won's members did not stay behind in the dormitory. No one will pass through me. The tall female staff who fought valiantly at the gate was Hu Sangwa. And someone ran up to Hu Sangwa frantically as he shouted, Move out, girl. You'll have to defeat me if you want to go. The man was Pahin, the leader of the palace guards. His face was bruised, and he was in a pretty bad state from being beaten by Yin Moha at the incinerator. Damn, girl. Pahin was already embarrassed by losing to some young female servant, so he furiously unleashed his sword formation at Hu Sangwa. Hu Sangwa then took the sword that she snatched from the palace guard and defended herself. Damn it. Since when did such monstrous girls sneak into the palace? Pahin tried to shoot past her, but he was injured and Hu Sangwa wasn't weak. What is going on? Something's not right. Clan leaders began getting up from their seats as they realized things weren't going as normal. They just thought Chun Yo-won was acting to remove the blame, but it seems that wasn't only it. HMPH. The Lord sighed deeply. His plan had already failed when Yin Moha brought the body of King Bonki. Chun Yuzhang glared furiously and threatened Chun Yo-won, Crown Prince. You really intend to bring this to an end? And Chun Yo-won answered casually. I told you, I am here to succeed you as the next Lord. How dare you? The Lord moved quickly over to Yo-won to attack. Yo-won already sensed energy being gathered at the Lord's fingers, so he took steps to dodge it. The Lord then pointed at Yo-won and shouted, I order every elder and clan leader to arrest these traitors. There was no more need to talk. He had to use his authority to overpower Chun Yo-won now. With the Lord's order being made, a few clan leaders tried to charge at Yo-won, Marakim, and Yin Moha. Guards inside the hall also tried to attack. Ugh! But some of the guards were suddenly struck and thrown to the back. They looked dumbfoundedly at the ones that attacked them. Why? 10 miles east of the demonic cult's castle, there was a chase going on during the dark night. GGR. Stop. Warriors with enlarged muscles and reddened eyes growled as they chased someone. In front of them, 11th Elder Huan Yi was running away. Ugh! His clothes were drenched in blood. There weren't any who were stronger than him, but with 300 warriors using blood reversion art, he had no way but to run. Huanyi was barely able to get out of the warriors surrounding him, but he also had a heavy injury. Og. Ah. And Jukum, with his senses increased to that of a beast, heard heavy panting coming out of Huanyi's mouth. It wasn't going to be long. Kekekek, you can't run away from us. Soon they will be at a plain. At that place, warriors could shoot sword kai or throw spears to attack Huanyi. And when they shot through bushes, Huanyi suddenly stopped. His eyes were filled with despair. In the distance, there were hundreds of warriors on horses that flashed another military group flag from the demonic cult. The reason why Huanyi stopped was because the flag was from the Blade and Lust clan. Huanyi moaned and shook his head. This is unexpected. Crown Prince, I guess this is it for me. At least I'm glad that I was able to help during the last moment. Hoo-hoo, grrr. This is the end, Elder Huan. Kakakakaka? Jukum grinned. Warriors from the Buju sword began to draw near Huanyi. Huanyi clenched his blade. If he was going to die here, then he had to use all of the energy he had to kill as many as enemies he could. And as he began to bring the energy up, warriors of the great demonic cult. By the order of our great Chun Ma, hunt down these devilish fiends who have learned blood reversion art. Huanyi became shocked. A warrior with gray armor standing in the front shouted with his sword. Charge! Over 400 warriors immediately pulled out their weapons and began to charge against Jukum and his warriors who were under influence of the blood reversion art. What is going on? Jukum frowned as he thought these warriors had come to his aid, as they held flag of the Blade and Lust clan. And at the same time in the great halls, Chun Yuzhong grimaced as he watched some people with disbelief. He was looking at elders. Bu Chariang, Ya Kinkeng, Hang Soyu, and Mongo were attacking the palace guards who were trying to attack Chun Yowan. Why you? Chapter 236, True Successor 3. 4 hours ago, at the mansion of the Blade clan located southeast of the demonic cult's castle, there were many warriors of the Blade clan surrounding the main building, ready to strike at any signal. Inside the office, 2 men were talking with each other. One man was the 3rd elder and leader of the Blade clan, Bu Chariang, and another man was Chun Yowan. Yowan was holding onto a skin mask. If Yowan did not pull it off, then Bu Chariang might have thought he was Huanyi. They have a good defensive system. The Blade clan, as it was considered the 3rd strongest clan in the cult, quickly reacted to Chun Yowan's appearance by having half of their warriors surround the building. What will he do? This was a bet that Chun Yowan was making. If he couldn't turn the tide here, then everything was going to fail before he could even start. Blade clan. They have control over the northeast side of our cult toward the Kangdong castle, if I can persuade him. Then there was a way to help Huanyi, who had gone out of the castle. Yowan couldn't send help from inside, so he required help from the 4 clans who had forces outside the castle. The problem was that Yowan's relationship with them was at its worst. Bu Chariang was in deep thought. If Yowan did not come as Huanyi at first, Bu Chariang would either refuse to meet with Chun Yowan or tie him up and report him to the Lord. Is what he says true? There was a reason why Bu Chariang hesitated. What Chun Yowan said was actually what he and the other elders had been feeling. It had been growing even stronger after they fought at the battle at Jerkang Castle. Aside from our relationship, what he is saying is reasonable. If this persists, the next target will be us. The Lord just decided to strike down on the Crown Prince, the biggest force in the entire cult right now. This wasn't expected from any of the 4 clans. And from how things were going, if the 4 clans did not act on the Lord's orders, it wasn't certain as to what he might do after. We don't have much time. Yowan spoke to Bu Chariang. There were about 4 hours until the great meeting. Bu Chariang then spoke to him. Crown Prince, are you aware that I can turn you over to the Lord right now if I wanted to? Of course, if that is what you choose to do. Chariang frowned at Yowan's casual answer. After meeting a few times, Bu Chariang now realized who this man was. But the more he knew, the more he had to acknowledge the boldness. Crown Prince, We 4 clans are the foundation of the cult, but we still bow our heads to the Chun family. Do you know why? Our cult serves the demon god and the fire. The one who communicates with them is the Lord, and that is because the Chun family has been chosen to do that. Hundreds of thousands of cultists in the demonic cult had served the Lord who could communicate with gods as their leader for a long time. This was something that 6 clans could never have, even if they had more power, and it was the foundation of the cult itself. Without this, there was no cult. Thus, the 6 clans never tried to overthrow the Lord. What you are trying to do now is to overthrow that foundation. Without justification, this fight will go nowhere. This was the same even if Chun Yo-won was from the Chun family. The demonic cult was a group of people and a religious sect. Even if Yo-won was successful in his revolution, there was no way to become leader of these religious people without justification. You are saying that I won't be able to prove myself as the true Lord. Yes, that is correct. Even with our relationship aside, there isn't a reason for us to follow your words. That's when something weird began to happen. The black wrist guard over at Yo-won's wrist came apart itself and began shaping into a certain shape. This. And when he saw the shape turning into glowing black sword, Bu Churyeon got up from his seat. Elder, what is going on in there? His advisor quickly sent a telepathic message as he thought something had happened inside, trying to burst in at any moment. But the message that returned told them never to come in. And 4 hours later, Chun Yujong was furious to see the elders guarding Chun Yo-won with their backs. Chun Yujong and none of the clan leaders thought these elders would fight to protect the crown prince. What is going on? Why are they protecting the crown prince? Ugh. What should I do? The clan leaders who tried to attack Yo-won, Marakim and Yin Moha had to stop as things began to revolve strangely. The Lord, with reddened eyes possibly from being too enraged, glared at elders. You dare oppose my orders? The Lord began to unleash furious energy. It was pressuring and heavy that everyone inside the hall began to go pale. Ugh. What's with this energy? The only ones who could withstand the energy being unleashed from the supreme master warrior were the elders, Chun Yo-won and Marakim. I thought his internal damage wasn't healed. Elders became grim at such difference in power. The Lord, one of the top 5 warriors of Jianghu, was surely someone that cannot be matched easily. Can the crown prince really succeed? Hang Soyu, the leader of the Lust clan, was sweating on her forehead. She decided to help Chun Yo-won, but facing such energy brought her fears. The Lord spoke again. Are you truly betraying me? The voice was very hostile, and it seemed like the Lord would charge the moment he heard the answer. Elders fell silent, and without answering, and the Lord began to grow furious. This is treason. They are not committing treason. Chun Yo-won jumped in. The Lord became dumbfounded and tried to shout when Yo-won's black wrist guard began to make a move. It scattered into black pieces of metal and began to form a shape. It shaped itself into a beautiful black sword. Everyone became shocked by such a magical sight and looked at the sword. Sky Demon Sword. So everyone saw the engraving on the blade. Sky Demon Sword. The writing also seemed very familiar. It was almost the same as the monument left by Father Chun Ma that was placed outside the courtyard of the Lord's palace. Sky Demon Sword. Chapter 237, True Successor 4. What is going on? Why is that name on the crown prince's sword? Every clan leader became shocked and turned to the black sword. It very closely resembled the Sky Demon's sword that Lord had, but the color was even darker and had a different vibe to it. How did he get that? Chun Yujong became shocked. There was no way that Chun Yujong would not recognize the black sword that he had since the day he became the Lord. He also had the Sky Demon's sword on his waist right now, but that was fake. No former lords had found the true demon's sword that Father Chun Ma had left in the past hundreds of years. I can sense ominous demonic energy from the sword. It was as real as ever. The Lord became so shocked that he even forgot he was angry. Is that sword the reason why they are helping him? The reason why elders helped Chun Yo-won was now revealed. If Chun Yujong acknowledged that Yo-won's sword was the true Sky Demon's sword, Then he was acknowledging that Chun Yo-won was Chun Ma now. "No, that can't be. It can't be true." The Lord shook his head. That's when he heard whispers in his ears. "It's over if you accept it. Prove that the sword is fake, or you have no other way to get out of this situation." Lord became surprised and turned to where the sound was coming from. A one-armed man was standing under the shadow of a giant pillar behind the elders' seats, looking at him. "Yujing, how did you?" It was his brother, Chun Yujing. Chun Yujong told him to stay away from the great halls, but he was here now. "This is no time for you to think about me. If you don't put your act together, you might lose your throne. Break that sword." Chun Yujong then became silent. His brother was right. He couldn't let the sword be considered real. The Lord then reached out at Yo-won's sword. "The sword, I want to see it." What elders flinched and shook their head. They weren't sure what the Lord might do if he lay his hand on the sword. Of course. But Chun, Yo-won gave the sword by offering it with his palms up. The Lord then reached out to pull the sword with his energy. He had used 30% of his energy, but the sword didn't move from Yo-won's hand. "Are you playing tricks with me?" The Lord roared, and Yo-won smiled and sent the sword up in the air and made it fly to the Lord. Chun Yujong then held the hilt with his left hand. He was thinking of sending internal energy into the sword to make it weak and break it with his right hand by force Kai of sword. Ow. What is this? At the moment he held the sword, he was filled with searing pain. The Lord let go of the sword and found the burnt injury on his hand. This stupid sword! The Lord then tried to swing his right hand that had wielded force Kai, and something astounding happened. Ugh! A giant black dragon suddenly appeared and was roaring at the Lord. The Lord got so shocked that he quickly took steps to distance himself from the dragon, and when he got back, his eyes became large from shock. How can this be? The black dragon disappeared, and there was only the sky demon's sword floating over in the air. Yo-won smiled and reached out, and the sword flew over to his hand. The sky demon's sword refused to be held by the Lord, but it was calm under Chun Yo-won's hand. It's the sky demon's sword." "That really is the sky demon's sword?" Some of the clan leaders shouted in excitement. These were leaders from the oldest clans, who had heard legends about the sky demon's sword since they were young. They heard that the sky demon's sword, created from the bones and blood of the black dragon, was a legendary sword that chose its own master. The sky demon's sword accepted the crown prince as its master. That's when Ko Wangin from the demon fist shouted. And beginning with that, the atmosphere began to change. The owner of Sky Demon was the one who succeeded the name of Chun Ma and should be considered as the true master of the demonic cult. No way. The Lord bit his lips. He tried to break down the sword, but it actually worked against him by letting it prove that it was actually the Sky Demon's sword. "It's time." That's when Great Guardian Merakim got up from his knees. He then pulled out the blue medal from his pocket and flashed it at the clan leaders and shouted, "Cultists of the great demonic cult, listen to the Sky Demon order." Sky Demon order? Clan leaders became shocked and turned to the medal. On the medal that the Great Guardian was holding, it had the Sky Demon order engraved on it. Every clan leader began to kneel to the ground to bow. No one was allowed to stand still against the Sky Demon order, which was the authority given by the founding father himself. Even the elders began to kneel down on the ground to bow. Great Guardian?" Lord grimaced at the Great Guardian, who was showing off his hidden identity in front of everyone. Merakim shouted, "I, Merakim, Guardian of the Sky Demon Order, now send a message from Father Chun Ma to you all. Glory to the demonic cult?" Everyone shouted in unison at Merakim's voice. Merakim then declared, "By passing the test left by Father Chun Ma, Crown Prince Chun Yo-won, wielder of the Sky Demon's sword, is now being appointed as the new Chun Ma." Chun Yo-won then knelt on one knee and bowed at the Sky Demon order. "Chun Yo-won, descendant of the great founding father, accepts your order." Everyone then shouted with joy. The new Chun Ma had finally appeared after hundreds of years. This was an amazing event for the demonic cult. Chun Ma, glory to the demonic cult. And Chun Yujong, who was watching them, grimaced even more. Ag, this can't be, this can't be. He then glared with a reddened face back at Chun Yujing. Chun Yujing's advice actually worked against Chun Yujong. Chun Yujing shook his head. Well, you lost to a chess piece. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you again, brother. Heh, how dare you show such disrespect to your lord? Everyone became silent at the lord's roar that rang through the hall. Everyone looked up and saw the lord angrily shouting at the pillar of the hall. Yowan and other elders were bitter from what they saw. At the back of the pillar where the lord was glaring at, there was no one. Chapter 238, True Successor 5. The lord was unleashing his anger as if there was someone there behind the pillar, but there was no one there. Every person in the hall became shocked as they couldn't sense or see anyone there. What? Why is he doing that? The lord's action was shocking indeed. Yowan frowned while looking at the lord truly doing this, and remembered the conversation from yesterday at the peak of 5 Wise Peak. Yin Moha asked Marakim then, Great Guardian, why did you have to change the date to an earlier date? That is, because the Lord has been pushing me away lately. He's pushing you away, Yin Moha asked back, confused. But it was true. Ever since the underground treasure vault was revealed, the Lord looked very suspiciously at the Great Guardian. When Marakim was on different missions outside the office of the Lord's palace, he now had people watching over him. Marakim then realized he couldn't act on his own any longer, so he had to change the date. I am reluctant to say this, but there have been problems with the Lord lately. No, I should say he changed. A change? What do you mean? Did something happen to him? The Great Guardian's explanation was vague, so Yin Moha became curious. Well, we can say something might have happened. Marakim was a great guardian who guarded the Lord by his side. That's why he was quick to find out the change that came to the Lord. And throughout the conversation, Marakim was considering this issue very seriously. The Lord has been very different from what you are seeing right now, Lord Chun Ma. What do you mean? He may be cold-hearted, but it doesn't mean he holds affection toward the cult itself. I am not sure about that. Yowan couldn't agree with that. From what he saw in the past few days, the Lord was only making inner groups to fight against each other. With a giant enemy upon them, the Lord should be trying to have all forces to work together, but it seemed the Lord only cared about his own throne. I know it is unconvincing to say it. So, what is the change? Yowan asked, and Marakim answered grimly. The Lord has been talking to someone lately. Someone? Who? It's Prince Chun Yujing. Chun Yujing was a former candidate to the heir in the Demonic Academy and had lost his arm in the competition, and also a brother of Chun Yujong's. It wasn't strange if Chun Yujong was talking to his brother a lot as he lost his trust in Marakim. What are you talking about? He talks with Prince Chun Yujing. What nonsense? Yin Moha was so shocked and responded dumbfoundedly. Chun Yowan did not know the reason why Yin Moha was reacting like that. What are you talking about? Why doesn't it make sense? My prince. Prince Chun Yujing of the Sword Clan was killed by Power King Hang Yen in the war against the forces of evil 15 years ago. What? Power King Hang Yen was the strongest warrior who still ruled the forces of evil even to this day. He had been staying on top of the 5 warriors of Jianghu for the last 30 years. 15 years ago. Was it from the battle at the Sawan Plains? The war 15 years ago was quite famous. Demonic cult tried to hide it, but when Chun Injai going missing was revealed, the forces of evil took the chance to invade into the cult's territory. That's when Chun Yujong, who had not shown his power then, became one of the new top 5 warrior of the Jianghu. Wait. So is he talking with a ghost? No, my guess is that he is talking to an illusion. Illusion. Marakim found this out at the battle at Jerkang Castle. At the time, he was busy tending to his own wound, but realized that the Lord had changed at some point. The Lord began talking against a wall without anyone, or a dark place. It wasn't a long talk at the beginning, but time began to grow longer and longer. Chun Yujong spoke as if his dead brother was alive and was staying with him. After witnessing this multiple times, Marakim thought this was a sign that the Lord's mental health was going south. Something is eating the Lord's sanity away. What do you think it is? That's Merakim answered with his guess, and Chun, Yowon, and Yin, Moha became shocked and turned to something. They were looking at the body of King Bonki. Chun Yowon broke out of his thoughts as Bu Charyang carefully spoke to the Lord, who was still unleashing his fury. My lord, if I may ask, who are you talking to right now? What? The Lord Chun Yujong then stopped and turned. Everyone in the hall had fallen silent already. Everyone was watching the Lord with a concerned look. The Lord then became confused and spoke. Why are you all looking at me with those eyes? We, your servants, are not sure who you are talking to right now. Bu Charyang spoke hesitantly, and the Lord dumbfoundedly pointed behind the pillar and spoke. Are you trying to fool me? Don't you see Master Chun Yujing standing behind that pillar? And with that, everyone, including Bu Charyang, became shocked. They all knew that Chun Yujing was killed in the war against forces of evil and his body was burned. Kekek, this is becoming very interesting. What did you say? The Lord still clearly saw Chun Yujing standing by the pillar. He was cackling as if this situation was very amusing. This made the Lord become more furious. If you do that one more time, I will not forgive you. Begone from the halls. You are not allowed in here. Chapter 239, True Successor, 6. Bu Charyang frowned as he watched the Lord shouting at the pillar. He wasn't sure if he could believe Yowon, but this confirmed Yowon's claim. Something really happened to the Lord. This was not something that can be considered lightly. If the Lord, leader of 100,000 cultists, lost his sanity, then it meant a giant boat was without its captain. Great Guardian Merakim knelt down on his knee and shouted, My lord, there is no one behind that pillar, and Prince Chun Yujing died a long time ago. What? Merakim revealed the truth in hopes that the Lord might come back. If the Lord did not accept that he was going mad and accept that he be treated, then the situation was going to get worse. Please, you have to go see the demon doctor too. That's when a sharp energy shot past his neck. His right side was left with a cut and blood dripped down from it. If he moved his head a bit slower, his head would have been cut off. Doctor, now I see it. All of you are here to commit treason by saying that I am MAD. Merakim moaned. The Lord was now losing more control over his logic. It was getting worse. The Lord then pulled out his sword from his waist. It was the replica Sky Demon's sword. I will bring order to the cult again, my lord. Chun Yowon grabbed Merakim's shoulder and shook his head. Merakim then glanced back at the Lord, but his eyes were now more red than ever. So my guess was right, and with veins popping up over the Lord's forehead, the symptoms seemed very clear. Blood reversion art. It was the blood reversion art. The side effect of it grew severe each time it was used. It allowed the user to increase their energy greatly, but the reverse flow of internal energy slowly damaged the brain. I should have known then. At the fight in Jerkang Castle, cultists went against a powerful warrior that seemed to be the leader of the Blade God's 6 martial clan. The enemy went straight against the Lord. After going through a hard fight, the Lord returned with an injury. Merakim hoped that his strange state was just because of the internal damage, but it wasn't. It seemed the Lord had used blood reversion art at the last moment. The only reason he kept his sanity until now was because he was at the Supreme Master level. It's you. Because of you, a mere chess piece brought such disorder to the cult. I brought you to this world, so I will take your life away this time. The Lord then began charging against Chun Yowon the same way one would charge at an enemy, not a son. Yowon's eyes turned cold. You lost your sanity, but you still call me a chess piece. I guess that is how you saw me from the beginning then. Yowon wasn't disappointed. The only ones that he considered as parents were Lady HWA and Guard Jang. Yowon then aimed his sword at the Lord. Everyone, get back. Yes, master. Elders who stood guard around Yowon immediately got away to where clan leaders were gathered. This fight wasn't just a fight between father and son. This fight was a fight to choose the true leader of the demonic cult. You have everything you need, but can you truly fight against the Lord Elders? Looked at Chun Yowon. Lord Chun Yujong was now mad and had acquired internal damage, but he was still one of the top 5 warriors out of the entire Jianghu. He wasn't like the first elder Mu Jinwan. The Lord disappeared suddenly from where he stood and appeared in front of Chun Yowon. The Force Kai coming out from the replica Sky Demon's sword shot up to slice Yowan's neck. Ha! Yowan had already pulled up his Sky Demon's sword to block it. The Lord scoffed when Yowan defended himself from the attack. Good. Then try to block this. The Lord began to strike down with 100% of his energy, and Yowan began to be pushed back. The difference in power was quite large. It isn't going to be easy. The Lord isn't weak. Elders and clan leaders became grim as they saw the fight. These two warriors were not at an equal power level. Don't try to be a fool. If it wasn't for the Sky Demon's sword, Yowan would have been cut down with the sword itself already. Yowan's eye narrowed as he felt the energy. He sure is the Lord. Yowan realized the difference in power, but he knew that he had to show the power of himself in front of all these people so that he can be considered as true Chun Ma, leader of the demonic cult. I will use my best. There was no need to hide the Kai of the Sky Demon. Yowan awakened the ominous demonic energy sleeping within his internal energy. He only used this to form Force Kai until now, but when he wielded it entirely onto his body, black energy began to rise up from his body like steam. The terrifying energy filled the great halls, as if a terrifying monster or a dragon was roaring within it. What? This can't be. Elders were shocked to feel the different energy arising out of Yowan's body. The power coming out of Yowan was terrifying and so powerful that it gave chills to their bones. Sky Demon's sword that wielded Blue Force Kai then was covered with Black Force Kai. People gasped with astonishment. Be Black Force Kai? Chapter 240, True Successor, 7. It's Force Kai from Father Chun Ma. Someone recognized what it was. The legend said that Chun Ma, incarnation of the demon god, swung his sword that wielded black light. But it wasn't just in the legend anymore. Chun Yowan's body stopped from being pushed back. It didn't mean his energy grew. But the demonic energy was forming Yowan's Force Kai to become more powerful. What is this power? The Lord also seemed to be shocked by the power. If Yowan's power was to defend against the level of difference, then there was no point in fighting with the power. I can't just claim my victory easily. The Lord then pushed Yowan's sword to the back and attacked with the sword formation. It was the formation from the sword art of the Sky Demon that Sword Demon had recreated. 18 sword movements struck down on Yowan's shoulders, chest, and various blood points. He's quick. The power of the sword art of Sky Demon used by a supreme master warrior was amazing. But Yowan's sword skill used by his sword was a better version of the sword skill, sword force of the Sky Demon. The power of the sword force of the Sky Demon used with the Kai of Sky Demon activated was beyond the power of just the sword formation. 24 sword movements left the trace of black lights and countered the Lord's sword formation. The formation aggressively shot through the Lord's formation. Most swordsmen would have been shocked, but the Lord was different. Bah! The Lord then quickly moved his swords to defend against the remaining attack, but the power was so strong that he was pushed back. After being pushed 5 steps back, the Lord glared with more reddened eyes and mumbled, "Sword force of the Sky Demon." It was the sword force of the Sky Demon that Chun Yuzhong saw many times through the book that was left at the Lord's palace. He had tried so hard to learn it, as he knew it was the last known martial art made by Father Chun Ma, but he did not know how to use the energy flow and gave up. To think that the 24 sword movement could have this much power, it was surely a creation of genius swordsman Chun Ma. The Lord became serious. He had been grasped in anger until now, but he was now focused on the fight. He is better in sword formations. If Yowan was going to use powerful sword formations, then Chun Yuzhong had to answer by bringing the fight to a higher level. He too had tried very hard to become stronger. Give me your sword. The Lord reached toward the palace guards who were watching at distance. With strong energy force, their swords moved by themselves. Huh, my sword? Their swords were pulled out from their scabbards and began to hover around the Lord. Soon, 7 swords were hovering around the Lord. What? It's an air sword. Clan leaders gasped with astonishment as they watched the fight. The air sword was a highly advanced technique that only supreme master warriors could use. The elders became grim. They thought as the Lord was not sane and still undergoing treatment internal energy, he might not try his best. But if he was using this advanced skill, then it was sure that the Lord was determined to kill Chun Yo-won. And while everyone was shocked, Chun Yo-won smiled. So you have come to a similar conclusion. What? Chun Yo-won then shouted toward the open gate of the great hall. Hubong. Then, someone who was stopping palace guards from entering into the hall turned around and shouted as he took the blade from his back. Master, take it. It was Hubong. Hubong used his internal energy to throw the blade as hard as he could toward the inside of the hall. Yo-won reached out at the blade that was being thrown at him, and the blade was pulled out from the scabbard and white dragon blade was sucked into Yo-won's hand, letting him grip the hilt. His right hand now wielded Black Sky Demon's sword, and his left hand wielded white dragon blade. Yo-won clashed his two legendary weapons against each other and readied with a unique stance. Ha! Chun Yujong shook his head. Do you think you are the first elder? You are a fool. The Lord then swung his sword and reached out at Chun Yo-won. 7 swords that hovered above them then began bolted down at Chun Yo-won. Ha! When the Lord swung his hand, 7 swords scattered to all sides and began unleashing the sword art of the Sky Demon on itself, as if 7 warriors were attacking at once. If Yo-won didn't block every single attack, then he was going to die. Cornwa Prince? Everyone became concerned at such an astounding attack, but their concern was not needed. Ha-ah! Yo-won shouted and began to move his both hands, creating sword and blade movements. From his right hand, the formation of sword force of the Sky Demon was used, and from his left hand, the formation of Blade God's blade skill was unleashed. How can this be? Ayat's right sword, left blade. Elders shouted in shock. What Chun Yo-won was using was the secret technique of First Elder Mu Jin-won. The Lord became shocked. He's really using it. With the combination of powerful sword and blade formations, the formation countered 7 formations coming at him from all sides. All swords shattered through as they struck against legendary weapons that wielded Black Force Kai. Ugh! And as the swords shattered, the Lord felt pain from the energy that damaged his organs as it came through the connection from the sword. Chapter 241. Culprit 1. Air sword was a technique to control swords without ever touching them. With the swords flying on their own, it allowed the user to move the swords more in a variety of ways to increase the power of formation. But the technique had a weakness. The technique was used by the Supreme Master-level warrior using his trained focus and energy. If the user lost focus or was not sane, then it was hard to control it. When Lord Chun Yujong was normal, he could have controlled over 10 swords, but he now could barely use 7 swords. Does he have experience against air swords? Most warriors would be shocked to fight against air sword for the first time, but Yo-won didn't seem to care and used another technique to fight against it. I should thank the Great Guardian. If Yo-won had not experienced air sword while fighting Merakim, he might have had a hard time. And more fortunately, the 7 air sword used by the Lord was actually weaker in power when Merakim used it with one of his sword. Let's crush down the remaining 4 swords and move up. Ugh. Another sword shattered. Every time a sword shattered, the Lord felt pain. 4 swords had already shattered, and with 4 out of 7 shattered, the attack became weaker and Yo-won moved onto the second formation, moving his hands forward. You can't. The Lord then controlled the swords to attack Yo-won from the front and the sides. The Lord was now experiencing pain from a severe headache, not from the pain whenever an air sword was shattered. His forehead had a vein expanding as if it would explode. He didn't use blood reversion art, but his reddened eyes showed he wasn't in good condition. My head feels like it's going to explode. And with the severe headache, the Lord couldn't control his air sword anymore. Since he lost focus, 3 swords then dropped to the ground. He's losing control. This is the chance. With what was blocking him gone, Yo-won charged toward the Lord right away. Chun Yujong was holding onto his head with his one hand and stomped on the ground with 100% of his energy. The ground shattered, sending debris up into the air, shooting out toward Yo-won. Debris also wielded energy, so it worked like a throwing weapon. Yo-won used his Sky Demon sword to defend against the debris. Chun Yujong frowned and took steps to get some distance. Oh! The elders and clan leaders became excited. It seemed the Lord was getting weaker as the symptom of blood reversion art was getting more severe. If Yo-won wasn't to lose his chance, then it seemed he was going to win soon. But not all wished for Yo-won's victory. There was someone who looked grim. The Lord will die at this rate. If the Lord was to die, then the demonic cult would rise up against a powerful leader called Chun Yo-won. It was unfortunate that he didn't know about the Sky Demon Order or the Sky Demon Sword. He didn't fulfill his purpose yet, so he couldn't let the Lord die here. You still have work to do. He had to make the Lord kill the remaining 3 people, since he had lost the sanity to even try to kill his own son. Arg! The Lord grabbed his head with his left hand and used Bullet Force Kai via his replica Sky Demon sword to have Yo-won to stay away. Don't come. But that action only bought him a short amount of time. Yo-won used his both weapons to easily cut down the Force Kai coming at him, and now in Lord's eyes, Chun Yo-won had turned into a devilish monster. Ha ha! The Lord even was drenched in sweat when he heard a telepathic message in his ears. Will you die at the hands of the betrayer? Will you truly let 6 clans to live who let your mother and loving wife die? The Lord's eyes shook at the familiar voice. Chun Yo-won was coming closer. The ominous demonic energy coming out of Yo-won made it feel as if a giant black dragon was coming nearer. Aharg. Use the blood god's reversion art. Use it to defeat your enemy and kill remaining 3 leaders from 3 clans and bring order back to the cult, blood god's reversion art. Blood god? The Lord then dropped the sword to the ground. He became confused at the telepathic message that urged him to use blood god's reversion art and swayed. Blood god's reversion, and in that short moment, many glimpses of the past shot through his mind. Chun Yujong was born from the adopted daughter of the former sword clan leader, King Bongkang. King Bongkang had a daughter, but she couldn't give birth to a child between her marriage with Great High Lord Chun Injai. King Bongkang then adopted a daughter to have prince in his clan. But it was not long after adopted daughter King Han was pregnant that King Bongkang's real daughter King Yuyun was pregnant. Both are my sons, so I should give equal opportunity to both of them. Chun Injai recognized Chun Yujong and Chun Yujing as a formal prince. But even through that, life wasn't easy. King Yuyun began to treat King Han poorly, and so did other wives from other 6 clans. And although no one knew if that played a role, King Han died before Chun Yujong could even remember. Don't call me mother. Call me Lady King. Chapter 242, Culprit 2. Yes, Lady King. Chun Yujong was also discriminated against as he grew up. He was talented in martial art, but he wasn't a true descendant from the Sword clan, so he wasn't welcome. You have to help so that Yujing can become the next lord. Remember this. Yes, Elder. King Bongkang assured this multiple times until they entered Demonic Academy. Chun Yujong believed that was his true purpose, so he didn't think it was strange. Brother, did you get scolded by mother again? Ugh, if I become crown prince, I'll make sure that no one will be rude to you. Thanks. You know how much I love you, right? At least Chun Yujong was happy as his brother Chun Yujing was very close to him. But everything changed when they entered the Demonic Academy. It was okay for the first few weeks, but soon, princes from the other 5 clans began to treat Chun Yujong badly. You dare to think you are the same as us? You are lucky to be born in 6 clans. Just serve your master. Chun Yujong became exhausted as he was discriminated. He still thought everything would get better if his little brother Chun Yujing became the crown prince and tried his best to help. But Chun Yujong was still too powerful. His talent was something that just could not be ignored. In less than 3 years, Chun Yujong had passed the 5th test in the academy. Yujing, don't even call my name. Chun Yujing also became cold. Just like other princes, he too began to grow wary of his own brother. Chun Yujong was not a fool, however. He knew that his talent was the reason people became wary of him, so he stopped training from that day on and hid from others. Even when the other princes, after passing the 5th test, began gathering people for approval, he did not seek any more approvals. But there was one who wanted to join Chun Yujong. I am Yibarwi from the Buju Sword Clan. Please take me in. I will make you a crown prince. The Buju Sword Clan was owned by the Sword Clan, so Yujong told him to go join Yujing's forces, but Yibarwi insisted on joining Yujong instead. And when the academy was almost over, Yibarwi spoke to him again. Prince, when the academy is over, you have to attack the other princes. What are you talking about? The princes are working against you to kill you first. And Prince Chun Yujing is involved in that plan? What? Chun Yujong couldn't believe what Yibarwi said. Even if their relationship had gotten a bit distanced, Chun Yujing was still his brother. Yibarwi then told him that he'd collect the evidence and the prince's meeting place. At the hill behind the Demonic Academy's dormitory, 6 princes gathered in one place. Are you all ready? Chun Mujin from the Wise clan asked everyone, and the others took turns to express their willingness. Most decided to join, and only one who didn't answer was the Princess Chun Yuye from Loyal Clan, and Chun Yujing. No, I don't want to win in such an unfair way. Chun Yuye wasn't like a normal cultist and preferred to solve everything in pieces, so she refused. She wasn't interested in being crown prince anyway, so the others understood. Yujing. What's with you? Don't say you changed your mind just because you are from the same clan. Princes gnarled at Yujing and Chun Yujing spoke. Don't give me that bullshit. Do you think I will think much about that peasant girl's son? Count me in. And other than the Loyal Clan, every prince agreed on killing Chun Yujong. When all of them went down the mountain, Chun Yujong, who had been watching up on the tree, couldn't come out of his shock. Why did you? Chun Yujong thought his brother was only one who considered him as family. But what Chun Yujing had said was something that he could ever even think of. Disappointment and anger was beyond imagination. That's when Yibarwi, who also hid behind the tree, spoke. Now you know. You have to strike them first if you want to live. Why are you telling me this? It even felt like it could have been better if he died without knowing this. Yibarwi then explained his reason for helping him, because we share the same blood. What? What do you mean? Your mother, King Han, was actually my aunt. King Han's true name was Yi Han. She was from the Buju Sword Clan. Chun Yujong was shocked to hear something he had not known about before. He wasn't told of his mother's true family before, but now he had learned. Aunt was adopted into the Sword Clan by order of Elder King Bongkang. Yi Han was originally appointed to marry the leader of the giant Sword Clan, Ha Ilhan, but the Buju Sword Clan couldn't object the 6 clans. Aunt had to suffer for years in the mansion of the Sword Clan just to give birth to a prince and died. Yibarwi had heard this from his father Yibirkin many times. This incident was a scar that was left deep within the Buju Sword Clan and still remained. Damn it, damn it. After hearing of his mother's death and how she had spent years in suffering, Chun Yujong blamed himself for considering he had to be grateful for the Sword Clan who raised him until now. Strike them down. That's the only way for you to survive, and also avenge your aunt. But I can't fight all of them by myself. Yibarwi was right in saying that Chun Yujong had to kill the other princes if he were to survive. But he had stopped training for past year, so his power had not grown. But other princes had trained, and they now had become super master-level warriors already. It was impossible to take 5 of them on alone. Chun Yujong had no forces to back him up, and even if he had, it wasn't likely anyone would move against 6 clans. There is a way. A way. It's a way for you to defeat them easily. What do you propose? It's through Blood God's Reversion Art. Chapter 243, Culprit 3. What? It is an upgraded version of Blood Reversion Art. What are you talking about? That art is forbidden by the Great High Lord. Blood Reversion Art had a bad side effect that made users lose sanity and become mad. It was strictly forbidden from learning or using, but that was what Yibarwi was suggesting Chun Yujong to learn. No, this one's different. Blood Reversion Art would be so, but our clan has studied and fixed this to remove the side effects. We did have success. But how did you? We were ordered by the leader of the Sword Clan to do it, an order from the Sword Clan. Yibarwi said both covert operation clans, owned by the Sword Clan, were forced to do many dirty things, including study of the forbidden Blood Reversion Art. But he said that the leader of the Sword Clan did not know the existence of the Blood God's reversion art yet. This is different. It won't make you mad or anything. There won't be any side effects even if you use them once or twice while in a pinch. You are like my relative. Why would I lie to you? At the time, Yi Burwi was grinning in a weird way. But Chun Yujong, gripped with hatred and anger, could not see or care about this. And the night when the academy ended and every cadet graduated, the incident that caused the entire demonic cult to become shocked happened. It was a night of heavy rainfall. Water puddles on the ground were red from blood, and there were many bodies ripped apart in all places. KRRR. And at the front of Chun Yujong, with deep, reddened eyes, someone was begging. On the puddle, the man was pounding his head, begging for his life. It was Chun Yujong. He begged that he will never tell anyone of Chun Yujong's secret and begged to be spared. Please, don't kill me. We are brothers. Please, every time Chun Yujong mentioned that he was his brother, Chun Yujong was reminded of Yujing saying that he was the son of a peasant girl. Kill him, prince. Yi Burwi shouted to Chun Yujong, who was gripped with the beastly urge to kill the target. But every time Chun Yujong raised his sword to kill Chun Yujing, he was overwhelmed with a certain unknown emotion and couldn't do it. He had learned the truth, but he couldn't kill his brother who he trusted for over 10 years. So in the end, Chun Yujong couldn't kill his brother. He just cut his arm off. You will now bark like a dog if I tell you to and live accordingly. Ah, why yes. Thank you for sparing me, no. He will be a threat in the future. You must kill him. Yi Burwi insisted that Chun Yujong be killed. But Chun Yujong refused, and Yi Burwi pulled out his sword and tried to kill Chun Yujong instead, and Chun Yujong had to stop Yi Burwi. The next day, Chun Yujong was arrested for killing the princes from the 4 clans and cutting the arm of Chun Yujong. Why? Why have you not killed him? Why? And during 5 days at the prison, Chun Yujong suffered from terrible illusions and pain. The Blood God's reversion art, which should not have had any side effects, didn't take away sanity, but there were still side effects. Chun Yujong's mother, who he had not even seen once in his memory, appeared every night to shout angrily at him. No, Nuo. Chun Yujong was finally able to ease down the side effect by meditating continuously. He was finally freed after 10 days. The 4 clans insisted that Chun Yujong should be persecuted, but the leader of the Sword Clan opposed the idea. Keep your promise. This was due to a secret promise being made between Chun Yujong and the leader of the Sword Clan. Chun Yujong had threatened the Sword Clan that he would reveal the research that was being made on blood reversion art if the Sword Clan did not stop doing it, and help Chun Yujong instead. Prince. When Chun Yujong was freed, Yi Burwi came to him, but Chun Yujong warned him to stay away. You told me that Blood God's reversion art does not have any side effects. With this, Chun Yujong did not have Yi Burwi come close to him. He thought Yi Burwi was dangerous. But Yi Burwi told Chun Yujong, well, addiction is something you cannot stop once you start. Kekek. Chun Yujong thought if he should kill Yi Burwi, but it was true that Yi Burwi was the nephew of his mother and also helped him, so Chun Yujong decided not to kill him. And after a year, the Lord Chun Injai came to visit him. Chun Injai took him to the altar of fathers. I will make you become the Lord. What Chun Injai said that he was stepping down to make Chun Yujong the next Lord. He had given up on hope, as Chun Injai had postponed appointing the crown prince for a year after the other princes were killed. He thought Chun Yue would be the crown princess instead of him, but this was unexpected. She is too weak to withstand the danger that is coming to our cult. Chapter 244, Culprit 4. That was the answer Chun Injai gave to Chun Yujong's question on why he was chosen. It was curious as Chun Injai specifically said danger, but Chun Injai did not go into detail. After explaining many things that the Lord should know and do, Chun Injai asked Chun Yujong. The throne is not only power, it is a responsibility. You now bear the lives of 100,000 cultists on your back. Ease your anger inside of you and think only for the future of the cult. I understand. Chun Yujong then swore an oath at the altar that he would serve his entire life to the cult. And with that, Chun Yujong became the Lord, and to keep the promise, he eased his anger. But the anger that already had placed within his heart didn't die out that easily. He took in wives from the 6 clans as a tradition, but he couldn't love any of them. I have to become strong. The Lord Chun Yujong largely lived in 2 ways. When he was done with his official duty as a lord, he spent all of his time training martial arts. Chun Yujong was appointed as the lord without any preparations, so he was weaker than the other elders and had to be protected by great guardian Marakim. Chun Yujong tried hard to train his martial arts. That's when a change came into his life. "Oh no, my lord. How come you always mess up your clothes like that?" Every time when he came out of training, a female servant greeted him with a sad look as she looked at Lord's clothing that had turned to rags. He first thought she was amusing and exchanged a few words, and soon it evolved into almost a full day of conversation. "Wow. You didn't mess up your clothes today. You always blame me for messing up my clothes, so I took it off before I trained." "HWA Yun. Okay. Thank you so much for your generosity." "Happy HMPH. How dare you? Are you angry at me?" Conversations filled with jokes and laughter was something Chun Yujong had not experienced in his entire life. It was warm and happy. Chun Yujong fell in love with the woman who always smiled at him. Her every word and smile was like a bright sunlight to Chun Yujong. After a few months, she was pregnant with Chun Yujong's baby, and Chun Yujong proposed to marry her. HWA Yun cried and said that it was against the law of the cult and that she would leave, but Chun Yujong did not allow her. "No, I will protect you and my baby." He couldn't leave his only hope and love. Chun Yujong opened a great meeting and declared that she was pregnant with his baby and pressed on with the marriage. All 6 clans rose up against it, stronger than ever. It was so severe that Great High Lord, who was in his closed room training, had to come out temporarily to put a stop to it. And after all that commotion, Chun Yujong was able to marry her, but she had to stay outside the Lord's palace. However, Chun Yujong was always happy when he went to HWA Yun's house outside the palace. Chun Yujong hoped this happiness would last forever. And with Chun Yujong's attention fully being given to a female servant and her baby, jealousy and hatred began to arise from the wives of the 6 clans. Who is doing such a thing? And there had been bad things happening near HWA Yun's house. It was getting worse and worse, so Lord appointed guard warriors and tried to protect HWA Yun in all ways. After a while, the Great High Lord who had left his closed room training suddenly went missing. Chun Yujong dispatched people to find him, but he was nowhere to be found. Adding to this problem, Power King Hang Yen took his forces of evil and invaded cult territory. The cult tried hard to keep Chun and Jai missing as a secret, but it seemed like the forces of evil somehow found out and attacked. The war lasted over 6 months. And during those times, HWA Yun became sick and didn't get well. "My lord, don't worry about me. I will be fine." Chun Yujong was worried about HWA Yun, but he had to go. Power King Hang Yen himself was at the warfront and killed 2 elders and even Chun Yujing, so the Lord himself had to go and fight him. I will return as fast as I can. Yes, I will wait for you." Even in her sick bed, HWA Yun smiled at Chun Yujong. And that was the last smile Chun Yujong saw. Lord Chun Yujong led a huge army of the demonic cult and fought Power King Hang Yen's forces in the Battle of the Sawan Plains. Chun Yujong then fought Hang Yen on one-on-one fight. "Ha ha 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 ha. To think man such as you is the Lord. You are just a kid compared to Chun and Jai." Chun Yujong was at the end stage of Superior Master level, but Power King Hang Yen was at the entry to Supreme Master level Warrior level. Even though Chun Yujong was talented, he lacked power, so he couldn't win. "No, if I lose, the cult, HWA Yun will..." Chapter 245, Culprit 5. To turn the tide, Chun Yujong had to use Blood God's reversion art that he withheld using for 7 years. The energy exploded immediately and turned him into a beast, and Hang Yen had to retreat without a victory. Why you are mad? He feared for Chun Yujong, who seemed to not care about his own life. And with the top 5 warriors of the Jianghu retreating, Chun Yujong earned the title of top 5 warrior of the Jianghu, followed by Chun Injai. But Chun Yujong's excitement over the victory did not last long. Chun Yujong was enraged when he heard of the death of his wife, Hwa Yun. Demon Dr. Baek Jongwoo declared that she had died from poisoning, and Chun Yujong ordered a search in the cult to find the killer, but he couldn't find the person who poisoned her. And what was even more painful was Chun Yujong had to lock himself in the training room inside the Lord's palace and to fight against side effect of the Blood God's Reversion Act. His wife Hwa Yun's funeral was in progress, but he had to fight against a heavy headache and illusion inside the locked doors of the training room. He pounded on the wall made out of blue pearl stone until the wall became bloody from the blood that came out of his fist and wailed. But even then, he was afraid he might kill his child because of the illusion. You said, "You will wait," and after a month of wailing, the headache disappeared. Chun Yujong's illusion that had been talking to him every day for the past month also disappeared. The symptoms lasted much longer than before. When Chun Yujong got out of the training room, he was now very different. He always lacked emotions, but he was now just cold and was negative on everything. Who is it? Chun Yujong was certain that the killer was within the 6 clans. He also became hesitant on what he should do with Chun Yowon. If he were to be left alone, there was a chance that the evil women from the 6 clans might try to do something to that boy again. They made it so that he can't learn martial art. Yes, my lord. Chun Yujong became dumbfounded at Merakim's report. It was beyond expectation that these women went so far as to make the harmless boy not learn any martial arts. But that wasn't the saddest part. You did that much to save him. While he was at war, Hwa Yun had to make such an unfair promise in hopes of saving her own son. What should I do? In truth, Chun Yujong wanted to gather these 6 wives and kill them all. But that would surely lead to a war against 6 clans, and that was going to put an end to the demonic cult. Chun Yujong bit his lips and decided. If things had turned to this, he then decided to change the cult from the roots and not allow the 6 clans to gain more power over the cult. But he had to take it slow, as quickly made changes would weaken the cult. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Chun Yujong felt so much pain when he thought about Chun Yowon. He wanted to bring in young Chun Yowon into his protection, but he knew that that would only worsen his relationship with the 6 clans and also make it harder to find the person behind the killing of his wife. I am sorry, my son. Chun Yujong decided to leave young Chun Yowon as bait to find the killer, and decided to weaken the power of the 6 clans so that Chun Yowon would not walk the same path like his mother. He also did not visit Chun Yowon, thinking that would make him become soft. I am cold. I have to keep the balance of the cult. My son is now only a piece in my chess game. The Lord mumbled on the words time and time again, alone in his office. And 10 years had passed. The Lord protected Chun Yowon without being noticed and acted as if he wasn't interested in Chun Yowon. On the first day of Demonic Academy, Chun Yujong was concerned about seeing Hwa Yun's son for the first time in 10 years. He had refrained from meeting Chun Yowon as it might make him soft, but this was something he couldn't avoid. He tried hard to not meet eyes with him, but, he recognized Chun Yowon right away. Yowon had inherited many features from his mother, and it made Chun Yujong too sad. He had to make his speech on the stage short and come down, as he might become too overwhelmed with emotion if he stayed too long. Right guardian is interested in that boy, yes, my lord. Tell left guardian to let him be. Why? I do not wish to see one of my child fail from the mere first or second test. Yes, my lord. Yujong sent Merakim to order guards around the medical room to be sent to other places. He couldn't teach Chun Yowon any martial arts as the 6 clans might notice it, so this was a good chance. And after about 2 months, the Sword Clan had bit the bait. They promised to never study blood reversion art, but the great Sword Martial Clan had revealed themselves. Right guardian. Arrest Great Sword Martial Clan. If they resist, kill them all. Chapter 246, Culprit 6. He wished the Buju Sword Clan would also react to it, but they were silent. Right Guardian Submeng didn't seem all that happy at the order, however, as he thought Yuzhong was using Chun Yo-won as bait. But this process was needed, so the 6 clans will be weakened slowly. That boy is only a chess piece. He is a chess piece. He had to remind himself multiple times so he would not get soft. And 3 years had passed. With Jerkang Castle falling to a mysterious clan, Chun Yuzhong made a deal with the Yulin clan from the forces of justice and went on to take back the castle. He decided to make it quick, as it might start a war in 15 years. I have to solve this before he graduates from the academy. If the war prolonged again and Chun Yuzhong was driven out from the cult, he was afraid he would see the same thing happening again. And at Jerkang Castle, Chun Yuzhong faced warriors of the Blade God's 6 martial clan. They were stronger and more dangerous than any of the enemies he had seen previously. I have to kill them. He intended on letting elders take care of it, but decided to fight them by himself along with the Great Guardian. That's when the true enemy appeared. Chun Yuzhong feared the man's power. It felt as if he had returned to the days when he was just a cadet at the academy. The man spoke to Chun Yuzhong. "You are not the one," and with that he tried to strike down to finish him. Chun Yuzhong then remembered the faces of Hwa Yun and Chun Yo-won at the moment of death. No, no. If I die, he will be left alone. If he died here, then Chun Yo-won was going to face the 6 clans alone. Chun Yuzhong had not protected him and used him as a bait, but he had to stay alive to prevent the 6 clans from going too far against Chun Yo-won. "My lord, I have to warn you. You said that you watched some illusion for a month after using a certain martial art. You must not use it anymore. If you use it again, it is not certain if the symptom will go away like this time." The demon doctor warned him of this, but Chun Yuzhong had no choice. "I can't die here." Chun Yuzhong then used the blood god's reversion art again. He then didn't remember anything that happened after. When he was back to his senses, Great Guardian Merakim was helping him stand up. My lord. It felt like his spirit was gone or something, and he couldn't feel anything. He didn't even remember how he defeated the enemy. And in his numb state, someone else appeared and helped himself up. Yuzhong. It was Chun Yuzhong. Chun Yuzhong, who Yuzhong thought he was dead, appeared and helped him up. "You went overboard again. Can you keep the balance of the cult at this rate? Balance, my. Brother, I mean my lord. If you die, who can keep the balance of the cult?" Chun Yuzhong then looked Yuzhong numbly and came back to his senses and mumbled. "Yes, balance of the cult. I have to keep the balance. KRRR. Yes, you are just the chess piece. I have to keep the balance of the demonic cult." Chun Yuzhong, who had been grabbing his head in pain, suddenly pulled up his head with reddened eyes. Unlike before, his eyes were deep red, proving that he was trying to use the blood god's reversion art. People in the hall became shocked. No. He's using blood reversion art even if the Lord was in a bad condition and was in danger. Nobody thought he would use blood reversion art. And there was a man who was grinning. "Kakaka. That's it. Now go mad and kill the crown prince, the 6 clans, and do your job." It was good that he sent a telepathic message to rile the Lord. Now the Lord will go mad and attack anyone within his reach. With the blood god's reversion art active, the Lord's muscle began to enlarge and rip the clothes. It was then. Chun Yo-won bolted out like lightning and quickly grabbed Chun Yuzhong's head and placed his hand over his chest. "KRRRR. What are you doing?" "I'm sorry, but I've been through this too much. This will hurt." "What? Nano?" "Yes, master," and from Yo-won's left hand, white lightning bolted out, charging into the Lord's blood point over the head. And from the right hand, powerful internal energy was sent into the Lord's body and held on the energy that was trying to flow in reverse. Gaga. And with the powerful electric shock, Lord Chun Yuzhong trembled severely. He shook his head and screamed for a long time while his hair and all of his face was burnt and soon dropped to the ground. Everyone became dumbfounded by the sight. What? What is this?" The man who was watching became shocked. He didn't expect Chun Yo-won to stop Chun Yuzhong before he could even activate the blood god's reversion art. And what was that weird energy coming out from his left hand? And it was then. What? Chun Yo-won suddenly appeared in front of the man. Already. The man was so shocked by Chun Yo-won's lightning speed and tried to run away, but Yo-won quickly grabbed him by the neck and pulled him up. Kek! He tried to pull himself out of Yo-won's grasp, but the power was beyond that of any ordinary man. Chun Yo-won glared up at the man. He picked him up and glared as he asked, "You, who are you?" Chapter 247, Culprit 7. Great Guardian Merakim had told Chun Yo-won of the truth. He said that Lord Chun Yujong had not shown in public, but always helped and protected Chun Yo-won in a way that it cannot be seen. But Chun Yo-won couldn't believe everything. To him, the Lord was a cold-hearted man who did not even visit even when Lady Hwa died. Mother waited for the Lord even on her dying breath. Yo-won couldn't ease down his anger toward the Lord when he remembered his mother. And he also saw the Lord using him multiple times. He used me as a chess piece, but he was actually trying to protect me. He couldn't believe it. But if the great guardian said was true, and the Lord was just gone mad from using blood reversion art, then Yo-won needed to correct this first. If that really is true, I will listen to it from his own mouth. While Merakim and Yin Moha was undergoing meditation to heal their wounds, Yo-won went to check on King Bonky's body. "Nano, can you analyze a body? Scanning the target entity with magnetic resonance imaging is possible. Please move over the body slowly with your palm hovering over it." Yo-won couldn't analyze any of the body of enemies that used blood reversion art until now. It was likely that he was going to learn something if he analyzed it. If he can stop the person using it from going mad, then maybe it was possible to meet Lord with his sanity. Kek, kek. The mysterious man being strangled up coughed in pain. The man couldn't believe the situation. Blood God's reversion art was something that would make energy begin to flow in reverse, so that it cannot be stopped until the user dies or go mad and use all of its energy. He didn't think that it will be stopped from flowing backward even before it started. What kind of monster is he? And Yo-won asked the man again. "I asked you, who are you?" What are you talking about, Kaak? Yo-won grabbed on his hand harder and the man's face reddened. He had stayed silent in the halls, but he was now being grabbed by his neck, so he was now even confused if he whispered out instead of sending telepathic message. It was another clan leader who was next of them who spoke identity of the man. Lord Chun Ma. He is the leader of Buju Sword Clan, Yibarwi. Buju Sword Clan? Chun Yo-won raised his eyes. He already knew that Buju Sword Clan was a covert operation group owned by Sword Clan. But why did he send telepathic message to make the Lord use Blood God's reversion art? The Lord became more confused when he heard it and went on to use it. When Chun Yo-won entered the hall, he activated tapping mode on telepathic message to listen to all messages being made, and Yibarwi was caught on his radar. Kek, Lord Chun Ma, why are you doing this to me? Yibarwi decided to lie. He didn't say anything out loud, so if he insists then it was going to make Chun Yo-won a weirdo. There were clan leaders looking at them confusingly. But Chun Yo-won shook his head and sent telepathic message. "You told the Lord to use Blood God's reversion art and kill me and remaining elders from 3 clans. Wasn't that what you said?" Yibarwi's eye grew large. He did send the telepathic message to the Lord. But how can Chun Yo-won, who was busily fighting against Chun Yujong, know this? And how did he know about the telepathic message, N? No way. How can one overhear a telepathic message? It was unbelievable. No one, not even strongest warrior in the world, can overhear telepathic message. And as if his mind was read, Yo-won sent another telepathic message. Why? Are you shocked that I overheard your telepathic message? You said I made a treason, and are you trying to say you don't know anything about it? What? Yibarwi's eye began to shake. He wasn't sure until now, but this confirmed it. It's impossible. He can really listen to telepathic messages. This was very dangerous skill. Telepathic message was a way to send information to specific target without having others from hearing it. But if it was able to overhear, then one telepathic message might work against the secret plan. And no, I have to stop him from sending me telepathic message. Yibarwi quickly analyzed the situation. If Yo-won can overhear telepathic message, then he had to stop his partner from using the telepathic message. Kek, T-telepa, who told you to speak? Ugh, Yowon grabbed harder on the neck to stop Yibarwi from speaking. There was only one way left. With the plan failed, he had to take all the blame to let others to go out of the castle. It was when Yibarwi was pulling up his energy to flow in reverse. Ugh, our plan failed. We have no choice. Leader Yi, die together with the crown prince. I will take care of this place and retreat. Yibarwi frowned. He was going to use the blood reversion art to get out of Yowon's grasp and shout so that his partner will not use the telepathic message, but it was too late. And no way. And Chun Yowon's eye immediately turned to someone. It was the leader of Palace Guard Pahin, fighting against Hu Sangwa near the entrance. Damn it, Yibarwi then reversed energy in unique blood points. His muscles began to expand and veins popped up over his neck. Chun Yowon's grasp was thrown back. Yibarwi had to grab onto Chun Yowon to die together before he can get to Pahin. But, ugh, you are a fool. You saw that it won't work. Yowon placed his hand on Yibarwi's head and placed another hand on Yibarwi's chest and tried to use electric shock and energy to stop the flow. Ugh. With electric shock coming in, Yibarwi pushed out the hand over his head and threw punch into Yowon's chest. He moved. Chapter 248, Culprit 8. Yowon quickly jumped back and Yibarwi also got back to get distance. When he reached the back, his clothes were ripped apart as his muscles were expanding. Veins popped up all over, making him look disgusting. What was different was that he was using blood reversion art, but his eyes weren't red. It's different. I sealed the correct blood points, but he's still moving. It seemed like the energy flow points were different. As proof of it being different, Yibarwi didn't turn beastly like others. But he still had become more aggressive. You think this is the same as that incomplete blood reversion art. This is the true blood god's reversion art. Unlike the one that Chun Yujong or King Bonki had learned, this was the true, completed version of blood god's reversion art. It removed most of its side effects and allowed one to increase the power. The only downside was that it had a time limit. It only remained for 5 minutes and the one using it would pass out at the end. But that was enough time to use everything in his power to die together with Chun Yowon. Be blood reversion art? Lord Chun Ma was right. Arrest him. Clan leaders began to surround him. If the one other than the Lord was using blood reversion art, then they had to put him down. They hadn't brought any weapons in here, but they were still master to super master level warriors. 5 clan leaders charged at Yibarwi, but Yibarwi dodged their attacks and countered them. Ugh. How can he be so powerful? 2 clan leaders were thrown to the back. They tried to defend, but they couldn't defend against powerful energy. Take this. Leader of Sword Illusion Clan, Muk Yen, charged at Yibarwi from the back. His force Kai struck into Yibarwi's back, but... Ugh. G, get away from me. W what? Force Kai was only pushed into about the fingertip and strong energy retention pushed Muk Yen out. It wasn't as hard as King Bonki's body, but his body had grown very dense. Ha! And Yibarwi charged toward Chun Yowon. I just need to kill you. He didn't have time to fight others. If he killed Chun Yowon, who could hear the telepathic messages, their plans would still fail, but they would be more successful in the end. Yibarwi's hand wielded blue force Kai. It was larger than any force Kai that the others used. It was as large as what King Bonki used when he used the blood god's reversion art. El Lord Chun Ma! Clan leaders shouted. Yibarwi quickly unleashed sword formation with his force Kai over his hand. The power of the formation struck down upon Chun Yowon, trying to tear him apart into pieces. Die. And at that moment, with the sound of something being cut off, something dropped to the ground. It was an enlarged arm covered with bulging veins. It was Yibarwi's arm. Chun Yowon's hand, which was empty until now, had the Sky Demon's sword glowing with black force Kai. Yibarwi screamed in pain while he grabbed his shoulder. His body had grown so tough to even withstand against force Kai, but it was cut off easily. My arm. He was in pain and was confused. More powerful warriors were no match, even they used blood god's reversion art, so there was no way for Yibarwi to defeat Chun Yowon, even if the art was completed. Chun Yowon asked Yibarwi, I guess you will refuse to deactivate the blood reversion art, right? What arg? and before he could even respond, Yiburwi's other arm was cut off. Yowan was trying to make it so that he cannot even try to fight back, but that wasn't the end. I just need your head and your body. What are you? No. With the black sword shooting past over his thighs, Yiburwi dropped to the ground. Both his legs were cut off, but Yowan just looked down at him coldly. NNGH. Why, you monster? Chun Yowan was much more colder than Chun Yujong. He had no mercy toward enemies. Yiburwi realized that he was no match against Chun Yowan even after using Blood God's reversion art. But it was now too late. Is he really a monster? I guess this is it. At least I bought time for Pahin to run away. I should kill myself now. Arg. And someone dropped next to him who was lying on the ground limbless. He turned his head and checked the man dropped and frowned. What? It was Palace Guard leader Pahin. His blood points were sealed, so Pahin couldn't even move. NGNNNGH? I have captured him, as you ordered. The person who got him down here was 10th Elder Yin Moha. Pahin's face turned red and glared at Yin Moha. NNN. Arg. There was no way Yowan would not do anything when he knew who Yiburwi's partner was. Yiburwi's buying time was not successful. Yiburwi screamed in anger, but Yowan ignored it and ordered to every elder and clan leader in the hall. I order you as the Lord Chun Ma. Arrest every member from the Buju Sword Clan and the Palace Guards. If they resist, you may kill them. Yes, my lord. Chapter 249, Culprit 9. With the official order from the Lord Chun Ma, the clan leaders moved quickly. Chun Yowan's authority and power he showed was enough to make cultists follow him. Clan leaders all charged out of the hall and began to arrest the palace guards. The warriors within the top 200 of the cult began searching the palace, and the progress was quick. There were also other palace guards inside the hall. These were the 12 best warriors from the palace guards that were appointed directly under the Lord. Third Elder Bu Charyong walked over to them with Blue Force Kai over his hand. Do not resist, Bu Charyong warned, and 10 warriors went down on their knees, showing their sign of surrender. They only moved under the Lord's order, but when Chun Yujong used blood reversion art, they realized something had gone wrong and surrendered. But not all of them were real palace guards. 2 of them within the hall looked weird. What should I do, damn it? They didn't think their leaders would be overpowered so easily. They were finally able to be appointed as the Lord's direct guards when the Lord's mental health became worse, but it seemed like everything was going to fail without them doing anything. You two seem to know something. And from their hesitation, Bu Charyong recognized them to be the enemy. Bu Charyong charged at them. We have no choice. I'll defend him. Go kill the Lord. One of the warriors unleashed Force Kai and struck Bu Charyong. He wasn't sure how long he could withstand the powerful warrior, but he had to buy time. Okay. Another warrior then charged in against the Lord, who was on the ground by the throne. Marakim was checking on him, but the warrior was going to push him in some way and kill the Lord, who was unconscious. But when Marakim waved his hand, 3 swords that dropped within the halls floated in the air and charged at the warrior. Air sword. The warrior became shocked and tried to defend himself. He was able to fend off one of the swords, but he couldn't defend himself against the remaining 2. Ugh! 2 swords penetrated the warrior's 2 shoulders. His body couldn't resist the powerful energy wielded in these swords and was pushed up in the air and was pinned against one of the pillars in the halls. Damn it! Arg! He wanted to pull out 2 swords, but the energy coming through the wound was so painful that he couldn't move. And the warrior who charged against Bu Charyong screamed in pain. He thought he could at least unleash the 3 formation, but he couldn't even defend himself against the first formation and lost his 2 arms. I told you not to resist. Arg. Chun Yowan had been too powerful that made it feel like they were weak, but these were within top 5 warriors in rank within the cult, and what was happening outside wasn't much different. There were 300 palace guards, but not all of them were spies. When clan leaders ran out to arrest them, they all became shocked. Why are clan leaders attacking us? Has something gone wrong? They were originally trying to charge into the hall under order of their leader Pahin. They first thought there was an uprising started by the masked servants, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Lord Chun Ma ordered that we can kill if you resist. Do not show your mercy on the traitors. Yes, sir, Ko Wangin from the Demon Fist clan shouted, and the clan leaders showed no mercy. There were some palace guards who did resist intensely as if they were truly traitors and died. I surrender. I'm not a traitor. Many guards began to surrender, and it became much more easier to pinpoint the traitors among them. Damn it, damn it. Yiburwi was furious as he stayed on the ground limbless. His family was ordered to proceed with the plan on his generation, and they planned very carefully, but it all failed just because of one man. Starting with his grandfather, a total of 3 generations had spent so much time and effort to earn the Sword Clan's trust. If the messenger who has the order from him comes, our 100-year plan will begin. Do you understand this, Burwi? And as former leader Yiburkum said, the messenger really appeared, even when it required them to show their hidden identity to Yulin. Yiburwi was glad that time had finally come, but the plan was now over. And in Yiburwi's ear, he heard a whistle from outside. His eyes made it seem like he had been waiting for this, so Yowan asked curiously, "What is it? Keek, you think you won? You think you are victorious?" "What are you talking about?" It seemed like whistle sound that was heard outside was related to it. Everything had failed, but Yiburwi was excited to strike Chun Yowan in one way. "I couldn't kill you or any of the remaining clans, but I will take the Guardians with me." "What?" Yowan asked back with a frown. "Who do you think is guarding those Guardians in prison?" "With the signal just now, I'm sure their heads will be rolling on the cold prison floor." That was the meaning of the whistle. It was planned ahead in case of any emergencies. The whistle was a signal to the palace guards to kill the left and right Guardians. "The 2 Guardians who work for you, go look at their dead bodies and wail." Ha ha ha, but Chun Yowan looked weird. He didn't seem to be worried as he shook his head. What? Yiburwi became confused and Yowan scoffed at him. "Is that all?" "What?" The 2 Guardians, who were also the 2 most powerful warriors within the cult and best advisors to Chun Yowan, might be in danger, but he didn't seem to care much. At the same time, at a prison located towards southeast of the Lord's palace, there was a small cell with 2 middle-aged men tied tightly to their chairs. They were left Guardian Li Haimeng and Right Guardian Submeng. They were frustrated as they were imprisoned together. They had to follow orders from the Lord, but they also had their blood points sealed so they couldn't move, which made them even more concerned. And it was weird that the palace guards were moving up and down the corridor outside the cell with their weapons, as if they were waiting for something. Li Haimeng sighed. He didn't think he would be targeted while he was working as chief of the academy. Has the Lord truly gone mad? Chapter 250. Culprit 10. He only thought his enemies were the 6 clans, so it was hard to believe that the Lord had ordered this. He was also frustrated that he didn't know what was going on outside. If they were arrested like this, it was likely that something happened to the other elders who sided with Chun Yowan. The Crown Prince might be in danger. That concern also was shared by Right Guardian Submeng. Submeng had lost an eye and had taken internal damage that made him stay at home to meditate, but he was arrested nonetheless, so he was certain that something wasn't going right. Phew. Submeng spent 4 hours focusing on his energy to pull out the giant needle stuck in his body that sealed his blood point. Again, Submeng focused on the blood point with all of his might, but it wasn't easy. After failing another attempt, Submeng let out a large sigh and panted. Who? What? What are you doing?" A palace guard found this out and shouted as he tapped on the iron bar. Li Haimeng knew Submeng was trying to pull out the needle already, so he shouted loudly, "You call yourself a guardian when you can't even stay quiet while being tied down." "What?" "Ugh, ha, you red-haired idiot. Think where we are before picking a fight with me. Just go to sleep if you can't stay still." "You..." Submeng understood what Li Haimeng was trying to do, so he played along. With 2 of them arguing, the palace guard sighed and turned away. He had seen the 2 guardians arguing with each other ever since they were imprisoned, so he didn't think it was anything strange. "Phew." Li Haimeng sighed in relief. "Try to be careful, you fool." It was good that Submeng was trying, but he kept on making mistakes that made Li Haimeng become afraid. But he was also astounded by Submeng's persistent tries. Li Haimeng tried few times before he gave up, but Submeng was trying hard to the end. I should try it again. It was then that he heard a small whistling sound from outside the prison. The palace guards then grinned as if they were waiting for that signal and pulled out their swords. What? Wait, what are you? Submeng shouted frantically as he saw these warriors readying to strike. It seemed they were going to kill them. One of them tried to open the cell door. Li Haimeng realized he shouldn't stay still and tried to at least get him out from the rope, but it was no use. His internal energy was sealed, so he couldn't use any energy. Ugh. He regretted that he had not tried harder. Even if it was an order made by the Lord, he thought he should have tried to get the seal out. And it was when the cell door was almost unlocked. Who are you? A large-bodied man burst into the underground floor and charged toward the prison guards. The man moved quickly and struck his fist, wielding blue force Kai into the guards. Arg! The power strike threw the prison guard away to the prison wall. Li Haimeng became dumbfounded when he saw the large man with a long beard. Ko Wanger. The man was Ko Wanger. Palace guards tried to attack Ko Wanger when another man jumped in and kicked them. It was Bakki. Bakki stormed in upon them to push the guards away. His kicks were too fast for the palace guards, who swung their swords in the small prison corridor, and they couldn't react to it. Since when? We were waiting for a while now. Ha! Arg! Ko Wanger and Bakki quickly overpowered the palace guards, and with two of them arriving at the right moment, the two guardians sighed in relief as they were saved. Do you not see what it means for the elders of the three clans to help me? What? Ibarwi became surprised. The Lord had sent Yowan's members to be appointed at the groups owned by the four clans purposely. This removed Yowan's members to be out of the picture. But with four clans siding with Yowan now, then it meant his members were free to move. Do you think I would leave the two guardians without any help? And no, you're just bluffing. Well, you can believe what you want. Yowan spoke casually, and Ibarwi became shocked. If Yowan really sent his members to the prison, then Ibarwi failed with every plan that he made. You should be worried about yourself. Ugh, you! I have no choice. Ibarwi then made a choice. The reason he was left alive was because Yowan was thinking about finding out who Ibarwi was working for. He still had the blood god's reversion art activated, so Ibarwi decided to kill himself by increasing the reverse flow even more. Ha! Ibarwi focused on the energy, and his body began to expand more, as if it would explode. Ha ha ha, it's no use. My blood god's reversion art changes all blood points, so you won't block me from doing this. This was why Yowan couldn't stop Ibarwi from using blood god's reversion art. Ibarwi did not want to die, but it was better to die than to survive and suffer from torture. His body had expanded twice as large, and veins popped up all over his face, making him look disgusting. Ibarwi then spoke while holding on to his sickness coming up from inside. Ugh, don't be too excited that you've won here. Our clan's power reaches not only to the demonic cult, but beyond. Ugh. But Yowan wasn't focusing on him. Yowan's hand passed through Ibarwi's face, and Ibarwi noticed some kind of faint light. Yowan then quickly swept through his body, unclear as to what he was trying to do. Ugh. I don't know what, you are trying to do, but nothing will work. Yowan then placed his palm below Ibarwi's right ear and placed his right palm over Ibarwi's chest. Ibarwi became shocked and tried to speak. What are you trying to? Ga-ga-ga-ga-ga-ga-ga? With electricity coming through his body, Ibarwi trembled and screamed. The electric shock made him feel like his entire body was twisted. It was so painful that Ibarwi screamed before he passed out. But he didn't stay that way for long. Arg! Ibarwi woke up from the pain coming from his cheek. What? Why am I? He didn't die. His body should have exploded after all his veins expanded beyond limits, but his body turned back to normal, just like when Chun Yuzhong was stopped from going mad. Yowan then scoffed at Ibarwi and spoke. That worked, didn't it? So let's talk about your clan now. Damn it.